Chapter 321. Xiao was far more impressive than I ever thought possible. She moved as fast as Lydia, if not faster, leaping onto the stage. As she did so, her hood fell back, revealing her face for the first time that I had seen. I couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The reason for that wasn't just because she was beautiful, but because she had a face that resembled that of a Japanese girl. Up until now, everyone I had seen had Western faces. She was the first girl I had seen with Eastern features. Master, she's from Shijiskar. Have you never seen someone from there before? Asked Faina curiously. Ah. No, I responded. It seemed like she came from one of the two mega countries, Imperial Cloud Metho being the other one. That meant her people were probably quite common in this world, although, like on Earth, not nearly as common in the western parts. However, the more I looked at her, the more uneasy I felt. There was just something off about her. She wasn't as simple as she seemed. It was that kind of feeling. As for the woman herself, she moved with extreme precision. She leaped from object to object. Moving them to their proper place was elegance and skill. Her movements seemed to flow fluidly, and it was almost like it was a dance. In some ways, it was almost hypnotic. She didn't lose to any of my slaves, let alone the beautiful Carmen and Celicia, in looks. In fact, her exoticness with her dark black hair and narrow eyes almost made her more beautiful, although I'd never admit it to the girls. Naturally, I was a bit obsessed with Japan back on Earth. If I hadn't had at least a dozen fantasies about Japanese schoolgirls, well, there was a time I had hoped I could move to Japan. It was that bad. I even took a few classes in Japanese. Thus, seeing a Japanese girl on the stage left me a little more excited than it normally would. However, I quickly remembered this was a competition and it was Celeste I needed to be rooting for. Turning my eyes to her side of the stage, they immediately went flat. Celeste had slipped on the puddle and fallen flat on her face. The liquid was milk, and when she stood back up, she cried as white stuff dripped down her face and cleavage. "I am all sticky, master," she cried out. Somehow. She was getting more cheering than the other side. However, despite both starting at the same time, her side seemed to be even a greater mess. "What are you doing?" I cried out. "You need to clean." "Why, yes, master." She took a few running steps with haste and then tripped over something and fell on her face again. I was worried about this. Miki sighed. I shot her a look. "What do you mean, what's going on?" "Naturally. Celeste hasn't practiced with haste very much. She's also not very good on her feet. In reality, she's actually a total klutz." I winced, only now remembering how often she fell down. Half the reason she shrunk her size and sat on my shoulder is that she fell over if she tried to walk too much. She could manipulate the air like a pro. In the air, she was the fastest thing, but she'd trip over her own feet if you asked her to run. Ah! It appears I forgot. Celeste is an idiot. Chapter 3, 22. As Celeste continued to trip over her own feet, Show seemed to be gaining speed, moving more and more flexibly as she became used to the chores. She wasn't just incredibly fast, but it turned out she was a genius to quickly able to learn on the fly and then perfect herself. Meanwhile, Celeste tripped on a banana peel that was on the stage for some reason. All the men in the crowd seemed to cheer every time she fell. This was because every time she fell, it was in increasingly embarrassing situations, flashing her underwear to everyone watching. As her master, for the first time, I was starting to feel embarrassment. Is this what parents felt like when their kid played the tree in the high school play? I mean, they did the best they could. But can you really be proud of that, Celeste? I called out, feeling like I was at my wit's end. Celeste stopped as she peeled what appeared to be spaghetti off of her chest and looked in my direction with a distraught expression on her face. Why did all of the stuff on her stage appear to be food-related? Never mind that. I needed to encourage Celeste. She actually could have won this event, but she wasn't thinking. Had I not been caught up on the Japanese girl, I might have been able to act smarter. Master, she asked helplessly, nearly in tears, you don't have to use your feet. I said, you got wings. Use them. Naturally, had she been flying around the room, she could have cleaned the place with ease. She was only using her feet because everything was on the floor. However, she was a fairy and a sylph. She had mastery over wind and two beautiful wings that could keep her magically afloat. There was nothing in the rule book that said she had to walk. In short, had she just used her wings in the beginning, this would have never become a problem in the first place. Celeste's expression brightened so much that I wanted to facepalm. She really had completely forgotten that she had wings. She looked back as they suddenly spread out from her back. The crowd made owing and dying sounds. I breathed easier, but even if she moved like a monster, she'd still be hard, pressed to have the entire room cleaned before her competition finished. I nodded encouragingly towards her. Don't forget to use your wind, I reminded her. She nodded happily and then suddenly crouched down. She leaped up into the air, her wings spreading out. Suddenly, the previously clumsy girl looked almost like an angel. The sun was reflecting off her wings, causing them to truly sparkle. Then she came down just as hard. As her wings flapped down, a sudden tempest of wind exploded out with her as the center. The wind blew out in every direction with a force that equaled that of a tornado. People in the audience let out cries of shock as everything on her side of the stage was pushed away with enormous strength. Even I let out a cry as I leaped to the side, barely avoiding a desk that flew past where I had been standing. When the wind finally cleared, there wasn't a single thing left on the stage. I win! Celeste cried out happily, completely oblivious to the ugly looks being given to her by dozens of innocent bystanders who had been hit by flying objects. Disqualified, Prince Aberries shouted, putting out his hands like an umpire, his hair a complete mess. Oh, Pooh. Celeste pouted indignantly. Chapter 3, 23. So would try most steeter. Celeste sobbed while I patted her head. In the end, it ended up being me who had to console her as she sobbed mournfully after blowing the last match. It's okay. It's 1-on-1 now. We can still win this match, I assured her. After the crowds recovered from the windstorm, and with Celeste still sniffling on the sidelines, Prince Aberys finally stepped up to the podium stand in his box again. All right, the final task for the third event. A good slave must be capable of boiling a master's blood. The slave must seduce their master and show their eroticism on stage. A shoe suddenly hit the prince in the back of the head. Cleaning, cooking, sex. Is the prince raising a slave or a wife? Those words, of course, came from Princess Eliana, who had recovered from her foodgasm and was now glaring at him angrily. The prince laughed helplessly as he shrugged. In many ways, a slave is like a wife. I wanted this competition to be balanced. As much as my dear sister wants to put her head into the sand, slaves are often used for sex as well. So how could a competition be complete without the slaves offering some eroticism? Humph! The princess crossed her arms and turned her head away, but she didn't seem to have a response to that. As far as the crowds, the women had disdainful looks while many of the men were growing excited. Don't worry. I won't ask you to make your slaves do anything inappropriate. They simply must entice their masters. Naturally. I have a mage focused on each master. The winner is the one who grows most excited by their slave's actions. This felt wrong in so many ways, but as I glanced over at the ugly expression on Lord Tybalt's face, I realized that it just about didn't matter. I had already won this. Had he been willing to risk one of his muscle men, maybe he'd have a chance, but with all women, it was like trying to catch a fish without bait. Don't worry. You don't have to try very hard, I said to the last 3 remaining girls. Just dance a little or something. Although it felt weird allowing myself to get aroused, we actually hadn't been having sex since we made it to the capital. The small hotel room with a bed that barely fit us wasn't the most romantic place. And if I made a move on any girl, one of 2 conclusions would happen. 1, I'd have to satisfy all 4. And frankly, that was an exhausting mission like scaling the heavens. Or I'd have to leave 3 outside while I had fun with 1. Well, the result was that no one got sex, and with 4 beautiful women rubbing against me every night, being aroused was really easy. Master, I'd like to go, Lydia declared, a fiercely competitive gleam in her eye. I don't mind who goes. I am trained for this. I will definitely make Master's blood boil. She made a fist as if swearing on her life. Like I said, it's not that big of a deal. Master, my life has been leading up to this point, she said tearfully. It seemed like this had a lot more meaning to my little tigress than I realized. It was her honor as a trained courtesan to be able to make her master excited. How could she not be trained in dozens of seductive arts? Yet all of them had gone to waste with me. She was apparently very eager to prove herself. It seemed my treating this lightly, she wouldn't be satisfied. Then, "As your master, I order you to excite me with your body," I said, feeling slightly awkward. However, those words were apparently what she wanted to hear, because a big smile formed on her lips, her eyes brightened, and her tails swished excitedly. "Yes, master." Chapter 3, 24. Of course, before Lydia could go. There was Celicia's turn. She wasn't picked because she was the most sensual. In fact, she was a bandit king. Carmen at least had some charm. As a paladin, she could at least garner a sweet sight. I had seen her use it. Celicia had nothing cute about her. Whether it was her eye patch, her tied-up hair, her leather clothing, or her crude way of walking, Celicia may be beautiful, but she wasn't erotic. In fact, she rudely readjusted her pants and spit on the ground before coming up. The men in the audience had helpless expressions on their faces. The slave master had an ugly expression on his face as he sent her, but there was nothing he could do. The other two girls had already gone once, and Celicia was all they had left. Thus, he could only order her to march up to the stage. "You want sexy?" she said, crossing her arms. "How about this one of these? How do you like that after each question?" she posed. However, all of her posses were fundamentally wrong, as they weren't cute feminine poses, but the kind of pose a muscleman would put on his body. I wanted to laugh. But taking a glance at Lord Tybalt, who was watching her with interest, this was probably the best way to arouse him. Her manly actions might get a reaction out of him, especially if he used his imagination a bit. I was actually starting to worry they might offer a challenge, but a second later, one of the crowd let out a jeer. "That's not sexy at all," one person cried out. "What are you doing?" a woman cried. "Women are supposed to be cute and adorable." "Get off the stage!" As the complaints mounted and the crowd grew more restless, Celicia's face turned ugly and she started cursing them. "You bastards! You ask me to come up and be sexy and you don't even appreciate it," she snapped. "You want sexy. You want to see sexy. Well, take a load of these." She grabbed her shirt and lifted it, immediately flashing the crowd. There was a quick inhalation of breath as everyone gasped at her displaying her fun bags for the crowd. Carmen had her head in her hand, shaking it like an embarrassed sister. "Yeah. You like that, you horny freaks. Take a look." "Because you are never going to touch them," she cursed the crowd, although some guys had started clapping and hooting now. As she turned, her chest ended up being flashed before me, noticing a glint on her nipple. My eyes widened, and in the relative silence brought on by her exposure, my voice rang out in the crowd. A nipple ring? Her breasts were actually pretty nice, and the nipple ring was very daring. Her eyes suddenly snapped to me. staring at her breasts. She pulled her shirt down suddenly, and her face exploded with a red blush. Who said you could look? Her usually raspy voice had changed into something soft and low, and she was touching her fingers together. You were showing them to everyone, I declared. It's not like I was interested or anything. He's lying. The magician who was gauging the two men declared. His current state of arousal is about a 710. Damn it. Could you provide me any face, old man? I can't help. I hadn't had sex in weeks. I was shooting him a hateful glare, avoiding the accusing looks of the girls behind me. It didn't even matter what score I had. I wasn't her master. SS7. Cilicia's eyes were downcast and her expression was unreadable. Yeah. SS stupid? Cilicia's eyes gushed with tears, and then she ran back off the stage with her hands covering her face. I had no clue what happened, but her sudden display of cuteness seemed to satisfy the crowd, who burst into applause. As for the slave master, he had an awkward look on his face as he glanced between me and the slave, and then didn't punish her despite her previous display. As for me, I was completely confused. Carmen was even offering Cilicia comfort. Why did she show everyone her breasts without batting an eyelash, but as soon as she noticed me seeing her breasts, she ran off the stage in tears. No matter how I asked the question, no answer seemed to come. Chapter 3, 25. Lord Tybalt's arouse a lonely reached 3. If his opponent gets even half as aroused for his own slaves as he gets for someone else's slave, then the match is in the bag. The prince announced after the magician whispered in his ear. Oi! I growled, shooting the prince a look. When he said it like that, it was seriously putting me in a bad place. I wasn't some pervert who desired some other guy's women. Actually, now that I thought about it, I realized I had a trump card for Lydia. The pervertibility? Naturally, if I equipped that job, my arousal would skyrocket. In that way, I had no chance of losing. Feeling slightly vindicated, I sat down and nodded to Lydia. When my eyes locked on her expression, I immediately stiffened. She had a fierce expression on her face, her tiger features making her seem like a tiger about to pounce. That's Kank, she muttered. 7 out of 10. I will definitely double that number. I wanted to tell her that double 7 out of 10 was impossible, but her face was so serious. It turned out she took another slave arousing me as a personal challenge. I wanted to say she was bursting with a fighting spirit, but she was actually a little scary like this. Master, I need a long spear, she demanded. A spear? I checked through the stuff we hadn't sold in out storage rings. Fortunately, I did still have a spear. After I handed it to her, I started to frown. Did she forget this was an erotic challenge and was going to fight Cilicia to the death? I was seriously worried about that. However, a moment later, she lifts up the spear with the pointing side down and slams it into the middle of the arena. It embeds nearly a foot into the ground, causing it to shake. Everyone made alarmed noises at her sudden action. She looked more dangerous than sexy. That was, until, with her hand gripping the top of the spear, she swung her leg around it and spun to face me. Her expression turned lax, and a somewhat naughty expression spread across her face. "Master?" Her voice was so gentle and velvety that my heart started to palpitate. "Only look at me." "Okay." Her voice held such a pleading desire that every man in the audience only wanted to look at her, even discarding their girlfriends and wives right next to them. A second later, her tongue came out and licked slowly up the length of the pole. Her tongue was actually pretty long, and her lick seemed to go on for ages as all the men leaned forward in their seats. Blood started rushing to all the right places, and I let out a moan. "Holy crap!" She suddenly pulled away and started spinning around the pole. She moved with all the agility, speed, and precision she had earned over the course of training in the dungeon. And it all combined to cause her to move sensually around the pole. Her skill seemed to transcend the realm of human, and she performed at a level that a high-class stripper could only wish. She rode the pole, shoved between her legs, like a gentle lover, but her eyes always returned to me, full of an unquenchable lust and desire that radiated off of her and infected every man. Even the prince was leaning out of the box with his mouth open. As she spun time and time again around the pole, her hip gyrated, essentially gently rubbing the pole against her nether regions, like she might have rubbed it against my hard cock. The smell of that pole was covered with pussy, in more than one meaning. She got low to the ground. Rising up with the pole between her smooth cheeks, she rode it high, spinning as she turned her body upside down. Her tail wrapped around the pole several times, and I swore at one point it moved up and down, stroking the pole as she swung around it. Whenever her clothing started to fall away, about to reveal a part of her body, she moved in a way that caused it to fall back down. She teased, but never showed anything she didn't want to show. Through all of it, her eyes were locked on me, as if to say that this dance was all done for me. I suddenly equipped the pervert job. I had left it ready to equip, preparing for if things went bad. However, in my lack of concentration and my own mind in the gutter of lust, suddenly I found it equipped. My control was lost, and just as it seemed like she was finishing her dance, I rushed the stage and pushed her down. There were cries of shock and surprise. As for Lydia, she writhed orgasmically in my grip while I humped her body. "Yes, master," she moaned. "Take me now." It took 6 people to pry us off of each other to keep the arena from turning into a sex show. I managed to regain reason just long enough to remove the pervert job. Lydia was just as bad, trying to fight off 3 servants while trying to rip off my pants. Mickey had to use a spirit attack and make her go to sleep before she was able to control the tigress. The prince was laughing, while the princess had her hands over her face, hiding her blushing face, but she had her fingers open and was still watching through them with more than a little interest. His arousal reached 14 out of 10. The magician said in disbelief. Apparently, I need to redesign my whole system. It looked like Lydia did exactly what she said she was going to do. She doubled it. Chapter 326. Now that everyone has calmed down, Prince shot me a look. I looked down sheepishly. I was repenting, honestly. Lydia snorted, still asleep after Miki had knocked her out. Curiously, I had checked Lydia's status and she had unlocked a new job, dancer. The conditions were probably something like dance on stage at a level that makes someone want to give you money or something like that. I didn't know how much it would help in the future, but at least it was something. It is clear that Deke's party won the first event, the prince continued. It's time we move on to part 2. This one will be a lot more familiar to all of you, as the theme of this one is strength. Slaves must be powerful and capable of defending their master. Therefore, the slaves shall commence in 1-on-1 combat. With the team that wins out of 3 bouts, the winner of this event. The previously depressed Lord Tybalt began to smirk. After the previous failure, it was clear he felt like he couldn't lose in these matches. As for me, I felt a bit of worry. Carmen and Celicia were both powerful women. Either one would be an even match against my girls. Then there was the unknown challenger, Xiao, who was a complete mystery. She had to be powerful, or Lord Tybalt wouldn't have wasted the money and time to acquire her. I want you to play it safe, I explained to the girls softly. We have already won 1 event. I don't want you killing yourselves to win the second one. Terra, are you ready? Terra nodded. I will fight for master. Since Lydia was unconscious, Terra was my second best fighter. Her focus was defense, after all. After her, Celeste would be the next most useful, but given that she was a long-distance fighter, the constrained arena wasn't her best environment. After what happened with the house cleaning, I decided to leave her to last. If luck was on my side, Terra would win the next match, and then I could wake Lydia up for the tuned match. We waited on the slave master working for Lord Tybalt. After seeing who I picked, he put a wicked smirk on his face and then gestured for Carmen. This immediately caused a commotion across the crowds as people muttered in confusion. I didn't understand what was going on. It was Miki who explained it. Carmen is a paladin, master. This is considered a defensive class. Since she can heal herself, and she has strong armor abilities, she is exceptionally durable. However, it is known that Terra, as an earth golem, is also defensive. And her regenerative abilities and strong armor techniques leave the audience confused about how this match will continue. Usually, he would have chosen Celicia, who can deal heavy damage with her dark magic to counter Terra's high defenses. There is a saying, when 2 people of the same class meet, skills no longer matter. It means that when 2 people have a similar layout of skills and abilities, it becomes a pure numbers game. At best, it will be a fight of attrition. Tara will struggle to win because Carmen is a higher level and thus has more stamina and trump cards, plain and simple. He's playing a dirty trick on us. Just as I was processing what Miki was telling me with a frown, it was already too late to say anything. The prince stepped out with his arms wide. Carmen the paladin against Tara the golem. Begin. Chapter 327. Rather than suddenly attacking each other, each began casting a spell. In a flash, Carmen was covered with silver paladin armor. The summoning of it went straight on her body. It was a spell of some sort. So casting it before the battle might have been a rule violation. She held a massive shield and a sword besides. As for Tara, she grew covered in a rocky exterior. Her hands were completely surrounded by large balls of metal, making them appear like maces. Her shoulders and various other vital places were covered in layers of earth. Between the two of them, though, Tara's protection looked a lot freer, giving her mobility. Meanwhile, Carmen's armor looked absolutely impenetrable. "I must admit something," Tara said. "Although Master uses me to defend, I am an earth manipulator." "My attacks are also powerful?" Carmen put on a malicious grin. "Paladins must smite demons every day. Anyone who thinks we're all defense has never fought us." The two women finally attack. Tara used her cannonball hands while Carmen swung her large sword. The two clashed, creating a massive bomb that filled the arena. The noise was enough that Lydia awoke with a start. She had her sword drawn looking for danger before Miki and Celeste were able to calm her back down. As for me, my eyes didn't leave the arena as the two women fought aggressively against each other. Tara was fighting more desperately than I had ever seen her, and I had healing spells ready if I needed them. I wouldn't hesitate to throw them at her if she was in danger. Yet, as the two girls fought, I found that my worries were unfounded. Remarkably, Tara was starting to gain an edge. Each time they landed a hit, their respective armors were damaged. However, where Tara's regenerated instantaneously, Carmen's did not. She may be able to heal her body, but her armor steadily accumulated more and more damage. Perhaps she might have been able to cast repair. But she wasn't given the time to. Tara's repair was a passive effect, where Carmen would have to depend on a lengthy spell. Tara continued to launch earth attack after earth attack. Spikes shot up out of the ground, some trying to impale Carmen while others were tossed at her like massive spears. Most of them bounced off of her shield. But a few managed to slip past her defenses, causing damage to the handful of open places. On the other side, Tara was hit a lot more, but her entire body had a massive defense beyond the armor. The wound created began to heal almost as soon as they were made. Earth Manipulator was simply too strange and unconventional of a job, and an Earth Golem couldn't be compared to a human. The human couldn't compete with a magical vessel full of mana. "The fight is mine!" Tara's body glowed as suddenly hundreds of spike flew out and attacked Carmen. The intent wasn't to kill her, but to push her off of the stage, which would cause her loss. She was using the pure weight of the earth to push the other woman off. Carmen slammed her shield into the ground. She glowed as well, and suddenly she was encased in a barrier. No matter what Tara threw at the barrier, it no longer budged in the slightest. "This barrier will last for 10 minutes. Carmen panted. "It is impenetrable to the likes of you. I won't accept it." She lifted up her hand, and sudden Lita dirt started to accumulate. It grew larger and larger and started spinning. The action caused the wind to start spiraling around it, causing hats to fly off and clothing to flap in the wind. "Tara is a wind mage too," Celeste clapped happily. I decided to ignore her as I watched the spinning boulder grow larger and larger. Carmen's eyes started to widen, shock and fear forming in them. "How did you get all of this power?" Carmen demanded. "If I want to stand by Master, I must win," Tara declared. "I am strong because I must be strong to stand by him." She chucked the massive ball, still spinning, across the arena. It slammed into the shield, making a horrific booming sound that shook the entire arena. Everyone in the audience was completely shocked, never having seen such a powerful fight before. This was already exceeding what they had expected to see during the gladiatorial matches this was replacing. There were a few moments where the spinning ball stopped, unable to move forward as it pressed against the impenetrable shield. The roaring sound continued until a distinct crack could be heard. The cracking sound started to spread more and more, until visual cracks formed across Carmen's shield. Her face turned white as her body flashed the color of various buffs. Just as the shield was about to break, she launched out with a massive wave of her sword, striking the spinning ball of earth. The ball exploded just as the shield shattered into pieces. A massive blast of air spun out as the arena was instantly turned into a crater. Chapter 3, 28. On one side of the concaved arena was standing Tara, who was panting hard. On the other side was Carmen. Her shield had shattered, and there were numerous holes in her armor. Her face was white, and it was clear she had various wounds. If it was a question on who was in a better condition, the answer was clear. "I can't." "Continue on," Carmen said bitterly. Tara nodded as if this outcome was inevitable. "Only when you have a master worth fighting for can you bring out your true strength." The scene was just about to end amicably when a sudden cynical and dark laughter broke through the silence. The one who was laughing was the slave master who was currently controlling Carmen's leash. "A master worth fighting for slaves or tools. You have no value. You don't fight for me. I use you like I use any weapon. You..." "Slave, I order you, defeat her," the slave master hissed. Carmen shot him a hateful look. "I see can't." "I have no." "Aha!" She suddenly fell to her knees and grabbed her head. She started screaming. I had seen this happen once before, When I had used the slave order on Celeste, I had promised myself I'd never use that order on my slaves again, unless it was life and death. Stop it! You are hurting her! The princess had run up to the stage and yelled, I am a slave master. My slave refused orders. She's only hurting herself. Aha. I can't win, she screamed. Stop hurting my sister. Celicia went to grab him. You defy me as well? Punished slave? She let out an even more horrifying scream, crashing to the ground and curling up into a ball. Tara, I called out. Knock her out of the ring so we can stop this. Tara nodded and stepped forward. However, a sudden smirk on the slave master's face suddenly unnerved me. Slave? Overdraft! A sudden power exploded out from Carmen. She suddenly raced at Tara. Her body was glowing red. She began to slice her sword at Tara, again and again. Tara hadn't been prepared for her sudden ferocity, and she immediately had to lose ground. Die! 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 She screamed, slamming her sword against Tara's rocky arms, causing earth to break off with each strike. The cost on herself was even greater. As her sword slowly broke and the pieces of her armor fell away, Tara was able to attack her, but the attacks were shallow. Blood dripped from all over Carmen's body, but she didn't slow her attacks at all. It was as if she had gone completely berserk, ignoring the damage being done to her. Master! I can't stop her without killing her, Tara said, feeling afraid for the first time since she went on the stage. That was the truth of it. Carmen was wide open for a killing blow. But Tara just couldn't deliver it. She was someone she knew. And someone who was being forced to do it. She might be willing to kill a bandit who was trying to kill her, but this was outside of her realm. Divine retribution! Carmen screamed. No! Celicia shouted. A white light exploded out. Tara was struck and her body broke apart as she was flung from the stage. She didn't even hit the ground before I was casting spells. Create cushion. Heal slave. Heal moderate. Light repair. I tossed everything at her as I ran to grab her. Master. I lost. Tara responded weakly. Her legs, half her body was gone, and half of her face looked like sand rather than skin. She could barely hold herself together. Number. It's okay, I said, continuing to heal her, even if it cost me every last piece of mana. That's the power of a proper slave master. The man on the other side snorted. Lying on the stage was Carmen. It was difficult to say whether she was alive or dead. Her armor and even her clothing had been destroyed. It wasn't sexy, though. There wasn't a single patch of skin that wasn't covered in blood. She had innumerable cuts. Her sword had melted to the hilt. You bastard. I shot him a look. Next match. The slave master grinned. Chapter 329, Disqualified. The clear voice that rung out in the aftermath of the fight between Tara and Carmen was Princess Eliana. "Please, explain how you could say such a thing. The slave master barely showed the prince or princess any respect." Because you used spells," she responded uncertainly. "And your methods. They nearly killed your slave." Under his malevolent gaze, her energy started to weaken. And soon the prince pushed her behind him so he could take that gaze instead. Unlike the princess, the prince matched him completely, a cold smile on his lips that suggested he could be a more serious guy than he typically let on. The slave master only rolled his eyes. "I am a slave master. I do not cast magic. I order slaves. Every skill I used was a slave's skill." "How can you wish to assess a slave owner without allowing him to use his slave skills? That's preposterous." "Just by being my slaves, they are stronger." "Would you have this effect stripped from me too? Nothing I did fell outside the guidelines of your game." "Slav skills don't use mana, but the power of their slave mark. Slave order is simply something that compels a slave to follow and punishes her when she doesn't do as she is asked. Slave overdraft is an ability that forces a slave to use every ounce of their own energy to fill out their order. Together, they are a slave master's greatest weapon, but they were nothing added by the slave master. All I did was call out what Carmen was already able to do on her own. Yeah. If she turned off her limiters and had no desire for life," Eliana cried out, "what does a slaver buy? If not the life of another, her life was always mine to do with as I wanted." The prince watched him icily for a few moments before speaking. "Since you have 3 slaves available, if Carmen is unable to perform in the next match, you do know that you forfeit, right?" With those words, Lord Tybalt, who was previously as surprised as everyone else, started to sweat. He didn't care about the slave at all. But he didn't want to forfeit after coming this far either. The slave master chuckled. "You worry so much. The slave will be fine." He waved his hand and a few servants went out and pulled the unconscious Carmen off the stage. He pulled out a small crystal vial, one the prince reacted to when he said it, giving a gasp. "Elixir. To a country bumpkin nation like Aberris, elixirs are a priceless artifact. But the Imperial Cloud Metho is vast, and this can be obtained with ease. Lord Tybalt, I trust you will compensate me for using this. Why, you..." Lord Tybalt's face went white, promising him the elf was one thing. But after intentionally hurting one of his slaves, to now try to charge Tybalt to heal it, that naturally enraged the young noble. However, the slave master wouldn't even give the prince and princess respect, so how could he put the young lord in his eyes? He clearly had only come to this place he considered beneath him for a chance at the elf. If you win, it's yours. But if you lose, don't expect anything. The slave master snorted and then poured a few drops into Carmen's mouth. Her body started to repair itself. It took another 5 minutes before she woke up. However, she was still very weak. As for me, I spent that time healing Tara. By the time I was done, I had already consumed Tamana potions. Tara gave me a small smile. I am okay, Master. Tara smiled weakly. Please concentrate on the match. A moment later, the prince spoke up. Match to send your contestants. Chapter 330. Go, end this. The slave master smirked as he looked at the girl in the hood. She nodded and walked onto the stage without a word. Lydia, who had recovered herself, now approached me. I'll go up. No! I shook my head. We'll just surrender. Master! I can do this. Lydia. I could only look up at her helplessly. So your slaves can only protect you this much? Lord Tybalt spoke up tauntingly. It's a miracle you survived. The girl's expressions turned ugly. For Lydia, Mickey, Tara, and Celeste, protecting me was a part of their bottom line. And Lord Tybalt had just crossed it. Lydia jumped up onto the stage without saying another word. Lydia! I stood up. An angry expression on my face. Get back here! It's an order! Can't even control your slave, and you call yourself a master. The slave master mocked. She turned back and smiled with tears in her eyes. I am sorry, master. I can't follow that order. If I don't fight, master's honor will be sullied. The only way I could make her obey was with order slave. And there was no way I'd use that skill on her. In the end, I could only trust Lydia. Even though the Japanese woman's strength was completely unknown, I looked up to the prince and nodded, giving my assent. Even though the reluctance was clear on my face. As for Princess Eliana, she was watching me curiously. A strange expression on her face. Begin. The prince called the start of the match. Unlike the tanks who pulled out their defenses first, Lydia immediately sped at Xiao. Her sword was drawn like lightning, and she moved so fast it was difficult to see it. Yet, as soon as her sword struck out, a clanging sound rang out. Xiao had blocked it with her sword, even though she hadn't moved a step. Her sword seemed to suck in light, and it was thicker and longer than Lydia's, which was typically a long, thin sword. Between the pair, it was clear Xiao's sword had more weight to it. Not only had no one seen Xiao draw her sword, but she hadn't taken a single step back despite Lydia's attack. She suddenly pushed her sword forward. And Lydia flew back as a gust of wind erupted from her, just giving a single strike of her sword. I hate this world. Xiao said the first words she had spoken in this world. Stand in my way, and I will destroy you. I can't do that. Lydia responded. Master is behind me. Always. Then die. Xiao leapt out, moving just as fast as Lydia. The two women began to battle, but compared to the slow, powerful movements of the previous fight, this was on a completely different level. Both women moved like blurs, leaping across the stage. Each exchange of swords usually involved multiple strikes. Clanging sounds filled the air. and sparks burst off between the pair of them. However, as this went on, Lydia's face grew more haggard, and it was clear that she was being suppressed by this woman. At this rate, Lydia would only be defeated. Chapter 331. Why keep fighting? You will only lose, Xiao said as the pair temporarily broke off their intense battle. Isn't it my pride as a slave I fight for my master? Masters are hateful things. You are his whore, Xiao bellowed. That's right. Lydia nodded happily. Xiao blinked in stunned silence, clearly not understanding what Lydia was saying. I am Master's sword. I am Master's shield. I am his whore, his woman, his wife. I am whatever Master wants me to be, and with Master, I will always be more. Lydia launched forward again, her attack catching Xiao off guard. Xiao began to fight back. But this exchange seemed different than the previous one. Where Xiao was suppressing Lydia in the first exchange, the second exchange seemed to have them both on about the same level. It was like Lydia was suddenly pulling out a greater strength. I won't lose to someone from this world, Xiao screamed. My ears were suddenly perked. Of this world that couldn't mean. You are from Japan, I said without thinking. Her eyes spun to me, and a shocked look formed on her face. Lydia, who was focused on fighting, used the opening created and struck her. Blood splattered as she was cut across the chest, flying back to the other side of the arena. I winced as she flew, feeling bad about causing her harm. However, I was more perturbed about the fact that she was someone who came from another world. Not just another world, my world. I wasn't the only one. Slave? The slave master was furious, but as he went to force her into overdraft, a dark power exploded from her body. Celicia gasped. That's not dark magic. That's the higher level demonic magic. You bastard! She screamed. How did you learn that name? I'll kill you! I'll kill you all! Lydia, back off, I called out. Lydia looked back and gave me a smile, and then raced directly at Xiao. She shot forward, her entire blade bathed in black light. Compared to Celicia's magic, this was 100 times more menacing. Lydia's sword met hers. As the swords hit, Lydia's shattered into pieces. She only just managed to jump back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Yet, even then, a black wave ripped off the tip of the sword and shot forward, slashing Lydia. She flew back and hit the other side of the arena, just like she had done to Xiao a moment before, except her wound turned black, and a dark curse started to resonate out from her wound. Lydia, you are done, I declared. Just stop. Lydia spit out some blood, and then worked her way back to her feet, stumbling unsteadily. Xiao, wrapped in a dark miasma, shot Lydia a disdainful look. You would die for that man, she growled. Number. I will only live for him. She flew forward again, even without a sword. It looked like suicide, but as she raced towards the other woman, her body began to change. Her breasts grew larger, her butt became chapelier, her legs grew longer. Long fangs sprouted from her mouth, her ears lengthened, and her long claws formed from her hands. As these changes occurred, the corruption seemed to be cured by itself, and the wounds on her body quickly healed. "It's a beast form!" The prince cried out in disbelief. "A tiger can beast form." "An animalkin that can do a beast form is 1/1000. But for the rare tiger kun. This is something I've never even heard of." Xiao's sword struck down again. But Lydia let out a thunderous roar, shaking the arena and causing fear in the hearts of those that were weak. It was a mental and spiritual attack that could decimate the spirits of anyone weaker. Miki hastily spread her 9 tails and protected the audience before someone got hurt. Xiao ground her teeth as her blade struck Lydia's claws. She caught and stopped the demon's sword. "You..." Xiao screamed. "Not possible." Lydia's feral eyes had no sign of even understanding Xiao. In her beast form, her mind had been reduced to that of a beast. She may have gained a great deal of strength, but she was now governed by rage and instinct. To be suppressed by a simple swordsman 60 levels behind her was an embarrassment, and the fury spread across Xiao's face. Suddenly, her own eyes started to change red. The demonic aura around her grew, and as her hood flew back, 2 little horns came out the top of her head. "Shh, she's a demon!" I called out. "Demons are a myth," the prince declared. "Ha ha ha." The slave master laughed. "You from O'Berry's are truly Hicks. You don't even recognize the demon species in your identification." Well, I wasn't going to reveal it. The power between them was intense, and the ground started to shatter just from the pressure between the two of them. Xiao was trying to push down her blade, while Lydia was holding it back with her claws. "Die!" Xiao screamed again. Demonic aura shooting out and striking Lydia. This time, she flew back, the sword slamming into the ground as she was tossed away. She landed at the very edge of the arena. There was blood leaking from her mouth, ears, and eyes. Lydia looked absolutely terrifying. Most of all, she looked like she wouldn't hesitate to continue to attack. She stood back up. Even though one of her arms no longer appeared to work. "Celeste!" I cried out. "End this!" Just as Xiao raced at Lydia again. A massive gale of wind shot between them. It struck Lydia harder, and she was shoved off the edge of the platform. Before she had even hit the ground, she fell into my arms. I was worried she'd fight me as soon as she fell. But I realized the second she landed in my arms that she fell unconscious. Xiao screamed, racing to the edge like she planned to leap off of it and cut us down. However, Terra managed to use some of her required energy and rose an earth wall right in front of her, causing her to smash into it. It shattered a moment later. "Xiao, recall!" The slave master gave the order. Xiao stopped as quickly as she started. She gave a sniff as she looked at me holding Lydia delicately, and then spun back and walked to her side of the arena. I stroked Lydia's cheek, tears forming in my eyes as I healed her. Lord Tybalt has won this match, the prince said bitterly. Chapter 332. A small recess was given, and I used my healing to fix my girls. Meanwhile, Carmen was allowed to recover as well. The originally cheering that had permeated the crowds had simmered dramatically after the last two fights. Mages with earth ability flattened and repaired the arena, while people mumbled. A good fight was always loved, but seeing beautiful women being beaten to death was a sight even the crowd didn't like. Did you mean what you said? I asked, thinking back to the words Lydia had suddenly revealed on the arena. She nodded weakly. Master is. My everything? Husband, I asked. A blush broke out on Lydia's face. Ah. That. Said I was your. Why? Wife? Symbolically, naturally, as your slave, I can't be your wife. It would definitely have to be another girl. It felt almost like a rejection. I mean, it wasn't like I wanted to get married. But Lydia was the person I cared about the most. Lydia must have noticed my expression because she shook her head. Master Bader would be a wonderful husband. You should definitely get married. I mean, it must be a princess or something. I let out a snort at that. What kind of a princess would be interested in me, Deke? A voice came from behind my shoulder. I glanced away from Lydia to see Princess Eliana standing here. Instantly, my expression turned white upon seeing the resident princess. She had come down from her box overseeing the arena. Her eyes were rimmed red, and she was looking at me with a somewhat needy expression. What is it? I asked over the noise. The murmuring of the crowd was to the level that we still had to speak loudly to be heard, even though the atmosphere was docile. A large gathering of people still made a lot of noise. Sorry. This fight, I never wanted this to happen. Here. Father will be furious if he sees me giving it away, but I want you to have it. Here. I spun around. And then seeing something in her hand, I calmed down. Oh! A vial. What is this? Elixir. She didn't catch my slip. But it turned out to be just as surprising what she actually was offering. It was something that could be said to be even more valuable than that. Although if any girl heard me say such a thing, she might hit me. Just a few drops. Enough to heal one person. You can give it to one of your girls in a time of need. I was surprised seeing it. It might not have been enough in the eyes of a slave master, but for Aberries, this was probably quite valuable. Her father had given her this bottle as a life-saving measure in case something came up. Thank you. I took the bottle and let out a sigh of relief. For a moment there, after what Lydia had said, I had some concerns that perhaps she had come for other reasons. That was just my overactive imagination getting the better of me. I put the vial away. I didn't plan to use it here. A bottle like this was almost useless on the surface. It was best reserved for a dungeon when people are truly on the verge of life or death. I had healed both girls now, and they were awake and giving me weak, reassuring smiles. With our interaction done, I was about to turn back to Lydia. But suddenly the princess leaned out and grabbed my hands. Her face was flushed red, and a sudden burst of emotion seemed to flood through her. "Deke, I must propose to you," she declared. Lydia behind me gasped, and my mind went numb for a second. How could it have come to this "I am too young to marry"? I cried, bowing down with my eyes. When I glanced back up with one eye open, her expression had turned angry. "You! Who says I want to marry you?" As she yelled that, the prince had walked up on the stage, and the crowd's murmuring finally settled down. As a result, only for words resounded into the silence. "I want to marry you." The crowds of people all gave a collective gasp. The prince looked down at the pair of us and then laughed. Ah, my sister had finally found love. Then, "You and I will become brothers in every sense of the word. I am quite happy. I accept. Je?" Eliana looked like she had just been pinched, and then she hit me. "You idiot. Just defeat him. Okay." That was what she had come to say. She had wanted to tell me to definitely defeat Lord Tybalt. However, after the mistaken wedding proposal, it now sounded like she was telling me to defeat Lord Tybalt so that I could be a noble and thus eligible to marry her. When she realized what her words suggested, she exploded in red and then ran away with her hands covering her face. Women, so easily moved with emotion. The prince said helplessly, only for a shoe to fly up and hit his face a second later. Anyway, let's start the final challenge. Shall we? Chapter 333. The final trial is a bit different than the others. Magicians. The mages came out and began to create a magic circle in the arena. For those of you not familiar with it, this is the bond-breaking rune formation. A bunch of people gasped, and I couldn't help leaning forward. "Are you talking about the one that nullifies bonds?" The prince winked at me and nodded. "Yes. This is a very rare and expensive formation, but we're using it for this competition. For the final step, the bond between your slaves and you will be nullified. No coercion, no spells, no skills, just the truth. For you see, the final challenge today's theme is trust. Only a master who can trust his slave, and a slave who can trust his master can work. This is unreasonable." The slave master immediately stepped forward with an ugly look on his face. "Our skills are part of who we are. Would you ask a blacksmith to prove his craft without the support of his job? Yes, I would." The prince narrowed his eyes. He had a point there. Skills could bypass a lack of knowledge, but typically they were still a crutch. Basic swordsmanship knowledge only took you so far. But a good swordsman would eventually learn basic swordsmanship with or without the skill. In fact, it was basically a requirement to become an advanced swordsman. That job would never unlock unless you could do everything a basic swordsman could do and then add onto it the advanced skills you'll unlock. The slave master glowered at the prince hatefully, but he continued on with his speech while giving the man no mind. For the first event, the slaves will show their trust in their master. In the second event, the master will show their trust in their slaves. In the final event, well, I have something special planned. Event 1. I will need 3 girls to come up onto the stage from each group. Masters, you will be handed 3 bottles. One of them is poisoned. The poison will not kill them, but it will cause them extreme pain. Masters, you must choose which bottle you put in front of each girl. I stood up. That's cruel. How can that gain trust? It'll destroy it. The girl must state whether she thinks it's poisoned or not, he declared. If she drinks it, she gets 1 point. If she's right in her guess, she gets 2. The team with the most points wins. Hee hee. I'll accept. The slave master giggled. It's okay, master. I'll go, Miki said. And me, Celeste added. Master. Please, poison me, Tara declared, standing up. My high constitution and pain tolerance. I can handle the pain of this potion. Tara. I won't poison you, I declared. Tara gently smiled and then walked up to the stage with the other 2 girls. Before I could object, 3 bottles were put in my hands. The man whispered that the first bottle was the poison. I wanted to smash it over his head. How could I choose? This was absolutely too cruel. However, I handed the bottles to them anyway and told them where I wanted them. Erect the barrier, the prince shouted. A barrier went up over the people. We could see them, but the girls couldn't see us. They were on their own to make their decision. Chapter 334. On Lord Tybalt's side, it was Xiao, Carmen, and then Celicia. Xiao snorted at my girls and then picked up her potion, looking down at it. This is not poisonous! Master wouldn't poison me. After all, of the 3 of us, I have done nothing to displease him. I won both of my rounds. With those words, she gulped down the potion. As soon as it entered her stomach, her expression began to change. She let out a scream and then collapsed to the ground. The dark miasma began to glow around her, but the pain was from the inside, not the outside. She could only bellow and whimper. Not poisoned. Carmen drank hers. Not poisoned. Celicia also drank hers. The slave master gave the girl on the floor an ugly look. You stupid wench! If I gave the poison to the first person, then the others would clearly know. Even an idiot could figure that out. It assured me 6 points. Gah! The round went like lightning, and they had earned 5 points because of Xiao's error in the way she thought. She expected leniency or fairness, and the slave master didn't think in those terms. She was pulled off the stage with the other 2 girls. Meanwhile, my side had lined up a Tara, Miki, and Celeste. Tara had been eyeing her vial for a while now. It was clear she was trying to hype herself up. Although her vision was blocked from me on the outside so I couldn't give her a hint, she had seen the pain Xiao went through. Master has given me the poison, Tara declared. She picked up the vial and drank it. She waited for a few moments. And then nothing happened. She shot a look at the direction that I was, an uncomfortable expression on her face. Master! Why? Tara said, feeling depressed. She had asked me to use the poison on her to spare the other girls. Since I didn't use it on her, it meant one of the other girls had to suffer. I lowered my head, a slightly guilty expression on my face. Okay. Since Master didn't pick Tara, we must think realistically, Miki responded. Since Master didn't choose you, it must be because he was worried about the damage you already faced. Master is fair and wouldn't want you to experience more pain. Likewise, my constitution has always been weak thanks to my spiritual tales. Thus, he wouldn't pick me either. Master did not give me the poison. She took a drink, closing her eyes nervously. After a moment, she let out a relieved sigh. However, then she froze and turned to Celeste standing in the end. Celeste cocked her head in confusion. It was abundantly clear that with vials downed, the third would be poisoned. Celeste was the one he selected to feel pain. It made sense that I'd pick her, after all. She was uninjured and was a powerful fairy queen. Perhaps I was even a little angry that she had failed her task earlier too. My eyes never looked more closely at Celeste than they did at this moment. Go ahead, Tara said nervously. You must drink the poison vial. Be strong for Master. I drink this. Celeste looked down on it. But Master wouldn't give me the poison vial. See, the two other girls made noises of protest, holding out their hands as Celeste brought the vial to her lips and drank it. The blood drained from their faces. She had lost a point by being wrong about the poison that brought the girls to 4, and they lost this round. However, after some time passed, Celeste didn't bend over in pain. As time continued and nothing happened, the audience started to murmur in confusion. Celeste gave a giggle. Silly sisters, Master would never hurt us if he had a choice. Could you believe he poisoned any of us? Miki's confused expression flashed with realization. Master used cure poison on the vial. How would I ever hurt them to the simple? Minded Celeste, the question was that simple. Her trust in me was absolute, and even in the face of conflicting proof, she knew that Master would never harm her. Of course, I had used the spell. Even if I had lost the points, or this entire event as a result, I would still have made the same choice. I didn't believe it was because the other girls didn't trust me. It was simply that they overthought it. The second Miki realized that no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see me giving her a vial of poison. She felt like a complete idiot. As for Tara, she truly hadn't trusted in me when I said I wouldn't poison her. She was convinced there was no other way but her own sacrifice and believed in that instead of believing in me. In a single moment, Celeste had outsmarted Miki and gave me more trust than Tara. Master! Tara broke into tears and suddenly raced out and leaped off the stage. Oi! Oi! I held out my hands desperately as she landed on top of me. Boom! As a golem, Tara was exceptionally heavy despite her size. Furthermore, as she leveled and regained her strength after years of being in a dungeon, her weight only increased. The ground cracked as I was flattened on the ground. A second and third girl landed on top of me as well. However, they all started kissing me, and their bodies were soft, so I decided it wasn't that bad after all. Chapter 335. The last competition was a tie. The prince explained. Since the last event was a tie, I think it's best if the winner of this event is the final winner. If he didn't propose this method, either team would need to win the next two events in order to come out on top. Given our current path, it seemed just as likely each of us would win one. And then where would we be by making this final event the end? It would lead to no sudden deaths. The prince seemed slightly disappointed by this. Perhaps he had something really enjoyable planned that he was now going to skip. I accept, the slave master said after a thought. As do I added. I had honestly not known all the tricks the slave master had up his sleeve. I just didn't want to torture my girls anymore with these tests. They were too difficult and too violent. This one is very easy. Slaves, all of you must come upon the stage. Yes. Into the bond-breaking formation. All of the girls made it up. Between healing and potions, everyone had recovered the majority of their strength. So all the girls were able to walk up with their backs strong. The nature of this last test is simple. I want to know what you want. Each of you must answer a question. Do you want to be a slave to your master? Or do you want to be free anyone who requests freedom? This prince himself will pay the cost and make it happen myself. You are under no bonds, no requirements, and no restrictions. Your master cannot hurt you here, or coerce you, or influence you with their skills. I want your honestly, direct and simple. As he explained the final test, Lord Tybalt's face began to turn white. However, the slave master seemed completely at ease, causing him to worry. Your Highness. Lord Tybalt tried to speak up. Deke has 5 followers, while you only have 3. You could say he's already disadvantaged here, wouldn't you? That is, unless... Lord Tybalt fears his slave's loyalty. Lord Tybalt lowered his head, unable to say anything about these final conditions. We'll start with Deke's team this time, the prince declared, first looking at the elf girl. Do you wish to be Deke's slave? Or freed Fane smiled helplessly. Of course, only in slavery do I feel I can be safe. What if I could ensure your safety? The prince asked. Would you wish to have your freedom? She shook for a second. Even if you promised? I would hire you in my palace and give to elite guards to watch you at all times, he declared. Hey! What's the big idea? I said, angrily. The prince seemed to have had my back from the beginning. But suddenly it almost felt like he wanted me to fail. The prince turned to me and shook his head. I need to know the truth. Don't you? I lowered my head. I felt frustrated, but in my heart, I knew he was right. This is what I wanted. Right. I wanted to know if the girls really wanted to be with me. Up until now, my perks as a slave master had, even if subconsciously, caused them to lean towards me. Since I had been to this world, I had always worried if they truly cared for me. Now, I'd finally hear the answer. If my safety could be guaranteed, Faina said hesitantly, then shooting me an apologetic look. Then naturally, wouldn't I choose freedom? Chapter 336. She said it. Like that, I lowered my head and bit my lip. I had expected as much, but it still felt a little like being slapped. Of course, Faina had been with me the least. We barely knew each other. Why would she be dedicated to me after only a few days? She was nice, but that niceness was simply what she felt she had to be as a slave toward their master. In the end, that was all it was. These girls treated me as they would a master. I remember when I was 10, I had bought a puppy. That dog would jump on me, lick my face, and grow enormously happy whenever I was home. We had him for 6 months when one day I left the door open and he ran out. That dog never returned. That was a dog. Bred for loyalty from a few weeks old being given to me. Effectively, we were the only family he had ever known. And he fled the second freedom presented itself. If I combined the collective time I had known all the girls, it wouldn't even come to 6 months. They also weren't puppies, but people who really ought to be free. In short, this was the outcome that would happen for all of them. As I spoke, a priest had actually stepped out on the stage. Faina gave me one last look, her expression conflicted. But then she kneeled in front of the priest. He put his hand on Faina. And a moment later, Faina is no longer your slave. It had worked. The formation really did allow him to bypass my mark and free my slaves. Now, every one of them was fit to leave me. I couldn't even bring myself to look at the faces of the other girls. My head was down and my hands were trembling. I don't even know why I was so upset. This is what I wanted. I had taken those marks for those girls because I wanted them to live on their own. The prince looked at my haggard expression hesitantly. I will. Send you 3,000 gold later. I am offering a bit more in consolation. I am sorry, my friend. I looked up as his hand rested on my shoulder. In the box just over his shoulder, the princess was at the edge, looking down at me. For some reason, she was crying when she looked at me. It was the oddest thing. The prince turned to Lydia, and I lowered my head again, defeated. Lydia, do you wish to be free or a slave to Dekai? Can be free, her words stung. And for a second I thought I might pass out. Just say the word, and I will remove the slavery mark. I am sorry. Lydia said slowly, I closed my eyes. So it was that after all. In the end, this was a good thing. I had to remain strong. You don't need to be, the prince said gently, gesturing to the priest to come over. You are wrong, Lydia declared, her expression turning angry. The prince blinked. I am sorry, you said. I could be free or be Deke's slave. That's a contradiction. There is only one freedom for me, and that's by Deke's side. Lydia declared with such certainty that I couldn't help but look up in shock. She wore a fierce expression on her face. In fact, all 4 remaining slaves had furious expressions. Rather than joy or happiness at the thought of freedom, they were angry. The prince scratched his cheek awkwardly. Ah! You can still travel by his side if you were free. What does that matter, of course? I would follow Master regardless. That is a given. However, you wish to take the bond I have with him away. Lydia shot him an accusatory look. Yeah! Miki suddenly said, although her voice was much softer than Lydia's roar. My connection with Deke brings me strength and happiness. Because of my bond, I can smile every day. It is because I can always feel Master and know his love. How dare you try to take that away from me? Master is Master. Celeste burst into tears. If Master isn't Master, then Celeste wouldn't be Celeste. As always. What Celeste said was either incredibly profound or completely nonsensical. Master is like a rising sun, Tara declared. If I wasn't his, then I wouldn't qualify to be by his side. Only when I am 100% Master's. In body, mind, and soul. Only then can I show my true power. He brings out the best in me, in all of us. That's why he will always be my master. Under the assault of 4 angry women, the prince didn't know what to say. He was completely shocked as they cried and berated him. Even the crowd was starting to turn on him. Eliana, do it! Lydia bellows. There is a whistling of air, and then a shoe pelts Prince Berries in the back of the head. He spins to look up at his sister. She's crying openly, too. WH, what did I do? He said desperately, trying to figure out what happened. Stupid brother, Eliana declared angrily. Why did she suddenly completely change her mind? Women were truly something even a man of men like Prince Berries couldn't figure out. As for me, I was just as stunned. Girls? I thought. With you free. And you. 4 angry glares suddenly locked on me, and I gave a squeak. What? You keep declaring you want to free us, Lydia said. Did I ask to be freed? If Master isn't Master, then Celeste wouldn't be Celeste. Yes, Celeste, you already said that. Tara patted her on the head, which made Celeste happy, even though she had forgotten what they were talking about. You want to be with me? Forever, Miki snapped tearfully. You're slaves, Tara declared. Eliana. Another whistling sound came, and a shoe suddenly hit my face. Those things were really painful. That was the only thought left as for women dogpiled me. Naturally, my preconceived notions were obliterated. Even a guy as dense as me got the hint. Crying, I hugged all of them in my arms. I won't let any of you go, ever. Humph! The slave master snorted, cutting into the mood. That depends on if you win. Chapter 337. My elf slave has been snatched away. Lord Tybalt, I am not pleased. The arrogant slave master said. Lord Tybalt shook for a second and waved his hands. It's the law. I can't do anything about it. The slave master spat. Avarice and your puny laws. If you think you can keep me from my slave, let it be known I know many powerful people in the imperial cloud meadow. Is that a threat? The prince's expression grew serious as he overheard the conversation while I was still sandwiched under several girls. Humph. Let's get this competition over with, the slave master said instead. After seeing this idiot child claim himself to be a master of slaves while making a mockery of everything we do, I have a bit of competitive spirit. I'd like to crush him. The girls all got off of me, finally letting me up. They were glaring angrily at the man now. You think any of the girls will agree to stay with you? I responded bitterly. Humph. Unlike you, these slaves are bound to me in ways more than just a slave mark. Only a fool depends only on a mark like that. They will make the right decision. Very well, since it has come to this. The prince sighed. Then, Carmen? Do you want slavery or freedom? Carmen's eyes shot to the slave master, her body shook, and then she lowered her head. Slavery? Oh, come on. He's coercing her somehow, I declared. You love to condemn me for cheating, he sniffed. How about you ask her for a reason? The prince looked at Carmen, who panicked for a moment before saying, Since the church rejected me, my life has no meaning. I am a worthless slave. That is the only fate I deserve. Her words were bitter, and the prince's frown grew. You must tell the truth. I will be able to protect you. He spoke quietly. She gave the slave master one last look of fear that didn't fit the Carmen I knew, and then said, Thank you. But I will remain a slave. I will always remain by my sister's side. Celicia looked angry. If she is a slave, so am I. He turned to the last girl, Xiao, who was trembling as she looked down. I will protect you. Just say the words. Tell him you are worthless. The slave master smiled cruelly. Tell him you deserve to be a slave. Shut up! The prince snarled, truly angry. Brother! This can't be allowed. He's cheating. Humph! How doesn't your formula eliminate all bonds? He shrugged. I want to be free, she screamed out, her eyes closing shut tightly. Please save me from these monsters. Please. You. Bitch! The slave master snarled. Another tie? Lord Tybalt responded bitterly. No, You lost. The prince's previously jovial expression was gone. The slave master glared at him. What are you saying? We each lost one. Deke had 5. 80% of his slaves remained with him. You had 3, 66. 6% of your slaves remained with you? Deke wins. The prince explained. His dark expression was unchanging. Release your slaves. You cheated me, he cried out. He had acted like having more people in this competition was a setback that only benefited Lord Tybalt. But in reality, having more slaves to lose meant I had more slaves to gain. In the end, but going by ratio, the prince had given me a victory. I felt an intense wave of relief. As that happened, the priest walked up to Xiao to remove her collar. Why, you promised me you'd win, Lord Tybalt responded defiantly. As flushed as his face was, the slave master looked far angrier. You don't know who you are messing with, he snarled. You think this is over. You are done, the prince declared. Get him out of here. Get the slave marks off those slaves. Hey! Ha 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 ha! The slave master started laughing. Why would I ever allow you to take what is mine? Guards! Two men grabbed the laughing man, but a second later he spoke. I am a true slave master, and if I can't have my slaves, then no one can. No! Carmen screamed, leaping towards him. A glowing tattoo around her neck suddenly brightened. You bastard! Celicia screamed, the same tattoo appearing a second later. The priest was a moment from putting his hand on Xiao, when a tattoo around her neck glowed too. The 3 women started screaming as if their hearts were being torn out. Brother, what's happening? Eliana cried out. It's a death mark, the prince screamed. Hey hee hee! The slave master laughed as even Lord Tybalt turned white. I always win. Death marks are permanent. You won't even be able to resurrect them. Ha ha ha! After the screaming continued for a solid moment, Carmen struck the floor, her eyes open, but no light within them. She was dead. A few moments later, Celicia similarly crashed to the floor dead. Other than the screaming, the only other sound filling the arena was the maniacal laughter of the slave master. Chapter 338. Xiao screamed on stage. For some reason, she hadn't fallen yet. Is it because she is standing on that formation? I wondered out loud. Save her! Eliana cried as desperately to her brother. The prince's confidence was lost, and he looked away angrily. The death mark isn't connected to a slave mark. It's not a bond. It's a kill switch. They're illegal in this country. So I never would have expected someone to use it in front of me. All we can do is watch her die. Number. I am sorry. He looked up at the stage painfully. I am so sorry. You... liar! She screamed one last time as she collapsed to the floor like her string had been cut. I hate everything. The prince turned away guiltily, no longer able to watch as her body stopped moving. Why it took so much longer than the other two was anyone's guess. Despite the prince's words, perhaps the formation did have an effect. Or perhaps it had to do with being level of some unknown job. Either way, the guards dragged the still laughing slave master over to the prince. I wanted to run up and try to heal her. But before I could take a step, the girls stopped me. They shook their heads at me tearfully. I knew it too. Somehow, I knew, deep down, that none of my current spells was sufficient to reverse this. There was nothing I could do to save her. She was already dead. You will face the death penalty for this. The prince snarled at the slave master. He. I don't think so. He pulled out something from his robe. The guards tightened their grips on the swords. But the man ignored them with confidence, showing the prince a small plaque. His face turned white as he looked at it. You. That's the seal of the Imperial Cloud Palace? That's right. I said I knew powerful people, didn't I? He chuckled. Now, I had come here for a gift for the Imperial Party. The last living elf, as it were, considering the inconveniences. You've provided me. I think taking this elf as my slave is only suiting. You. The prince lowered his head helplessly. He. Don't feel bad. I'll put in a good word to the emperor when I hand him the slave. He does like exotic toys. He'll play with her for a while, and your country will have good relations. Isn't that worth a few measly coins' number? The princess protested from her box, but her words were incredibly weak. Come, kneel. I will reapply your slave mark, elf. And no. Faina took a step back, glancing over at the prince. I am free. I refuse. The prince lowered his head. This is a decision I can't make. It could start a war, and the Imperial Cloud Metho could destroy this country easily. We'll go to the king and... Humph! You want to wait for Daddy to make your decisions for you. The slave master's face turned cruel. Here. I'll make it easy for you. I don't feel like dragging a slave halfway across the continent. I already have a return spell for one. Since you can't decide what to do with her, I'll bring her back as a corpse and resurrect her when I get home. A crossbow suddenly appeared in his hand, appearing from his storage ring. He aimed it at Faina and pulled the trigger. Chapter 339. I pulled upon Celeste's haste, my body moving at unbelievable speeds. As the small arrow, more of a dart really spiraled toward Faina's chest, raced from the side. It was clear from the gleam that the arrow was poisoned. If it struck Faina anywhere, she'd die. I slammed into her, pushing the elf down. A moment later, I felt a burning pinch as the arrow struck me in the back. Before we even struck the ground, I had already using Cure Poison and Heal. Pull it out, I said, painfully as my slaves spread around me and yanked out the arrow. I grunted in pain, continuing to use healing spells until it went away. The slave master had an ugly look on his face as he glared at me. You he snarled. What do you think you are doing? Deke, stay out of this, the prince urged. The Imperial Cloud Metho can't be messed with. The hell I will, I shot back. Boy, give me the slave. She is free. And I will protect that freedom, I snarled back, reaching my hand down to her as she was on the floor. Faina looked up at me with a stunned expression, a blush appearing on her cheeks as she took my hand. As I lifted her off the ground, she didn't meet my eyes. Perhaps she was feeling guilty over leaving me earlier. None of that mattered now. She was no longer a slave. That was her right. That was all of their rights. You saved me. She spoke breathily, finally looking over at me with a strange look. I told you when I bought you. I will protect you and keep you safe. Free or not free, I will never go back on my promise, I said. Still staring down the slave master. Her body shook slightly, and tears started to form in her eyes. Prince! Do something about this. If you don't give me that slave, then I will make sure this whole country burns. He held up something in his hand. It appeared to be some kind of one-time-use magical item, if I had to guess. It was the item that would take him back to Imperial Cloud Metho. He was saying that if we thought we could just imprison him or something, he'd immediately flee and cause us great trouble down the line. Deke. Let's just talk about this, the prince said helplessly. Let him take her. When my father returns, I'll ask him to cut a deal-end. The fact that he was trying to negotiate with me because he realized that the slave master wouldn't budge already infuriated me. Now, he wanted me to give her up, let her be raped, and maybe after the king got bored with her, they could negotiate to have her back. How ridiculous was that? Enough, I growled. You think you are the only one who can teleport? I grabbed Faina and pulled her into my arms. She let out a surprised noise. And then her face turned even redder as she remembered the portal. The other girls all put their hands on me too. The actions of my slaves immediately revealed to them that I was serious. Number. Deke. Think about this. As a lord of Oberis, you can't. What lord? I snarled. I tried to be a lord. And all this country has done is put me through loops and make my women suffer. To hell with your lordship, and to hell with you. The crowds all gasped, never believing that someone would be bold enough to openly curse their prince. However, that was just how angry I was. I am the Lord of Chom. I should have realized it before now. But it doesn't matter what you say. I am their lord, and I will continue to be their lord. Since Aboris is unable to and unwilling to protect my city, I will protect it myself. Chapter 340. As we were talking, clouds had filled the sky. Strangely, the clouds were starting to appear red in color. There was also a strange feeling spreading out. It was a feeling of dread, sorrow, anger, and malevolence. As the three of us argued, we didn't really notice these changes to the world. You fool! The slave master growled. The Imperial Cloud Meadow will destroy this charm. You think you can fight back against our greatness? Our city is a city of slaves. We free people, and we will fight for that freedom. Do not think that my people won't fight until the last one. Didik. Fena said lightly, I'll go. I put on a smile and looked over at her. Fena, you don't want people dying because of you. Don't think I don't understand. However, I've seen your true heart. You have a heart that wishes to be free, so I will protect your desires. Oh, H. She blushed even more, really. Insolence, the slave master cried out. I will have... Something suddenly exploded through his chest. It happened so suddenly that no one was able to understand what they were seeing. There was a small hand that had suddenly burst through his chest. It seemed to be holding something. It took a moment for Deke to realize that this something was the slave master's heart. It was still beating in that small grip. The person most shocked was the slave master himself. He looked down at the arm in his chest and the beating heart. The hand squeezed, and his heart broke apart and fell to the floor. He didn't even let out a groan as the hand slid back out of him from behind. He collapsed forward, dying instantly. Behind him was the girl, Xiao. Her demonic horns were more pronounced. Her eyes were glowing red. Her arm was covered in blood and gore, and drops fell from the fingertips. Her sight was absolutely terrifying. People in the watching crowds started to cry out and panic. Some even started to flee the arena. Xiao, you are alive. The prince let out a breath. Priest, check on her immediately. You lied to me, she screamed, her hand pointing at the prince. A black miasma shot out, and suddenly the priest screamed as he collapsed to the ground. His skin blackened, and a few moments later, he was dead. Guards! The prince backed off as a dozen guards moved between him and the girl. She backed up, keeping her distance as the guards started their approach. Lord Tybalt, the prince said with a panicked voice. Control her? Lord Tybalt had a terrified expression on his face, but at the order of his prince, he nodded, standing up. The slave master was dead. A slave shouldn't have been able to do it. However, Lord Tybalt was her true slave owner. The mark was still in effect. Slave order. Xiao, stop all this and kneel, he ordered, crushing a small crystal in his hand. I had seen those before. They were one-time use crystals that allowed non-slavers to use slave spells. It was a must-have for nobles, and one of the ways the slave guild continued to make money even after slave sales. Xiao spasmed as if she was about to kneel, but then she grabbed her head and started screaming. It was clear that she wasn't going to listen to the order. The black miasma around her started to grow. It suddenly exploded into the air like a massive pillar. Darkness exploded out, and everyone was shoved back like they were hit by a shockwave. Even the box the princess was in blew back. The prince suddenly glowed and leaped up to the box, grabbing his sister and jumping away to safety. Many on the bleachers were not so lucky as they collapsed, crushing some and injuring others. In the span of a few seconds, the entire arena exploded. I flew back as well, the girls with me. I just managed to create cushion, causing us to hit a wall softly before collapsing in a pile. However, my eyes were more focused on the words that had just appeared in front of me. Emergency. A temporary dungeon has been created in the capital city of Aburis. Defeat the Demon Lord or all is lost. Shout Demon Lord, LVL 100, Chapter 341. In only the span of a few seconds, the entire arena had been flattened and took on the appearance of a natural disaster. Xiao was floating in the air now, her hair dancing wildly as miasma continued to flood across the city like a mist. Wherever it touched started to decay and fester. Areas where it was especially thick suddenly coalesced, and a monster appeared in its place. The creatures didn't hesitate to start attacking citizens. Since the miasma was weak, so were the monsters. But that didn't matter to most citizens, who couldn't even handle weak monsters. Ah, I heard a scream. Turning to see Fena. Once we had crashed, it had been Fena who had received the least damage since she was being held by me. When I had struck the cushion, she had ended up flying out and landing a bit away from me. She had stood back up only to find herself in front of a ravenous beast that looked like a cross between a goblin and a wolf. It charged at her. Pulling my sword, I leaped forward. This time, my natural speed far exceeded the wolves. And just as it reached Fena, I grabbed her and sliced off its head. Fena, you must go. I looked around the arena. There were people fleeing and screaming everywhere. More and more monsters were being created every second. The Demon Lord herself seemed content saturating the capital city in her miasma, not making a move to attack anyone who didn't provoke her. The few brave guards who did attempt to attack her were instantly destroyed by a wave of her hand. My eyes finally locked on a familiar couple. Without even thinking about it, I picked up Fena in my arms and ran across the field. I ended up kicking a bunny-like creature that had no fur away as I ran. Only when I reached in front of the fleeing couple did I stop. They were none other than the Esmir friends I had helped cleanse their mansion, Pate and his servant Dav. I hadn't known the two had shown up to watch the competition until now. They had been lost in the crowd, it seemed. Boy? We must flee immediately. This is work for the royal guard, Pate said. I put Fena down and shook my head. I can't just leave. I didn't know where my bravery came from, but I felt like I had to see this through to the end. You saved my life twice now. Fena spoke breathily, looking up at me before turning away, even though I tried to run. You are not a fighter, I responded simply. Looking at my girls as they quickly donned their armor and cast protective spells on themselves before attacking the spawning monsters. We all must do what we do best. My girls can fight. All I can do is support them. However, I will continue to support them with everything I have. W, will you support me as well? She asked nervously, looking uncertain. I looked down at her and smiled. I will support those that are a part of my life with everything I have, always. That's simply the kind of person I am. Humph. Sweet talker. Pate crossed his arms and chided. Although his words seemed affectionate, I glanced at Pate. I have to support this city right now. Can you take her safely back to your mansion? I can manage that, Pate said. Despite my size, I am actually quite the warrior. These low-level bastards won't touch her while I am around. Thank you. I looked down at Faina. Please, go with. Suddenly, Faina threw her arms around me and kissed me. It wasn't even a light kiss either. Her tongue shot right into my mouth quite aggressively, as if she was determined to share saliva. When she pulled away, a stream of spit even connected our mouths. She suddenly licked her lips, and a strange look was in her eyes. Come back to me. You have to now, she responded. I put her back down, not sure how to deal with the situation. Ah. Right. I'll be going then. Pate had his mouth wide open, and his eyes looked like they were about to pop out. As for me, I could only turn and run toward the girls, getting my jobs ready to support them the best I could. Thus, I didn't hear what Pate said next. Girl, I've read about elves. They say that an elf only kisses one person their entire life. Some claimed it was betting an elf. But how could that lead to the extinction of an entire race? A single exchange of fluids is all that is required to mark her forever. Faina gave him a slight smile, still enjoying the taste on her lips. Chapter 342. Open up a path! I yelled out to the girls. Help the people fleeing! The miasma was worse immediately around the arena. Thus, the monsters were also the strongest. I was running around, trying to heal the injured and get people to leave the area. Once the royal elite arrived, the fighting might become extremely dangerous. Thus, we had to get everyone out of the area quickly to minimize the casualties. As I was still healing people, a man appeared next to me. I looked up to see the prince. He had a few guards with him, but they were less than half the number he had before. I sent my sister away safely, he explained. She was worried about you. I'll be fine, I responded back. When is the elite guard going to get here? Prince Aberries lowered his head with a bitter expression. 2 hours. I shot him a shocked look. 2 hours? All of the elites are away on the borders. I've already sent word. But even our fastest will take some time to reach the city. By that time? I shook my head. I know. The miasma is only going to make her more powerful, and this place more dangerous. If we allow her to finish, even the elites might not be enough. Don't you have some kind of defense formation or ultimate spell to stop this a demon lord hasn't appeared in this area for 5,000 years? How could we have predicted this would happen? What are we supposed to do? Flee the capital? The prince lowered his head. My guards and I will remain and fight her. I know you have no love for this country, but this is my home, and I must fight for it. Please get as many people as possible out of the dungeon. It appears to end at the city gates. I know you don't owe us anything. My cowardice in the face of that bastard. His fist tightened, and it was clear by his expression that he held a great deal of anger. Except it was all directed at himself. It's fine. Right now, we need to worry about these people, I said. You are a true man. Prince Aberys bowed to me, causing some of the guards behind him to gasp. If I make it through this somehow, I will acknowledge you as my brother. I failed at being a man today, but if I look up to you, someday I might be worthy. Please, look after my sister. He was speaking like he didn't plan to survive this. I grabbed his shirt, surprising him. You'll make it out of this. We all will. I will help you fight. His surprised expression slowly faded and he grabbed my hand, squeezing it. Yes, brother. I didn't know how I felt about him calling me brother, but his feelings were genuine. Few men could grab a prince's shirt like that. I let go of him, and he drew his sword, looking back at all the guards. Since he had been talking to me, some adventuring guild people had also shown up. His force consisted of about 20 people. It was enough for a so-called raid. This is what we had used to defeat the Clockwork Dragon some time ago. And those were just bandits who valued their life more than their duty. Men, 2 arms. The prince kept it short, turning and immediately racing toward the woman floating where the platform once was. What are we going to do? Lydia asked as the girls approached me. We'll do what we always do. Support. Chapter 3, 43. The girls broke off, still helping people flee, but also preventing the monsters from taking sneak attacks on the party who was focusing on Xiao. As soon as they got close to her, Xiao's eyes opened. Dark tides of miasma instantly began attacking the soldiers. However, with their shields at the ready and already using defensive spells, they were able to block some of her attacks. As for me, I ran around the periphery of their battle, dodging attacks. If I saw someone get hurt, I healed them. When my feet stumbled on a body, I looked down. I realized that it was the body of Lord Tybalt. At some point, he had been torn in half. A look of terror was still marked on his face. That meant, at the moment, Xiao's slave mark had no owner. No, that wasn't 100% true. It likely went to the slave guild. It's not like the slave mark did any good for anyone. Wait. Or can it? I looked down at my hand. But what I was really doing was checking my skills. Slave taker, I could take control of her slave mark. She would instantly target me, though. She'd also resist. If I could get her to be my slave, it was possible to get her to listen to reason, though. I didn't simply have a charm with slaves, but a blessing that increased my affinity to slaves. A giant shock wave erupted, and several of the men flew back. A few who had been too slow with defenses didn't get back up again. Of the 20 men to start, the prince had already lost 5. The battle was that frantic. A few spells had landed on the demon lord, but the damage she took was minimal. She was simply too high of a level for anyone to touch. Unless I could cap her level with a slave cap? I had finally decided that this is what I had to do. "Prince!" I called out. "I have a way. I might be able to weaken her a bit." "Do it," he said without hesitation. "Men, give her everything you've got." I took as safe of a distance as I could, while still being able to target her for the slave taker ability. I held out my hand, narrowing my eyes as I looked at Xiao. Slave taker? Instantly, I felt pressure like a mountain had been tossed on my shoulders. I collapsed to my knees in an instant, even though her new master didn't even know she existed at the moment. Her own resistance towards the change was at a level that is far greater than anything I knew how to cope with. However, I had no choice but to barrel forward. I gritted my teeth and forced my mana into taking over her slave mark. Slowly, yet assuredly, it started to get taken over. The time that passed was probably less than a minute, but it felt like hours. I was halfway done when her eyes suddenly jumped to me. She seemed to have realized what I was doing. "You? Liars. All of you. Liars!" she screamed, a sudden ball of miasma forming at her fingertips. The guards increased their attacks, but she ignored them, taking some damage. Her eyes were solely focused on me. I was her greatest threat. What were a few cuts over having someone control her slave mark again usually? When she used miasma, it was like a whip, shooting out and hitting someone quickly. This time, it was building up, a massive ball of power growing larger every second. As for me, I had no hopes of moving even a step. The pressure was simply too great as I tried to take over her mark. When everyone realized the spell would go off, 3 of the guards got in front of me and slammed down their shields. "Deke!" The girls cried out. The ball shot out, a massive pillar of darkness. It slammed into the 3 guards. They lasted barely a second before their bodies were destroyed. "No!" Tara leaped in front of me, lifting up her arms covered in rock. Dirt began to rise up like a tsunami, only just reaching full height when the darkness struck it. The 2 remained at a standstill, Tara's rising dirt and Xiao's darkness. The ground rumbled and the pressure became even more unbearable. The only way to stop this was to enslave Xiao. Then I could possibly weaken her and allow the remaining guards, which was down to 10, to defeat her. I worked all of my strength on the slave mark, trying to take it over as quickly as possible. The torrent of darkness continued to rain down, and Tara's face turned white as she resisted the darkness. "Come on! Come on!" I shouted to myself. Now down to a sliver of the slave mark left, the darkness broke through. I found myself flying back. Just at that second, the slave mark on her body shined, and text scrolled across my vision. After I finished rolling back, I was able to read it. Shao is now your slave. I got upon my knees and shouted, Tara, we did it! Tara turned back to me and smiled sadly. That's great, Master. Her voice suddenly fluctuated strangely. To Tara, crack! Cracks started to appear across her skin. Despite the battle behind her, the world seemed oddly quiet. All I could hear was the cracking. Crack. 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 I am sorry, Master. I can't anymore, she said with tears in her eyes. Tara? Her body shattered, and then dirt fell to the ground. All that was left in her place was a pile of earth. Chapter 344. To Tara. The battle seemed to slow as I collapsed at the point where Tara had been. A powerful skill had struck Shao while she was concentrated on sending the spell, and she ended up coughing up blood. Turning away from me to deflect the threat. However, I barely noticed as I looked down at the little bit of remains of Tara. The girls nearby had red-rimmed eyes, but they were all busy and couldn't afford to rush over to me. 2 feet landed softly by my side. I looked up to see Prince Aberys standing there. There is a chance we can save all these people, her included, he declared. My eyes shot up. I hadn't shed a single tear. But my eyes were red, and my body shook. Aberys had a sympathetic expression on his face. How I demanded. Isn't it obvious? This dungeon is only temporary. The reason that souls can't be resurrected in a dungeon is that they're trapped in the dungeon and corroded and dissolved by miasma. There are stories of people who died while fighting the final boss of a dungeon being able to be resurrected because simply not enough time passed for the miasma to damage their soul permanently. If we defeat the demon lord, we end this dungeon, and then everyone who died, we can resurrect them. His words came crashing home, and I felt a surge of hope. We had once managed to resurrect a man in a dungeon. But Lord Carr was a special exception. His soul was protected by the creator of the dungeon, a powerful fairy queen. Then again, this entire dungeon was a special exception. It stood to reason that if the dungeon was destroyed quickly, then the souls trapped in it would have time to be consumed. I nodded my head. Okay. What's the plan? Did you do what you needed to do, Prince Aberys demanded? Shao is my slave. She seems to be able to ignore a slave master, but I should be able to at least slow her down. So, you are a slave master after all. Prince Aberys spoke, partially to himself. Do we really want to have that conversation right now? I demanded. Ha ha! Well, I won't pry into your secrets. After all, we're brothers. I'll use my strongest attacks. You try to get her distracted. Let's go. The pair of us broke apart. And my eyes narrowed and focused on the woman still on the stage. She had taken some damage after the attacks of the soldiers. A few had given their lives to damage her. It was impossible to tell, however, how powerful she was. There was nothing like a HP bar. By her appearance, she was probably about half dead, but for all I knew, it was only a sliver. "Level cap," I cried out. As soon as I attempted to drop her level, I felt a resistance pushing back against my will. It was a mountain not dissimilar to the one when I tried to take over her slave mark. Fortunately, it was much less oppressive. And I was able to move. "Men, attack!" the prince ordered. The only ones remaining were 3 elite guards and 1 adventurer. To their credit, they still bravely charged her. The adventurer was a mage and kept his distance. Xiao shot me a look. Her body hunched over like she had received some horrific blow. She let out a scream and then threw a whip of miasma. It was about to take out the closest elite guard. Suddenly, it was cut to shreds in midair. Various wind blades slicing through where it had been. "Celeste! Master! Keep going! I'll help!" Celeste declared. "Tempest!" The guards broke their charge, backing up as Celeste began to use a powerful spell. A giant vortex spun around her, filled with innumerable wind blades. The men narrowly avoided getting swallowed by that maelstrom with Celeste at the center. But Xiao wasn't so lucky. She let out a shriek as her body fell into the whirlwind. Moving for the first time since she had started her attack on the city. Her screams and bellows could be heard as she was sliced over and over again by one of Celeste's most powerful spells. Celeste herself floated to the top of the maelstrom and could be seen on top of it. Her face was white and she was panting. It was clear she was using every ounce of mana she had to extend the spell as long as it would go. As for the demon lord, it was unclear whether she was alive or dead within the tempest, but the damage she took was substantial. Just as the men started to prepare attacks to finish her off once the tempest broke, a resounding scream exploded from the tempest. More dark miasma exploded out from the tempest and it started to flicker and weaken. It was almost like Xiao had taken over her spell, turning the whirlwind of death into a maelstrom of dark miasma. "Celeste, run!" I yelled at her. She abandoned the spell but had barely turned when a hand exploded from the black. Rotating Tempest below and grabbed her. She was in her small fairy size at the moment, and even though Xiao's hand was small, it was enough to grab Celeste's entire body. She gave a gasp. "Master?" She managed to get out those last words. The hand pulled back down, dragging Celeste into the swirling darkness below. Chapter 345. Eat this! The mage adventurer cast a powerful fireball. "No!" I cried out. He ignored me, sending it flying into the tempest. Red seemed to mix with the black, creating a fiery tornado. Worst of all, Celeste was inside there. But it was hard to believe she was safe given the state of the spiral of death. His fireball seemed to have accomplished nothing but make it even more dangerous. "You fool!" the prince chastised him. "How is that helping?" "Humph!" the prideful magician snorted. "Like this!" He snapped his fingers. And suddenly the entire tempest exploded. His fireball must have contained some explosive property. When it was absorbed into the tempest, he was only waiting for it to spread out so that he could destroy the tempest and everything inside in a single motion. It was probably his most powerful spell. Of course, I didn't feel any joy as the tempest exploded. I felt horror at what he had done. Celeste was inside that tempest. When the explosion faded, Xiao was still floating there. The mage's initially proud face fell. Xiao's clothing had been tattered to practically nothing. A great deal of her body was exposed to the point of indecency. There were numerous burns and cuts, but none of it seemed to touch her skin. After everything that happened, she had somehow used the tempest and healed herself completely. It was almost like everything we had been fighting for was for naught. Her hand held some charred ash, the only imperfection marking her skin. She lifted up her hand and blew the ash away. It caught in the wind and flew in a pattern that suddenly struck me as familiar. The ash that floated away was that Celeste miasma erupted from her, but this time it came out like a spike, not a whip. It instantly impaled the magician. He still had a surprised and disbelieving look in his eyes as he died. As for me, I was shaking. It was another blow to my heart and my mind. My body shook, and the rage overtook me. "I order you," I screamed hoarsely. "Just die!" The slave mark glowed, and she made an irritated noise. It seemed to be causing her pain and discomfort. I no longer cared. Punish slave, cap slave, order slave. I started using every ability I swore I wouldn't to weaken her. Of course, I also inadvertently gave her slave status bonuses, but my mind wasn't thinking about that at the moment. I had to be able to weaken her more than I helped her. "Weaken!" Miki called out. "Confusion!" She appeared next to me, immediately casting spells to weaken the demon lord. Lydia appeared on the other side. She was breathing hard and had a few cuts and bruises, but was otherwise all right. I immediately cast heal spells on both of them. "Master!" Lydia said, her eyes rimmed with red. "We must defeat her. We have to work together. You can't do this alone." "Lydia, even if we die, Master." "We know you'll bring us back," Miki added. "Please." "We must fight." "Miki?" I narrowed my eyes. They were right. I couldn't fight over the past. I could only march forward. I had to defeat her. I had to destroy the dungeon. "Attack!" I gave the order. Chapter 346. With me concentrating on trying to cap her and cause her pain with orders, and Miki trying to weaken her, the demon lord retreated for the first time. The remaining 3 guards and the prince continued their attack, but it was truly Lydia who did the most. Although she wasn't in her beast form, that was probably for the best. That form was far too destructive and didn't have enough strategy. "Die! All of you!" the demon lord shrieked, sending out dozens of miasma blades. Lydia managed to cut them down and dodge them, while the prince and remaining guards managed to keep any remaining ones from reaching Miki and me. I kept creating order after order, intending to confuse and disorientate her. Meanwhile, Miki launched attacks against her spirit, further pushing her back. We finally had her cornered, and she was starting to grow damaged once again. Her body was looking more and more haggard, and her miasma attacks appeared more and more frantic. She could barely even defend herself. She started trying to protect her body now. With that, the prince and the bodyguards surged forward. In an instant, she would be defeated. With 4 swords striking her at once, if it didn't create a fatal blow, nothing would. "Oh, no!" Miki suddenly gasped, "Run!" The demon lord's eyes opened, their red glow piercing through the darkened, miasma, rich sky. It had been a trick from the beginning. She had been saving up to cast a very powerful spell with a long cast time. That was why she had pretended to be losing. A massive power exploded out from her. The power of a miasma tsunami exploded out. Those closest to her were hit the strongest. "My lord," one of the bodyguards grabbed a pendant around Prince Aberrus and ripped it off. His body disappeared and teleported 500 meters away. It was some kind of saving blink spell. However, the strike was still severe enough that he passed out. The other 3 guards disintegrated as they were carried away by the wave. As for Lydia, I watched as she too disintegrated. Her mouth was moving as she flew back, her eyes locked on me. "I love." The 3rd word never formed as her head dissipated. I let out a cry, realizing the wave was still spreading out. I had underestimated its strength. I immediately cast armor on myself and divine aura. The wave hit the divine aura, shattering it instantly. My mind was still too shocked to think. I froze as the massive cloud approached. At the last second, Miki leaped in front of me. The miasma struck her first, and she flew back, her body hitting mine. As it spread over us, it felt like my flesh was being melted off. We were farther away, so the spell was weaker, but that only meant we weren't instantly evaporated. Parts of her skin started to evaporate in the wave. Her eyes met mine, tears now flowing freely. "Master, must win." She grabbed my arm. I suddenly felt a surge of life flow into me. I gasped as I realized that her spiritualist also had the give life ability. In essence, with her last breath, she was giving me every last ounce of breath. We struck the ground and the miasma passed by. The temporary surge of energy quickly ended. It was enough that I didn't die, but the wounds across my body were innumerable. I could barely move. With my last bit of energy, I reached down to grab Miki, only to realize she wasn't there. She had given every ounce of her life force, and even her body was gone now. As for the demon lord, she floated back up into the air, her wounds already healing once again at an extremely fast rate. This was the true power of a demon lord. We never had a chance. This world, and everyone in it will die. she said to herself. I was the only one left to hear it. Chapter 347. More miasma spread out. It was now so thick that it blocked my vision. It was much like the time we had traveled to the newly formed dungeon by Chalm. Mina's dungeon. It was the place where I had found Lydia. It was the place where we... Pain shot through my mind and body. Was I really going to die here? Were we all going to die in this dungeon? The life was draining for me. I had nothing left. Life. Of course. I am an idiot. I had slave master equipped, and it had a skill I had considered so horrible that I had blanked it out of my conscious and never even considered using it. If Miki hadn't been the one who used its counter to help me live just a moment longer, I perhaps never would have thought about it. Slave? Take life. Through the slave bond? I targeted Xiao and began to take life from her. Instantly, my body started to recover. Humans consisted of a spiritual body, a mana vessel, and a body. These three things could be attacked. The mana vessel was the hardest thing to destroy. However, if it was extinguished, someone would pass out. The spiritual and physical bodies, however, were directly linked to a person's life. If you destroyed a soul, the physical body would collapse lifelessly. Perhaps it could be turned into a zombie or puppet, but it would never be human again. Meanwhile, if the physical body was harmed, it was a natural result. The attack of miasma had attacked both sources. Healing spells could repair the physical body. But attacks against the soul were different. That was someone's very life source. The only way to replenish life was by taking it from another source. Of course, even life could be replenished with enough time, but only with rest and care. What I hadn't known at the time when I gave life to Lydia in Mina's dungeon was that her life force had already taken many various blows. That final cut had caused her spark of life to flutter out so that no matter how much I healed her, I couldn't revive her. That was why I had to use my own life to substitute hers. Now, my own life was in a similarly damaged state. Yet, there was a massive energy. Well, I had enslaved the demon lord herself. As I healed my own life force, I would weaken hers. In this way, it was the perfect attack. At least, that was what I thought. As my wounds started to heal, and I found myself able to get up, I collapsed again down to my knees. Her life force wasn't pure but contaminated with miasma. Xiao let out a cry, her previous levitating stopping as she collapsed. The miasma between you spread apart, a single line of miasma connecting her heart with my own. I was pulling her life force right out of her, and the demon lord's corruption with it. This disruption in her miasma flow had somehow caused her to be unable to fight back. Had I done this earlier, would all of this be avoided? I didn't think so. She had previously shaken off every slave skill I used on her. Had I attempted it earlier, she would have just immediately cut it off with her mana. However, that last attack had used up the majority of her power. She could no longer resist. As I grew stronger, she grew weaker. A horrible darkness started to seep into my soul. Chapter 3, 48. My vision of Xiao on her knees faded. And suddenly, I saw myself as a young girl running around a small Japanese-style home. I accidentally knocked over a vase. There was the thudding of feet as a large man came from the next room. He was Japanese, with a beer in his hand and a belt in the other. I feared this man. He started hitting me. He wouldn't stop. A beautiful Japanese woman ran out, grabbing his arm. He started hitting her too. The vision of the pair of us returned. Was this her memories? She collapsed to the floor. The darkness, the hate, the vengeance, the desire to destroy everything. It was flowing into me. However, I was a white mage. I was most resistant to these kinds of spiritual attacks. Remove curse, I said through gritted teeth, taking another step forward. I was at a funeral. Father had died in a car crash. Mother started drinking. She started inviting strange men over to her home. They'd do things to her. Some of them were violent. She said she needed the money. However, I only saw her spend the money on more booze and something she liked to snort. One night, I woke up to find Mother on the floor. She was cold to the touch. The dark miasma in me seemed to be changing. It was as if my body was rejecting it. The miasma that entered my body cracked apart and dissipated. Why was that happening? It felt painful. Xiao was on the ground. Her life was ebbing away. Without a thought, I activated the skill from Hero, Give Life. Just as Miki had given me life, I started to feed life into Xiao. It was different, though. The life I gave was my own. I took her corrupted life. It burned and twisted inside me, but eventually, it purified as I made it my own. Then I gave her my life. I took another step forward. I was older now. I was in a foster home. I was too old now for anyone to have any interest in adopting me. I lived with 3 female siblings. They made my life hell. The torture didn't end at home. At school, it wasn't any better. They went to the same school as me and were more popular. My name was written in the bathrooms with the word slut and my phone number. My foster parents got calls from dozens of boys, some perverted and some pranking. I told them I didn't give our number out. They didn't believe me and I was grounded. When I recovered, Xiao was looking up at me, a strangely vacant look on her face. Had she seen a vision, too? Was she seeing my own life? I took a step forward. My reputation as a school slut grew. I went out with a guy I liked, but when I didn't kiss him at the end of the date, he started claiming I had done all kinds of things. More guys tried to ask me out, hoping to get sex. I couldn't trust them. I couldn't trust anybody. I thought I could trust my teacher, but then he put his hand on my knee and tried to kiss me. I tried to tell people, but no one believed me. I was suspended for spreading lies. I hate this world. My body felt like it was breaking. It was simply unimaginable stress. Her anger, her frustration, Her hopelessness pummeled my body. I felt like I was a sieve filtering out a lifetime of negative emotions. I collapsed down to my knees, but I couldn't stop. I began to crawl. I had gotten into a fight today. I beat up my foster sister. My foster parents called the cops. Was I going to go to jail? I started running. Then, exhaustion overtook me. I collapsed. When I woke up, I was somewhere else. It was like a video game. There were monsters and stats. Finally, I could live a new life. I could be someone better. Someone people liked. Someone better. The town I appeared at was immediately attacked by slavers. I tried to help, but these were level 30 bad guys and I was a level 1 jobless. What's with this kind of bullshit difficulty curve? I managed to reach her. We were both on our hands and knees. She was looking at me. I was looking at her. The miasma flowing between us was becoming less and less dark. It was now a light gray. She no longer emitted any sort of miasma. The slaver said I was a demon. I had a chance to reincarnate. And I ended up on the wrong team. What is with my luck? He started training me, day and night. I was forced to fight monster after monster, growing stronger and stronger. I wasn't the only one. But I was the only one who survived. I killed and I killed, yet no job ever appeared, even after 90 levels. 3 years of battling daily and creating rivers of blood. I had no particular talent. I ended up being sold to some small slavers' guild in some backwater country. They didn't know what to make of me. This world is just as awful as the last one. Everything should just die. Shao. I said, my eyes red. I am sorry. For everything. You... Her words didn't sound cold or dark, but terrified and confused, like a lost little girl. You are like me, I smiled bitterly. You can stop this. You must stop this. Please. Kill me, she responded. Chapter 3, 49. My hand tightened and I lifted up my blade. With a single swipe of my blade, I could kill her. An end all to this. Shao looked at me pleadingly, wanting her death to come. She seemed completely helpless. I had been so angry, so frustrated, so full of killing intent, but the road here, even though it had been only 100 meters, felt like it had been 100 miles. My soul had been quite literally shoved through a sieve. And my life force cycled with hers to the point where they were one and the same. Killing her would be like killing myself. My hand loosened, and I dropped it back down to the floor. I can't. I won't kill you. I don't want you to die. Shao's body shook. It would be too easy for her to call me a liar. She didn't trust anyone, even men. I knew things about her. I knew her as if we had been lifelong friends. I knew things about her no one else knew. However, the feeling was the same the other way. I couldn't lie to her if I wanted to. It was absolutely impossible. She made a noise of disbelief. Even though she couldn't call me a liar, are you? Why wouldn't I want to kill her? She had killed everyone close to me. It wasn't like she forgot what had happened. She had seen those girls care for me, and she has also been the one to kill them all. If you asked me why I had no anger or desire to see her dead, it was impossible to say. She reached down. Weakly picking up the blade I had dropped, she brought it to her throat. Then, I'll kill myself, she said. I didn't react. It wasn't that I didn't want to stop her, it was just that with every second, I felt myself growing weaker and weaker. The miasma in my body had all but disappeared, but the tax on my body was unbelievable. After a moment, her eyes shut, she let out a cry. I could feel the fear and reluctance. She didn't really want to die. Please. Order me, she said. Please order me to die. I have to die. I will do what you tell me, but you have to tell me. Please. She started crying, begging for me to send her on. Life was far too painful. Only in death would she be able to have happiness. I nodded my head, straightening myself and sitting on my knees. Shouted the same, her hand tightening on the dagger. Ready for the order, I reached up and grabbed her shoulders, looking her in the eyes with all the strength I had left. Shao! I order you, I demanded, her hand shaking on her dagger as she waited for the final order to plunge it into her heart. To take responsibility. Whatever else I planned to say was lost as the life force circulating between us cut off at that instant. An incredible sense of exhaustion shot through me. I no longer had the energy to even kneel. Just as she heard the words and tried to ponder what I was saying, I fell forward. My lips collided with hers, and the pair of us fell down to ground. This attack had no killing intent. It wasn't cruel or perverted. However, it maliciously stabbed into her heart more powerfully than 1,000 blades. In an instant, the blackness left her eyes, revealing pretty hazelnut irises. As she passed into unconsciousness, all she could feel was the warmth of those lips. The demon lord has been defeated. The emergency dungeon has dispersed. The miasma immediately started to dissipate like a bubble had been popped. I barely managed to roll off of the woman under me, staring up at a sun that was now bright against a blue sky. However, my eyes seemed to catch something else glowing in the sky. Except it seemed to be falling down. I looked at it for a few moments as it suddenly stopped in mid-air. About 20 feet over my head, suddenly a flash of recognition popped in my eyes. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The dungeon law immediately charged, slamming into my side. The pain began to shoot through me, and I quickly passed out unconscious. Chapter 350. The lore being shoved into my head wasn't all that different from the lore I had already seen. Shao lived a miserable life on Earth. Her father was somewhat abusive before he died. Her mother got into prostitution and drugs before she died. She was harassed and abused by her foster family, slowly becoming more and more bitter and distrustful. She used to read manga and imagine she was reincarnated into another world. Then one day, it happened, and she tried to have a second chance. However, that chance was obliterated. The village she started in wasn't much different than Chom. It sat on the border between the Imperial Cloud Metho and the Demon Lands, a place far in the north that was uncharted in my maps. However, where my town was a refuge for slaves, this place was a refuge for criminals. The adventuring guild wouldn't even give her a chance since she was jobless. And she quickly ran out of food. Town thugs tried to harass her and narrowly escaped being raped several times. A madam kept trying to pressure her into becoming a prostitute, and after a week without food, she was so hungry that she almost started. Yet, before she could, the Imperial Cloud Meadow did what they called spring cleaning, killing all of the demons on the border of the Demon Lands, declaring them unclean. She tried to stab a soldier but failed. She was so hungry and weak that she passed out immediately. The soldiers decided not to kill her since she was still a virgin girl. So they handed her to the slavers instead to earn some profit. This slaver decided not to sell her as a prostitute, but to toss her in the arena. She was actually put against their treasured gladiator. This match was special because they had slipped some aphrodisiacs into the gladiator's drink before the match. They told her if she survived, they would free her. They were always trying new things to keep people interested and watching. Man against bear, man against tiger, man against multiple weaker men. The match was a horny man against a young virgin girl. Naturally, he was supposed to push her down and rape her to death in front of a cheering crowd. While he had been pushing her down, she had managed to get a hold of his weapon. Their cheers stopped when his head fell from his shoulders. That's when she learned she was a demon, far stronger than humans, and was made to fight in the arenas more and more often. As for freeing her, now that they saw value in having her fight, they decided to forget their promise. She killed and killed some more until there was a river of blood. She began to become unbeatable, but because she wasn't the form people liked, a strong, muscular man, and because she was too efficient at killing, the crowds lost interest to her. Her challenges became more and more aggressive, the slaver trying to bring her to death, but her stubbornly struggling to live. Each time, they said it'd be the last fight and then she'd be free, but they were always lies. Eventually, the slaver had enough of her performance, neither showy enough to please the crowds or weak enough to face death. And so he sold her rather than free her, taking every last coin he could. She ended up in Aubrey's under the slave guild's care. At this point, all the fire had already gone out in her eyes. The world had become a meaningless pit of despair, and life and death were meaningless. "I know a master. He may take you in," a slaver told her one day. "He's a good man. He takes care of his slaves." That slaver was Figaro, and that man was me. However, even his promise had turned into a lie. Because I didn't come in time, and then Lord Tybalt appeared. "A woman," he sneered. I told you to show me your strongest. I must conquer a dungeon, not bake a cake. She was a gladiator for 3 years. She's strong. That's all I know about her. Very well, pack her up. She remained in a small room for over a week until one day she was finally let out. The slave master took her, used her, humiliated her. Compared to the arena, they just wanted her life. This man wanted her soul. He must be a slave master, too. He hissed under his breath. She glanced at the man on the other side of the arena. It was the first time she had acknowledged me. 4 girls were jumping on me. Those are slaves. How everything else occurred much like I remembered. Except then there were the visions she had while I was destroying her miasma. They weren't visions of her own life. They were visions of my life. I didn't want to see these visions. In fact, it was unsettling seeing my own life flash before someone else's eyes. I saw when my father left me. I saw the relentless bullying I got in school. The boys beat the shit out of me, but the girls were cruel. I saw the endless rejection. I saw isolation and loneliness. Mother worked all of the time with 2 jobs. I was all alone. There was no one with me. I retreated into video games. This world. It was a chance to start over again. It was a chance to be someone better. Someone people liked. You. You are like me, she said. I suppose I was. Chapter 351. Congratulations. You have defeated the Demon Lord, Shao. For defeating a Demon Lord. You have unlocked the job True Hero. For completing the lore, you have gained 10 dungeon points. Shao's lore is now a part of you. You gain Shao's blessing. You have an increased affinity with miasma. You are no longer negatively affected by miasma. I awoke suddenly with a gasp. These damn lures were way too vicious. Especially after I had already wasted all of my energy at the end. The only thing I was happy about was that the lure had ended there. In a few seconds, I would have had to be in a girl's mind as I kissed her. It was way too close to having me kiss myself. Perhaps there really was a God in this world who looked after me after all. I looked around, realizing I was in a very fancy-looking room. I didn't recognize it at all, but the quality was top-notch. No sooner had I sat up when there was a gasp at the door. A maid I didn't recognize was standing there. She let out a cry and then turned and ran away. Wait, I tried to say, but found my voice was impossibly hoarse. In fact, I felt extremely thirsty and was absolutely starving. I also felt extremely weak. I almost flopped back down on the bed, suddenly growing very dizzy. The door suddenly burst open, and a form rushed at me. They threw their arms around me. Deke, you are alive. She hugged me tightly. What? Do you need something, anything? Why is the princess hugging me? I asked. That question was directed over her shoulder, toward the prince who was smiling wryly. She suddenly looked at herself holding me so passionately, and her face turned red. I'll go get you food. She turned and ran away as quickly as the maid. Prince Berries chuckled and then walked into the room as she fled out of it. My sister, she really does have a crush on you now. You definitely must take responsibility as a man and as my brother. Ah, you look good. I see you recovered okay? I said, looking at the prince in his nice outfit. A flash of surprise appeared on his face, but then he covered it up. Ah. Yeah. Well, I wasn't hurt so bad. The dungeon is gone. Yup. What about Xiao? She's currently in one of our cells under the castle. She's put up no resistance. We're still not sure what to do with her. What about the town? I responded uncertainly. At that moment, Prince Eliana pushed back into the room with food. She immediately put it in front of me. It was clear a chef had prepared it and not her. However, the fact she brought it to me herself meant that she was trying to endear herself. I gave her a smile and a thank you, and she blushed again. The town is safe. Rebuilding is underway. It cost a pretty penny. But we've handled the cost for resurrection and brought back everyone we could. I let out a breath. The question I had been trying to shy from coming out, and the girl's Prince Berries looked away, his head down. I am sorry. We were unable to bring them back. Chapter 352. Akal, how is that possible? I demanded. Anger starting to flood through me. Eliana looked like she was about to cry. Prince Berries looked extremely pained as he spoke. We hired the highest level priests we could, but your girls left no traces for us. Their bodies were completely destroyed. A priest can bring back someone without a body, but only if they have some connection, a piece of hair or clothing. However, your girls always carried everything they own on them, and they and their storage rings were destroyed. The only way we could bring them back is with your slave mark. Unfortunately, you've been unconscious. I let out a sigh of relief. You should have said that from the beginning. You were making me worried. Then, let's get the priest here. Elena looked over at Aberys tearfully. But his expression didn't change as he stared down with a face filled with regret. I am sorry, but that deadline passed. I blinked. Excuse me, what are you talking about? Isn't there like 30 days for a resurrection to work? In the best circumstances, yes. Prince Berries sighed. But they died not simply in a dungeon, but as a result of a miasma attack itself. Their souls would have already sustained some damage, even if they held out until the dungeon dispersed. Their timeline would be severely limited. How limited? How long has it been? I didn't realize I was yelling now. You were in a coma, he responded. The attack on the city was 5 weeks ago. No. My entire body shook. That's not possible. We can still try, right, Deke? We did everything we could. There were others who we couldn't resurrect. A total of 10 people died permanently that day. We searched the slave market and sent someone to Chom to find something to resurrect the girls. We were able to find something of the Tiger Kun girls. At that point, 3 weeks had already passed. We decided to use the priest. But the spell ultimately failed. I am sorry. The damage to their souls was just too much. I am so sorry, Eliana said, openly weeping. No, I said. Deke! No! I turned, using healing and refresh until I forced myself to stand. With the exception of a sheet loosely hanging in my arms, I was completely naked. Eliana spun away, blushing. However, before they could say any other words, my body suddenly started to glow, causing the two nobility to step back and gasp. 4 separate tattoos now glowed on my body. The newest one was right across my back. I immediately reset all of my skills. I had 27 points now. It was enough for a further spell called Resurrection. The dungeon point spells were always powerful. And a fourth-ire resurrection had to be even more powerful still. Normally, spells were related to how powerful the caster was. So, a resurrection spell was only as powerful as the priest casting it. Although there were various circumstances between resurrecting Carr, in the end, Celeste was a very powerful mage, and her mana was supplemented with a great deal of fairy powder. I didn't have fairy powder, but I did have the dungeon system. It was all I had. Lydia, I called out. Resurrection, I called. Holding out my hand, I feeling through my slave mark for the girl who should be by my side. However, after a few moments, nothing happened. Resurrection, I cried out again. Still, nothing happened. Deke! Eliana was crying. Her hand half lifted as if she wanted to comfort me. Lydia. I collapsed to my knees. I screwed up. I kept thinking. I kept thinking that you wanted freedom. I was convinced that you didn't want to be by my side. That you were only there because you wanted to be polite and show your appreciation. However, I know the truth now. You want me to own you. You want to be my slave. Only in that way can you be as close to me as you can. It's the only way you know how to show how you feel. So, fine. You are my slave. I accept you. And you will be my slave forever. So, don't think you can quit now. I own you. Your body. Your mind. Your soul. I own every part of you. That means generation. You definitely. You absolutely. You have to do what I say. I order you. Come back to me. I am your master, and I am telling you to come back. There is no choice. Follow my command. Or forget being my slave. My slaves will always listen. You hear. Always. That's the master I am. Lydia, I order you to come back. Resurrection. I held out my hand again. After 10 seconds passed, I was just about to drop my hand, when suddenly I felt the spell shift slightly. It was starting to progress. It started out slowly, but it started to pick up, moving faster and faster. The ground began to shake. Eliana gasped and Prince Aberus grabbed her and pulled her back. "Lydia!" A light exploded out, so bright that it threatened to blind everyone in the room. The rumbling sound shook the entire palace, causing several people to fear that another demon lord had appeared. When the light suddenly faded, a naked girl was lying in the bed. I stared down at her, feeling a bit of disbelief. Her ears twitched. Her eyes opened. "Master!" She leapt at me, my sheet falling down as I was pushed to the ground. We were both terribly weak. But Lydia was just a tad stronger. She had come back to me. She had come back to me. Horny ah. Eliana made a noise as she got over the shock of the resurrection and started noticing what was happening on the floor. Her face turning red. What are they doing?" Prince Abris started to wear a lewd face. He really is a man. Doesn't even waste any time. Wait. Lydia. Stop. I have to resurrect the other girls. Master all to myself, I definitely must take advantage of this time. I can have master to myself? Aren't we still in the room? Eliana replied in a panic. Well, you won't be doing that with him until you to get married. Ah, married, he'll do that. Eliana became overloaded and passed out. Prince Aberys caught her, and then laughed one last time. You finish up here, we'll give you some privacy. Ha! It's in. Number. Wait, this is definitely not the right time. Lydia! Stop! I am your master. It's an order. Wait, don't rock that. Ha! Eventually, I got around to resurrecting the other girls. What was it about resurrection that made them come back horny? It was a very exhausting night. Chapter 353. Neil, Hero Deke of Chalm. The prince said, lowering his sword on my shoulder, and Raise. Sir Deke's son, Viscount of Chalm. There was a roar of clapping as the sword went to my other shoulder and I stood up. It was only 2 days since I woke up, and the prince had summoned all the nobility in the capital in order to provide rewards after the demon lord's rising. I had only just gotten to the point where I was walking normally again, and now I was kneeling in front of a crowd of hundreds. Becoming a viscount was actually an extremely big deal. It was the lowest level of being a high lord, or so I was told. Prince Aberys had to fight to get this approved with the House of Lords. Essentially, not only was I granted land and a royal income, but my children would also be born as lords. Although only my direct successor could take the Viscount name. Lower lords included knights, baron, and governors. Normally, I would have been a baron since I had land I ruled, but I was given 2 additional increases to Viscount. Above me, there was Count Earl, Marquis, and Duke before the royal family. As for Dixon, I didn't have a choice in the matter. I had even explained to him that I had a last name. But he had already gotten all the documents signed before I was even out of my coma. I signed various other paperwork, and Chom was now a part of the country, for saving the city from a demon lord and protecting this here prince. I grant the lordship of Chom all of the land along the wilderness up to the border of Diushin and the imperial cloud Metho. Chom will remain free of taxes for a period of 10 years. Lord Deekson will also be given a mansion on the nobility block, a salary of 100 gold coins per month, and access to tonight's. You have also been given the right to promote someone tonight, should you choose so. Like hero, night was a job. I was handed a token. If I used it, I could give any person a night job. Unfortunately, they would start at level 1 and have to level up on their own. That's why most people used it on a night trained in the capital, as they are already leveled up. I had already considered giving the jobs to my girls. I'd rather not put my life in any stranger's hands. As it turned out, Lord Tybalt was only a baron, since he wasn't the direct descendant to his father, Marquis Tybalt. That was also why he insisted on being called Lord, as being Baron Tybalt was a smack in the face, reminding him that he wasn't a high lord like his father. He was actually in the crowd, having been resurrected after the fiasco. However, he couldn't even meet my eyes, let alone give a disdainful look. As I had been told, he was going to be brought to his father, who was currently defending the border against the Ost Republic. Skirmishes broke out daily there. His father decided to turn him into a man by having him fight in a few battles. It went without saying that Count Tybalt was pale white and had very little energy. He even looked like he was losing weight rapidly. The trauma from dying, and then his future fate had put the man in very low spirits. When the ceremony was finally done, I went to leave. I still had to move my stuff from the palace to my new home. On top of that, there was a great deal of work to do. It made me sigh when I thought about all the stuff I had to do. That's why I had just spent the last 2 days with my girls. I had also wanted them to get over the trauma of their own deaths. But they didn't seem bothered by it. Rather, they found it a sense of pride that they went in such a manner. It's hard to understand how women think. Speaking of which, my sleeve was suddenly grabbed by another woman, who pulled me away from the crowds. It was Eliana, and she was blushing. "My lord?" she curtsied. "I was hoping you could accompany me. I am just a viscount, and you are royalty between the two of us. Your status is much greater. You don't need to lower your head to me." "Even if you say that," she said, refusing to meet my eyes. Sea women made no sense. Chapter 354. It wasn't like she was taking me somewhere romantic. My 4 girls had rejoined me and were following along too. She actually took us down into a lower portion of the castle. This was likely a location under the castle. It was cold here. Miki didn't do good with the cold and was shivering. I didn't realize where she was taking me until we entered a room. In the center were two bodies covered in blankets. She lowered them to reveal Carmen and Celicia. I wanted to ask you what you'd like to do with Lord Tybalt's former slaves. At the end of the competition, they were supposed to be freed. Even if you say that, they're dead. We've used a spell to keep their bodies from decaying. Since you were able to bring your own girls back, I thought it might be possible that you could bring them back too. Is that even a good idea? I mean, Carmen is an enemy of the church, and her sister is a bandit king. I suppose faulting Carmen is a bit cruel. But so is bringing them back only to cast them out, I explained. On top of that, I had to use the slave mark to facilitate bringing the girls back. These two are not my slaves. If I wanted to bring them back, they would need to be. If that's the case, I don't think you guys can afford to put up another bond disruption formation, and I am not going to cut off my limbs. So if these girls are enslaved, I won't be able to get rid of that slavery. I understand, she said, her face turning slightly red. I know what I am asking isn't fair. However, I definitely want you to try to bring them back to life. It was my own selfishness that caused everyone to suffer so much. So I don't want any more deaths on my conscience. The others who passed, they weren't slaves. Slave marks cannot be imprinted on the dead. However, if someone who dies already has a slave mark, then it may be possible to use your slave taker ability. For at least these two, there is a chance. Eliana had clearly thought all of this through. She even knew about my slave taker ability. She had likely heard about it when I was in a coma. By now, they would have figured out how I was able to distract Xiao. They likely knew that Xiao was my slave now. Well, I had questions about Xiao too, but for the moment, I would focus on this. Very well, I will bring them back, I sighed. Really? She said it like she expected I wouldn't do it. I said I would. I love you. She suddenly threw her arms around me and kissed me. However, no sooner had she done it than she pulled away and blushed. I mean, thank you. The fact she suddenly said that and kissed me caught me off guard, but it was a glance at the other girls that left me confused. I was expecting some very angry glares, but all four women seemed fine. Ah. You are okay with this, I blurted out before I could stop myself. Master is master. Lydia sighed. I am glad that Princess Eliana has finally taken our advice. Advice? Ah, that was right. You had a heart-to-heart with her back at the hot spring. What did you say to her naturally? We suspected she was interested in Master, so we described our sexual experience is with Master, Tara explained. What, yup? I told her how Master likes to take his. Okay, that's enough. I immediately stopped her words. But it was clear by Eliana's expression she had already heard them. After that, we noticed an imagery stone in the wreckage. Miki continued. That probably had to be Prince Aberice's version of a camera. So, we thought it'd be nice if Master could see before he decided if he wanted. So we took pictures of Eliana. After doing several nice positions, she saw the camera and fled. Tara sighed. You weren't blackmailing me, Princess Eliana cried out. And then, after Master lectured us about bullying and said Eliana wasn't interested, we put the imagery stone away. But then we ran into her again and the house. So, in short, they told Eliana all the sexual things I did to them. Then took incriminating images of her. She fled in terror. But after sleeping on it, she came to the conclusion that I was a pervert who definitely must be stopped and she couldn't accept blackmail. That led to these events. How many other people have you told about my sexual prowess? I demanded. There was that maid at the inn, Celicia. Basically, every girl in Cham. Lydia started, okay. The princess spoke up, still blushing. Since you weren't holding the imagery stone over my head, can I have it back? Ah. Sure, Miki says, but then she frowns. Ha! Where did we put it? Didn't we give it to Celeste? Don't look at me. I lose things all the time. Sorry, it seems we misplaced it. Eliana's photos are bound to show up somewhere, Lydia declares. Ah. She passed out again. I sighed, barely managing to catch her. Chapter 355. While the princess recovered, I went ahead and brought back Celicia and Carmen. Remove curse. Slaver taker? Resurrection? I decided to start with remove curse since the original death mark was a type of curse. Just as the princess had predicted, slave taker worked. There was a glowing light. Although I cast the spells twice, both girls began to open their eyes at the same time. I cast a few healing spells on the pair of them, as well as refresh for good measure. Deke. Carmen's eyes widened. You... Celicia then turned and saw an unconscious princess on the table next to her. Have we been added to your collection? Yup. Lydia nodded. No! I grabbed Lydia and pulled her back. I mean to say, you've been brought back to life using a powerful resurrection charm. The end result is that you are both my slaves. Whatever. Is the princess a slave to number? Hee hee. In that case... She reached out and grabbed Eliana's chest. WH, what are you doing? I cried out. Well, obviously, I am robbing her. Women always hide things in their tits. Shit. Nothing there. She didn't hide it down there, did she? Only one way to find out. Sister, stop, or I'll kill you. Ah. I didn't mean anything by it. You are still the only woman in my life, Celicia cried. You disgust me. Sister, when you say those words to me with that cruel look, you make me go wild. I made a mistake. I should have left them dead. I see that now. Hey, don't be killing me so quickly, Celicia cried. You know you guys were killed with a supposedly irreversible death curse. It's also been almost 6 weeks. You really should have been dead for good? I declared. Yeah. Cilicia seemed unimpressed. Didn't you bring us back so you could do this and that with our bodies? Carmen gasped. Ah! I understand. My body or my life. Deke was far crueler than I originally thought. You too, I growled. Actually, I don't even want the pair of you as my slaves. Rather, since I am stuck with you, I am going to set the pair of you up as my guards. Guards Rilius? Cilicia was disbelieving. You're both powerful, so yes. Very well. I will protect you with my life. Carmen bowed. Ah! Actually, I am not taking you along with me at all. My girls can protect me. I actually just want some guards for my house. So? You want a third-rank paladin and a bandit king to work as house security? Cilicia asked. Yes. What's the alternative, jail? And probably an execution for you. Disbarment and a lifetime of rejection for Carmen. Then I'll take your offer, Cilicia responded. Carmen nodded as well in acceptance. Well, it wasn't like they had a choice. I could only let out a long sigh. All right, let's head to this new mansion. Since it was provided by the prince, it'll probably be nice. Chapter 356. After collecting all of my stuff and putting it in my storage ring, I left with the 6 girls in tow. Was it okay to just leave the princess in the morgue? Celeste asks uncertainly. It'd fine. It's not like she's tied up or anything. When she wakes up, she'll just know we've left. All-right. Not tied up. Cilicia coughs. So, boss, since you are now our master, are you going to buy us stuff? Hey, what's that? All of my armor was destroyed upon my death, Carmen declared. Exactly. We're expensive women with expensive tastes. We need things beyond these slave clothes, Cilicia demanded. I need armor. And weapons, and magical items, and a personal servant. Why do I feel like I am being extorted here? Since we're making requests, I'd also like something to wear that can change size with me. My only shape, shifting outfit was destroyed upon my death, as well as all of the stuff in my ring. All of the girls were actually wearing simple servant outfits provided by the palace. Cilicia and Carmen were a step below in slave outfits. Well, this was the palace. So even these things were a bit better than a commoner whore, but compared to all the clothing I used to buy them, it seems that it was all destroyed. Let me see what I have. I responded, checking my ring. Ah. I am poor. I only had change at this point. I had left the vast majority of my money with Faina, and since she had been freed, I don't really know where she is. I had forgotten to ask the prince about her whereabouts. The prince seemed very busy recently, and we only had a few moments to chat. Simply put, we barely had enough to feed ourselves for a few weeks. If I started buying clothing, it'd fall to a few days. We finally reached the address the king gave me. We stopped in front of a small mansion. Wait. Isn't this place familiar? It was the smallest place on the block and was about as far from the top as possible. Hee hee! Looks like this place is yours now. A voice came on the other side of the fence that went into our neighbor's yard. I had to look over to see a small man standing there. Pate, that's right. The property we got was the small mansion that had previously been Pate's place. Looks like the royalty finally listened to all my complaints and got us a new place. Sorry, we took everything. Even the light fixtures. Had I known at the time you'd be taking over the property, I wouldn't have been so merciless. Well, at least when I found out. I undid the sabotage. Master flooded the place with sewage. Oh, Dav sided. It took us 2 weeks to clean it. Ha ha! He didn't need to know that. Pate gave an awkward laugh. Well, it's all good now, since we still owe you a little. Well, you were sleeping, so no harm, no foul. I am glad your ladies were able to be recovered. You really should buy life insurance for them. That's what I did for Dav. A little, I shook my head wryly. Wait. What do you mean by life insurance? A, you don't know. There is a service in every city. They tie a gemstone to your life force and then store a few drops of your blood in it. If your gemstone goes out, they'll know and be able to resurrection you quickly. My mouth fell open as I thought about all the trouble I had been in. Even such a thing exists. Well, it's pricey. 25 gold coins just to get a gem, and then 1 gold coin a month just for them to keep it. If you really worry, you need 10 gold. In that way, they check your gemstone every couple of weeks. 1 gold only ensures they store it safely. Your death still must be reported for them to resurrect. 10 gold is needed if you are going to be far enough away where your death might not be reported, or if you find your own friends and family untrustworthy. That would have saved us a great deal of heartache and frustration. I wish I had known about this thing ahead of time. But it really was costly. Just paying for the 7 of us would take 2 months' salary, and I was a part of the High Lords. Chapter 357. Actually, since we're talking about that, you were the last person I saw with Faina. Do you know where she is thinking about my money deficit? Finding Faina was extremely important. I had given her over to the Esmir to watch over. That was nearly 6 weeks ago, so who knew where they were now? Ahi smirked. How about you try knocking on your door? Ahi winked at me and gestured to the door to my house. Since it was that way, I headed to the door, but I hadn't even lifted my fist when it opened. There was a beautiful woman in an eloquent maid outfit who gave a perfect courtesy solo her head almost hit the ground. Naturally, a very large bosom was exposed. Master, you have returned. Lydia had to push up my chin to close my mouth. She also gave me a disapproving glare. I wasn't looking at them that much. It was only when the woman raised back up I finally realized it was Faina. Although her outfit was that of a maid, her beauty and refinement made me seriously think she was a lady for a moment. Faina. What are you doing here? I ended up asking, even though the question seemed a little rude. I am working for Master. Naturally, Faina responded. That is, I mean, you are free, right? I actually thought you'd have a job at the palace. I was going to go back tomorrow and ask once we got settled in. Actually, once Master's house was officially decided, the prince allowed me to stay here. Is that so? So he's renting you out as my temporary maid? Not exactly. Actually, I was hoping Master could keep me on. About that. I scratched my head. I guess it's fine if I pay you. She shook her head. You misunderstand. I'd like to be your slave again. Really? Why is that? I asked. I know you value your freedom. You don't have to worry. Since I am staying in this mansion, and I know you travel a lot, it's possible I could be snatched. I'd feel far safer as your slave. I suppose that's true. This mansion isn't nearly as secure as the palace. Are you sure you wouldn't want to work there? Is boss looking down on us, sister? Celicia Wind? Um, I think he is. Carmen nodded. I don't want to work for the palace, she responded. I want you as my master. Is that so? She lowered her head and murmured. And if I am not a slave like the other girls, how else will I be able to compete? What was the last part? Nothing, master. Come in. We walked in and even the girls made noises of surprise. The place was very beautiful. There were paintings, statues, couches, and the works. I did the decorating myself. She said happily. Well, it was a complete wreck when I got here. But I worked hard and with a little assistance from the maid next door, and some replaced floors. The place is fit for my master. This is really nice, I said. I used to live like a slob, so I had no eye for anything eloquent. If it was up to me, the place would be garbage. Seeing how happy the girls were as they ran around the main room, I was content as well. This was just the foyer. If the entire mansion looked like this, it would be great. For the first time, I actually felt like I was somebody of value. Best of all, I had a place to portal around now. Master should consider trying to get that Dav girl if possible. She is hard-working. I'll need at least 3 maids to properly maintain this home. Since I am the head maid, I'd eventually like to train my replacement and one subordinate. That way, I can focus on the management, as well as your property in Chom. Ah, that's true. Speaking of which, I assume you sold the goods purchased from Dyridge? As to that, she lowered her head, a guilty expression on her face. What happened? Aham. Naturally, as the manager, I knew Master would want a properly furnished home. After the previous damage, not to mention furnishing every room. It's gone. Gone. I hadn't expected Master to be out for 6 weeks, so, one way or another, it was spent. Turns out, I really was poor. Living like a noble is expensive, it seems. Chapter 358. It's fine. We'll think of something. I said. By something, I, of course, meant returning to the dungeon in Dyridge. After the battle with that crazy demon lord, I realized that my girls needed to be much stronger if we wanted to live a peaceful life. Plus, I'd grown accustomed to the flow of money that dungeons got me. To think that I had built up thousands of gold. And now it was all gone. Elves are pricey. Well, I tried not to make her feel any guiltier than she already did. Faina showed me my master bedroom, and then took the other girls to their bedrooms. This mansion was small. That was to say there were only about 20 bedrooms in all. That was plenty of room for everyone to have a bedroom. Technically, there was a slave quarter too, which was a shed out back that could fit in, but I told the girls that wasn't necessary. The girls all went to their bedrooms. However, I suspected once the novelty of it wore off, they'd all end up back in my room. That seemed to be how things were. Well, at least for Lydia, Mickey, Celeste, and Tara. I hoped the other 2 girls wouldn't get too attached. There was a reason I was trying to be distant with them. My 4 girls and I had traveled together, slept together, and fought life and death battles together. Celicia and Carmen were just here because I felt bad for them. I definitely have to lay down a couple of rules for them tomorrow. But for the night, I'd let them also get acquainted with the mansion. I just hoped Celicia didn't steal anything. I had already given her such an order, but maybe I needed to make it a slave order to stick with her. Somehow, the thought of her writhing in pain didn't disturb me like the other girls. As I entered the room, I could only be surprised once again. It was plenty large enough for all the girls. In fact, my previous living space on Earth wasn't much bigger than this room. To think this was a small mansion. My mansion in Cham was supposed to be about 4 times the size of this one, at least according to the blueprints I was shown. There was a big bed in the room. Compared to the hotel room, there would be space for all of us. In fact, I could probably add a few more girls. No, what kind of thought was that? I wasn't a pervert who wanted a collection of beautiful women. Those 4 were naturally enough, and perhaps Faina too. I absolutely under no circumstances would allow Celicia and Carmen in our bed. Unless they asked nicely. Well, if they asked nicely, I wouldn't be able to refuse them. That's a given. As I was thinking such thoughts, an arm wrapped around me and there was a glint of cold steel that suddenly touched my neck. Seriously, a robber or worse. An assassin had Lord Tybalt been bolder than I gave him credit, for I prepared my healing spells immediately in case they cut. Like that, I had a chance to live. However, I suddenly felt their face pressed against the back of my neck. I heard sniffing noises. Considering I couldn't see who it was, this definitely creeped me out. I smell the scent of a woman on you, a feminine voice suddenly declared. My love has been unfaithful. The voice sounded cold and angry, although I instantly recognized it. It was the voice of Shao, the demon lord. How did she get into my bedroom? Chapter 359. Shao. What are you doing here? I thought you were in jail, I asked nervously, feeling the steel against my neck. Foo-foo. As soon as I heard my love's sweet voice, how could I remain cooped up any longer naturally? I left that dark place to bask in my love's light. Heard my voice. When had that happened? Wait. Didn't they say that Shao had been locked away in a cell under the castle? Wasn't the morgue also under the castle? Shao must have been near enough to hear us as I resurrected Celicia and Carmen. With that on her mind, she managed to escape somehow and followed me home. Then she slipped into my master bedroom. What was with my bad luck all of a sudden? So, how's it been hanging lately? I tried to keep her talking, meanwhile trying to figure out a way to flee. I could use return, but then I'd be leaving her alone with my girls. Even if I immediately portaled back, there was no guarantee someone wouldn't be hurt. Don't dare to try to sidestep the question. She finally pulled the knife away and then pushed me, allowing me to turn around. Admit it, you've been sleeping with another woman. I immediately looked away. It looked like when they arrested Shao. They hadn't given her any new clothing. She was still wearing the tattered remains of her robe, which left most of her body exposed. On top of that, it seemed like she hadn't bathed in nearly a month and a half. She looked quite dirty, and her smell, while not unpleasant since she was still a girl, was quite pungent. I admitted. Jah. Suddenly, blood spurted from her mouth. What the? Are you okay? I almost reached out. But she kept me at bay with her knife. Foo-foo. She wiped her mouth with her free hand, shooting me an ugly glare. You admitted it. She sniffed in the air. I smell pussy, fox, fairy, and golem all over you. Tell me, my love, which woman have you been sleeping with behind my back? All of them, jah, gah, to spurts of blood. Do you have stomach cancer? Should we take you the doctor? At the least, these rugs were really expensive. So can you avoid bleeding on them? I couldn't say why I was so calm. Perhaps it was because I knew the girl that Shao used to be before this world had warped her. Perhaps it was because I knew her story better than anyone. Or perhaps it was one of those moments after your life flashed before your eyes, where you could face death head on. She wiped her mouth. You admit your affairs so blatantly, you asked. She suddenly put her fingers together with the blade between them, and then whispered seemingly to herself. If I just killed one, it'd be fine. But if I killed them all, he'd probably be mad. No, I'd be mad if you killed any of them. Naturally, I love them. They are my women. What about us? She cried out. There is no us, ja, ga, ga. And there my carpet went. Why, you could just lie a little. Huh? I thought you valued honesty above anything else. Part of the reason I didn't think of lying to her was that I had a feeling if I tried to lie, she'd fly into a rage. Well, the truth would hurt too, but I think it was safer nipping this all in the butt. She had some strange delusions about us. And it was better if they didn't get any worse. I see. Since you have been honest, it's clear that you truly love me, even if you are a cheater. This was going to take a while. Chapter 360, My Love. Okay. How do I put this? I love Lydia, Miki, Celeste, and Tara. They are my women. I plan to continue to sleep with them when they want to. Her head lowered, her eyes shaking wildly for a second before she started laughing creepily. Hee. That's fine. They're just slaves, right? So, in that case, they're not even people. It'd be like if my man masturbated to porn. You have to just accept that part of him. Since they're all just cum dumpsters, then naturally you can use them as much as you want, and it won't affect our pure relationship at all. Oi? I could practically hear her mind creating excuses to escape reality, and I wanted to put a stop to it. I mean, you are a lord now. Lords have many concubines. Sleeping with a servant or a slave girl is practically normal for this world. So, I should feel perfectly fine that my love is with other women. Yes. That works. As long as I am his number one woman. Then it's all that matters. Hey, stop that, I said defensively. Rather, aren't you also my slave? Jeh. No blood came out this time at least. Thursday, that's right. In the end, I am just a slave that master will use. I let out a calm breath. See, therefore, I must give my body to you? With enough time? Surely my love will finally give his heart to me, she spoke, seemingly to herself. No. I must put myself above all the other slaves. Here is only one way this can be achieved. It's a bit more work than I originally thought, but it's fine. If happiness was easy to achieve, then my life wouldn't have been so awful. All right, I've decided. I winced hearing those words. I felt a little sad for her. But this was still getting out of control. Decided what? I asked nervously, even though I felt like I might regret it. Naturally, you must put a baby in my belly. What? I took a step back. Once I bear your children, then I'll have a special place in your heart. It's the only way for us to be together, she declared, taking a step toward me. Wait a moment. Can't we talk about this? Oh, of course not. My virginity. It's got to be like ripping off a Band-Aid. If I talk or think about it too much, I might go crazy. So, please, don't hold back. You are already there. I took a few more steps back. Stop coming closer? She held up her knife, her eyes flashing angrily. Why won't you make me pregnant? Do you not want my body? Don't you want me? Aren't I beautiful? Say I am beautiful. Say it. Oh, God, please don't kill me. You bastard! Since you won't admit it, I definitely have to make you admit it, she said, her body shaking. We can't do this. Why, it's nothing personal, just my personal philosophy. Never stick it in crazy. She seemed to ignore me, continuing her approach with her knife out. Don't be afraid, it's just rape. Since you are a guy, it doesn't even count? We can't do this. Why not? She demanded angrily. It's because. Because. I looked around desperately. And then an idea slammed into my head. It's because you stink. She froze. Her crazy eyes suddenly turned into those like a deer in headlights, widening open. She glanced down as if for the first time realizing that she was in rags with a very scary appearance. She gave a single sniff. And then her entire face turned bright red. Ah, oh, I am sorry. She turned and ran to the bathroom, stopping at the door. Just wait here. I'll go take a bath. When I finish cleaning up, I'll be back to rape you and have a baby, okay? Of course. I nodded, giving her a thumbs up. As soon as the door closed, I fled the room. Chapter 361. Racing out of the master bedroom, I quickly ran down to the girls' rooms, calling for all the girls to gather. What is it? Master Miki asked as everyone gathered. I haven't seen Chom in a while. Let's see Chom, I declared. Now, but we just got here. Definitely now. Master, I am still taking care of things here. Plus, if we leave, who will keep the place clean? We need more staff, Faina explained. Nope, you are coming too. Guards as well. Come on, everyone, through the portal. I lifted up my hand to create a portal. I could tell the girls about the problem later. Right then, the important thing was we got as much distance as possible. Once we were all safe, I'd send a message to Aboris, and they could subdue her. Maybe. Well, last time. It took almost everyone to subdue her. That's why I didn't want these girls to have to deal with Xiao again. Likely, the woman has become a terror that grips their very hearts. Oh, hi, Xiao! Celeste waved happily. I froze. I could feel someone standing behind me. I slowly gulped. I finished. My love, she said, her voice low and deliberate. So fast. I barely managed to get out, still facing away from her. I remembered I could just use cleanup magic. It's more thorough and much quicker. I guarantee my body is completely ready now. Is that so? I responded, my mouth going dry. I tried to use my eyes to signal Carmen and Celicia. Celicia sneered at me and then looked away. Carmen didn't even spare me a look. Well, at least I had my girls whom I love to protect me. Wait! Why are they all disinterested? Miki was reading a book, and Lydia was looking out the window at a squirrel. Come, my love. I felt the bony hand of death grab my arm. Girls? Why aren't you doing anything? I cried out. Aren't you surprised Xiao is here? Lydia glanced over. AI smelled her when we came in. Her spiritual energy is distinct. I could tell she was following us from the palace. Miki nodded. Every girl gets one. That's the rule. Tara nods. Wait one. No. But she's trying to have sex with me. Master. I know you love all of us equally. But it still hurts a little when you brag about adding more women. Lydia responded, tearfully. Isn't it about that time that this kind of thing happened? I thought Master would have her in her cell, but he waited to get home. Tara added, giving me a thumbs up. Good impulse control. Have fun? Shao! Celeste waved good, by as the arms started to pull me back up the stairs. We're going to make a baby, Shao said happily. Good luck. Tara gave a thumbs up, and then made a face. I want to have his baby too. What? Why? What is happening? Why is no one protecting me? I cried, feeling like I was going crazy. Shao's strength was immense, though, and I was pulled up the stairs without any hope of resisting. Damn it! Next time I played a game, I was going to be a super-strength juggernaut. Save me! Someone, save me! I cried as I was dragged to the master bedroom door. Master. If you really wanted our help? Couldn't you order us? Carmen offered. That's right. I hadn't ordered them to do anything. My heart was also beating really hard. And I realized that I had a bit of a tent down below. The girls must have noticed. In the end, you can change your job away from pervert, but the pervert was always there. Somewhere deep down, I realized I was turned on. The master bedroom door closed, sealing all escape. Chapter 362. Once the door shut on me. Sealing off my only means of escape. My only choice was to turn back and face the scary woman who seemed just a bit unhinged. Since things had gotten this far, there was really nothing else I could do. I had to equip Pervert. If I wasn't able to get excited, she'd likely be furious and attack me. I wanted to live. So my only choice was to go all in and hope everything worked out. I couldn't understand what my slaves were thinking about being so relaxed by this, but it was seriously scary. Right, as I equipped Pervert along with Slave Master and White Mage, just hoping I could survive this encounter. White Mage could keep me alive and Slave Master was if I needed to rein her in. My eyes finally landed on Shao, and my mouth fell open. She was no longer wearing the tattered remains of a cloak. Rather, she was wearing a somewhat embarrassing-looking nightie which covered her up, but also revealed a great deal. It included a garter belt and long stockings. She had long pale legs and an incredible body. I hadn't looked behind me when she grabbed me and pulled me back. But the slaves would have seen this and naturally would have known what was about to happen. However, her face was what really caused my heart to tremble. She was beautiful. She had jet black hair and a dark complexion. But she would easily be described as a Japanese beauty. To someone who wasn't Japanese, that also made her appear extremely exotic. I couldn't look away from her. She blushed and lowered her head, acting completely shy. Even her body movements matched. completely destroying my previous impression of the unhinged, crazy woman who broke into my room. Dee, don't stare at me like that, she said quietly. Her hands folded in front of her and her eyes down. It makes me embarrassed. Was it possible that the demon lord who plagued my life was actually extremely weak when it came to sex? Well, she came from Japan, where modesty and politeness were above everything else. So, when it came to this situation, suddenly she turned back into a modest Japanese beauty. Oh crap, I had already equipped pervert. The hormones of a young man met the insatiable desires of a pervert. I grabbed her and I pushed her down onto the bed. Ah. She made a cute noise, and even shook, looking like I had frightened her. So cute. Was I drooling? It doesn't matter. Every time I touched her, she made cute noises. My penis was fully erect, and my eyes were probably scarier than her own when she was unhinged earlier. "You are beautiful," I said. She shivered, her face flushing with red. "Why, you think I am going to have you now?" "Pete, please be gentle," she said. She says that, but all this lingerie is stuff I am not used to. The pervert in me ripped it off. With each tear, she cried out, closing her eyes tightly. That shouldn't make me more turned on. But it absolutely did. Somehow, she was completely unlike the other women I had been with. Miki was shy but willing to learn. She was naturally curious and just a bit mischievous. She would blush, but she'd also play. Celeste was needy. And just a bit demanding. However, she was also incredibly easy, going and went with the flow. Tara was very affectionate. She liked to be close. Years of loneliness had left her very prone to kissing and skin contact. Then there was Lydia. I had been prepared for another Lydia. The tigress was sexually aggressive. After having sex the first time, she had become increasingly demanding. She was extremely active sexually, and she wasn't afraid to bite or scratch. If I didn't have healing to undo the scratches she left on my back, I wasn't sure if I'd ever be able to sleep comfortably. I had expected Xiao to play with her knife. I was prepared to spam the heel as I tried to survive. Somehow, Xiao was the exact opposite of that. She wasn't quite shy like Mickey. Rather, she was pure and timid. She wanted me to take control of her. I probably wouldn't have been able to do it unless I had pervert equipped. She was actually too much like me. I kissed her lips, and she let out a cry which ended up mostly in my mouth. My tongue explored hers excitedly, savoring her sweet, delicate taste. I finished off ripping off the rest of her clothing, but I managed to restrain myself a bit. She was shivering, and I didn't want to push her to fast and risk making her unhappy. Just because I had the capacity of a shameless pervert who didn't hesitate to molest beautiful women and lacked restraint didn't mean I still couldn't think things through. Xiao was stronger than me and could easily defeat me if we went head on. However, right now, she seemed like the weakest person, barely letting up a beep or resisting an inch. I had a feeling that even if I was doing something she didn't like, she wouldn't resist. From my memories, I remember that she had been pushed down by many men as her time as a gladiator. Yet her virginity was still her own. Every man who had tried was dead. That was why she was so weak. She had given herself to me. And with that, she could only give me her absolute trust. If she resisted even a little, she might react violently and hurt me. Since she didn't want that, she had to turn down all of her defenses. It was everything or nothing. As that realization crept into my heart, my body calmed considerably. She had trusted me with her body. How could I take advantage? I definitely had to treat her properly. I pulled away and then removed my shirt, and then pushed my bare skin against her own. Her chest was small, only B-cup. They were just enough to fit in the palms of my hands. I didn't mind that much at all. I squeezed them gently and kissed her. Ah! Mm. Deke. She moaned in between kisses. I love you. I stopped for a second, remembering back to everything I had seen when we were exchanging life force. Xiao knew my life better than any of the other girls. She actually came from Earth, so she understood the implications of being from another world. More than that, I knew her as well, having seen her life flash before my eyes. In many ways, I was more intimate with this woman than anyone else I had ever met. When I didn't answer back right away, Xiao's expression turned slightly worried. I pushed back the hair behind her ear as I looked into her eyes. Xiao! I will take care of you, and I won't leave you. Be by my side, and I'll keep you. Xiao broke into tears, then reached up and started kissing me. It was the first action she had taken herself. She kissed me over and over again. Even though her face was covered in wet, salty tears, she just kept kissing. I could have said I loved her, but I wasn't sure if I was ready to say that yet. However, Xiao wasn't like the other girls who wanted love after a life of rejection. Xiao's desires were far more basic. She wanted acceptance. Xiao wanted someone to be with. That was why her first reaction was to push me into a relationship, because her greatest fear was being rejected. In that respect, the words I said hit her heart far more than any declaration of love. As sweet as the scene was, I was still a man with the job of pervert. I grabbed her arms and then pushed them up over her head. Her kisses stopped as she let out a gasp. Her eyes widened cutely like a puppy dog who wasn't sure if its master was happy or angry yet. I took from Lydia's playbook and I bit her neck. She let out a cry, her both shuddering under me. It was okay, though. I wasn't going to be too rough. I grabbed my penis and lined it up against Xiao's parts. She took a sudden intake of breath as she felt it pushing against her. At this point, it would probably be called the point of no return. After I took her virginity, I would absolutely have to take responsibility for the remainder of my life. The old me would have frozen, or perhaps even fled in embarrassment. However, I had been with 4 women now, and the Deke who would grow fearful was no longer the Deke here. Sure, the job pervert helped, But it was still me who understood the responsibility. In my old world, I could barely take care of my own life. Now, I was responsible for the lives of over a half dozen women. I immediately pushed inside, and Xiao cried out, clenching her teeth. It's inside. That's just the head, though. I see. She blushed, her feminine beauty peeking even in this erotic position under me. I'll put it in the rest of the way. Slow, she said. M. I slowly pushed inside while she clenched her eyes shut and let out pained noises. As a size-changing fairy, Celeste's first time didn't cause much trouble. My first time with Tara was in the water. So we avoided a lot of discomforts there. Meanwhile, Miki was so used to pain and death that for her it was only slightly bothersome. As far as Lydia, although technically a virgin, she'd already made sure her body was prepared to receive. Thus, it turned out that Xiao was exceptionally difficult. It took nearly 10 minutes before I was inside her. By the time we were done, she was panting, and I was as well. However, somehow, the effort of it made it feel amazing. Finally feeling myself inside Xiao. It made me even more aware of the warm feeling of her body. She looked up at me and gave an exhausted smile. Then kissed me once again. I didn't think much of it. But the fact she was willing to kiss me spoke to just how much happiness she was experiencing. She was a girl who struggled to properly show affection. Up to this point, she had mostly just lay there and allowed me to do everything. All right, I am going to start going in and out now, I said. Her eyes widened. We're not done. Didn't we just start? She tried to hide her face in shame, but naturally. With my hands holding up her arms, she couldn't. So cute. I began to rock my hips, and Xiao gritted her teeth while making pained moans. However, those moans slowly became less and less pain, and her face relaxed. Her panting started to take on a more lewd tone, and with that, I started speeding up a bit. I watched the wrinkles on her forehead to pace myself. Every time I increased the speed, there would be a bit more pain. But slowly her teeth would loosen, and she'd pant even louder than before. She was growing wet now, and I wasn't having any trouble sliding in and out of her, even though she kept her eyes closed and didn't move her body much. It still felt very erotic. It wasn't just because I had a big crush on Asian women and this was a fantasy of mine. Actually, she should be wearing a kimono, and the belt should still be on, but her breasts should be out the top. Oh. And she should have chopsticks in her hair. And maybe she had gaita on her feet, which would naturally be on my shoulders. On, she cried out. Don't break me. Oops. I got excited thinking about that fetish and ended up letting the perverted side run a little crazy. I slowed down my thrust and gave her more time to recover. The point being, she was holding back and offering herself to me. That's why it felt so good. Her effort was as in putting in no effort. It was something like that. While enjoying her amazing body, I couldn't hold back anymore. I am going to come. All inside. Make me pregnant. I hadn't gotten any of the girls pregnant so far. That was part of the reason I didn't have sex with them more. I wasn't quite ready to be a daddy. I didn't know enough about menstrual cycles to know when a safe time was. Well, none of these girls were humans, and I heard it was difficult for humans to get non-humans pregnant. Even Xiao here was a demon, and not a human, so the likelihood of conceiving was low. The last time I had sex with the girls was after resurrecting them. But since we reached the capital, I hadn't done anything before then. The other part of the reason was naturally my conflicted views over their true feelings for me. But with these 5 women, I had no doubt they loved me. Yet, today, this was my 5th go. That was the other reason I felt I needed Pervert to keep things up with Xiao, even after a few hours of breaking. I wasn't a porn star after all. I finally reached my limit, kissing Xiao affectionately as I filled her womb up. Well, as long as it made her happy, I was happy too. We continued to kiss as I finished inside her. "Did you come to?" I asked. She wasn't as open about it like the other girls, so I wasn't sure when it came to her. That's why I asked. "Even if you ask." She blushed red. So cute. In fact, it was starting to grow again. Just as I was ready to start another round, the door burst open. I smelled Master come. He definitely finished, Lydia declared. Finished. Miki nodded with a smirk. That was 1. Now Xiao must share. A Xiao let out a cry. What number? He's mine. The girls started ripping off their clothes and jumping into the bed, even as Xiao tried to push them away. Xiao's weakness sexually apparently also included women. Lydia dominated her completely. Well, for me, I had noticed some text in my vision. Pervert has increased to level 3. Reduced fertility has been unlocked. You'd think it'd be opposite, but I guess a perverted job requires that kind of freedom. I admired the job system for a moment. "What is it, Master?" Lydia asked, even while she was mounted on top of Xiao, familiarizing herself with her body. "Ah, nothing." It looked like we could start having more sex now. Perhaps if I leveled Pervert in the dungeons, I could even make myself pregnant. Proof. Of course, I wouldn't tell the girls that. They would take it as a personal challenge. I was a pervert, not a suicidal sex fiend. Let's just introduce a little more sex into our relationship at a time. Chapter 363. The next morning, after I somehow made it through the night. I got up out of my bed to find Faina at the door. She was blushing and looking away. And it was only then I realized I was standing completely naked while scratching myself. I coughed and grabbed a sheet that wasn't currently occupied by the body of a naked woman and hid my shame. "Ah, I am sorry you had to see that." I made an awkward apology. "It's fine, Master." I look forward to the day I can do such a thing with Master. "Huh? You want to join?" She blushed and then shook her head.
I wouldn't dare. After all, I am your maid. This kind of relationship is.
Well, it wasn't like I wasn't aware of that. That's right. I suddenly recalled. You can only mate with one man for the rest of your life. I was careless. I had gotten so used to all the girls being head over, heels in love with me, that I had jumped to conclusions with Faina. She had already left me once, and she was only here because she felt safe with me. I had grown a big head since coming to this world. Some women may want to be my slave without desiring me sexually. Yup. I definitely couldn't be greedy with 5 women in the bed behind me. Faina's entire race was dependent on her finding a proper mate. It's a bit too late for that. Faina murmured, a smile on her face. What? Ah! Nothing, master. Rather, you smell and you must have a bath. Oh. I do it was a stupid question. After the things I did last night, of course, I smelled. Many sweaty, dirty things were done. And these were multiplied by 5, so I had to take care of my hygiene. As for the dirty girls in bed, I didn't mind them smelling for a bit longer. Rather, I wouldn't mind if they remained dirty for a bit longer. Well, at least they could sleep in. Faina nodded exaggeratedly, grabbing me and pulling me into the bathroom. You definitely must be properly cleaned. AI can do it myself, though. This is the duty of a maid. Please endure. I felt like she was looking at me a bit much, so I quickly made my way into the tub. Faina had already filled it with hot water and some kind of fragrant oil. It wasn't like the pool at the hot springs. but it was still large enough to fit 6 people. I guess with magic water stones, filling this kind of thing was simple. I heard rustling behind me and I looked back to see Faina's maid outfit dropping to the ground. She was wearing a garter belt. When did it get out that I had a garter belt fetish, first Xiao, and now Faina? What are you doing? I turned away. I must wash, master, so I don't want my uniform becoming wet. Is that appropriate for a maid? Oh, yes, master. It's my duty. Please endure. I didn't look back, but a moment later she splashed into the water. I turned my back to her, feeling somewhat awkward. You can do my back, I guess, I muttered. 2 soft things suddenly pressed against my back. My eyes widened. They were very big, so there was no mistaking it. Faina. Maid's duty? Please endure. I see. I was cleaned very thoroughly. She was very good with her chest. Her hands were also quite bold. Eventually, they started cleaning a certain spot. Even that. It's the dirtiest part. I must be extra thorough. Ha! Huh? If you keep going. I said, pretty sure she was going above a maid's duty at this point. I'll lose it in the water. And since you are in the water, that might cause problems. I didn't want to end up causing an extinction just because I couldn't hold it. Maids. Ah! It erupted. She blushed, finally letting go while becoming shy. In the end, I didn't endure, but it's probably fine. At least I was clean now. Chapter 364. As I left the bathroom dry and wearing a towel, I encountered my girls who had just gotten up and were going to have a bath. They all seemed cheerful this morning, so I was glad they were getting along. I realized a Japanese girl was on her knees lifting my towel. I heard a sniffing noise. Master has released this morning. I smell an elf. Master is still unfaithful, Xiao said, looking up at me coldly. She was just helping me with a bath, I said helplessly under Xiao's cold stare. Fortunately, Faina wasn't in the bath with me. She had departed first in order to make food while I finished up. She was really thorough with everything, it seemed. Wait. The bathwater hasn't been changed? Lydia declared. That means Master's seed. Couldn't we get pregnant, Miki asked uncertainly. I am first. Xiao had disappeared from under me and was now shoving to get through the door. Shouldn't we change it? Celeste asked. I heard it's good for the skin. Tara shrugged. It makes it extra smooth. Really, Master has been holding back. Master. You definitely must give me bathes in it, Celeste declared. What do you think I am, a fire hose? I cried out. While the girls were fighting to get in the bath first after me, I decided to use the opportunity to escape. If I stayed any longer, the girls would make me join them, and then no one would get clean. Well, I already was satisfied. And too much satisfaction wasn't good for the heart. I definitely need to keep that mischievousness as a nightly thing or my life would turn into a hentai and nothing would get accomplished. As I headed down, I heard a knock on the door. By the time I made it to the foyer, the door had closed and Faina had already gotten it. She walked up to me and kneeled, showing a letter in her hands. I picked it up out of her hands and looked at the seal. It was the seal of the royal family. I was planning on stopping by the castle today anyway, but it was a little surprising that they would send me something. After opening it up and reading it, I realized it was an official summons from the prince. It might be serious. I decided to let the girls get comfortable in the new mansion, so I left. Carmen came along as my official guard. I'd rather she was guarding the mansion, but with Xiao there, it was more like we needed the rest of the city to be guarded against her. I didn't use portal or anything special to get to the palace, so it ended up being a bit of a walk. About an hour later, I introduced myself to the guard and he instantly sent someone to bring me in. A few minutes later, I was in a receiving room. The door opened, and the familiar Prince Aberys walked in, his brows furrowed in worry. "Prince, please, call me brother." "Ah, brother?" Nope, it still felt weird. "I need your help, Deke," he finally sighed. "The Demon Lord has escaped?" "You don't say." I scratched my cheek. This was going to be an awkward conversation. Chapter 365. So, various things happened, and she's living in my home. I gave a brief explanation. Actually, it was probably too brief. Well, there wasn't much to say. I came home last night, and she was already there. She confessed her love for me, and now she won't leave. His mouth was open. "Ah, Prince," he shook his head. "Nothing. I mean, if she's not causing any trouble, then it is fine. My only request is that you take her to the slave guild and have a more powerful slave mark. A more powerful mark, Slave marks have various levels. For very dangerous criminals, such a mark exists. When it comes to someone like a demon lord, this will be sufficient. As far as her face, she remained covered during most of the event. I doubt few people would associate the demon lord with your slave. It will probably be fine." "Okay, in that case, while we're at it, is it possible to receive my money for Faina?" he chuckled. "Having financial troubles, are we? Well, I am a bit short on money, so it would really help." The prince sighed. "Alas, I cannot give it to you." "Could I ask why aren't you planning on re-enslaving Faina? You even know that much?" "Well, I know that Faina has spent the last month at your mansion, and that she'd be safest as your slave, so no one snatched her away." "That's true, but you did remove the mark." "It's not that I don't think you deserve compensation. It's the slave laws." "All right," the prince explained. "Slaves can be freed if someone is willing to spend their value and the slave themselves approve. That is essentially what happened when I freed Faina." "Right. What of it?" I asked, feeling an exception coming along. "I didn't pay you the gold yet, so technically, this transaction hasn't finished." So, then, let's finish it. Naturally. If that was allowed, then couldn't a master enslave a leak on others? People like my sister would see an abused slave and then pay to free them, only for them to slip right back into slavery. That's why a law was created. If a slave agrees to leave their master and the agreement is fulfilled, that slave cannot be re-enslaved to that master. It's not an unreasonable law. It protects a slave from their master's retaliation for being willing to leave them. And as I said, it removes jobs or slaves suddenly changing their minds and wasting a generous person's goodwill. We can still go through with it, and you can have the coin. But I wouldn't be able to keep Faina as a slave. And there would always be a risk that she would be snatched off the street or kidnapped. I finished his thought, so it was something like this after all. I had thought that I might not see that 3,000 gold ever since I woke up. But fortunately, the explanation was one I could tolerate. Although the kingdom's also quite poor, isn't it, Ga? The prince let out a strangled sound and then sighed. Is it that obvious normally? Subjugating a demon lord should involve a cash prize too. But after the destruction of the capital and various other issues, we're definitely struggling this month. I am trying to resolve it. Isn't this kind of a big issue involving the kingdom? Shouldn't you at least speak to the king? That word caused the prince to wince. Naturally, I was curious about that reaction. He let out another sigh. Well, since I've made you my brother, I suppose I might as well tell you the truth. Rather, this was the other reason I was hoping to talk with you. I am in need of your help. What for, you see? My father? The king? He's gone missing. Chapter 366. The king is gone. Huh? You are not surprised. Well, I was curious why you seemed to do everything. I figured a decision like being made a viscount would require the king Prince Aberi's side, shaking his head. No, I do have the authority to make you a viscount, but only just... I would have made you an even higher rank if I could have... Of course, the reason for that is simple. It's a means of gaining your assistance. I take it you want me to find your father... Mum! There are only a few people who know that my father is missing. You are now one of them. Unfortunately, if I get the Adventuring Guild involved, I won't be able to keep the news from spreading. Our situation with the Imperial Cloud Metho is on thin ice right now, and the Ost Republic has been testing us lately. All it would take is for Daishin to start acting up, and we'd be facing pressure from every side. That's why you gave me the wilderness. Well, it's not like there are people living in the wilderness. However, you have a growing reputation as being kind to the Animalkin. You'll likely placate Daishin's worries, but also be able to increase our security there. Until now, we've depended on the monsters of the region to protect the borders. What does that mean? Well, I mean the wilderness. It's the wilderness because a lot of curses congregated there. There hasn't been a census. but there is believed to be as many as 5 dungeons spread throughout the area. These are all abandoned by man, so naturally they have overflowed. Chom was only safe because of Old Chom. Every dungeon pulls mana from the earth and carves our and ever increasing territory when 2 dungeons collide. They block each other. Kar's dungeon kept the other dungeons at bay, and the priest's barriers kept Old Chom from being swallowed by Kar's dungeon. However, now that the dungeon has collapsed, it's only a matter of time before monsters from the other dungeons try to make Old Chom part of their territory. You really didn't do me any favors. I mean, no disrespect. But neither Old Chom nor the wilderness need to be our responsibility. The church already erected a barrier that you happened to bring down. It seemed that I didn't just retake Old Chom, but removed Iberis is Western protection from the curses spreading into Oberis. Sorry. It's fine. Even though giving you permission to claim the wilderness in our name is a risk for Oberis, I decided it was worth it. I just hope you understand. We're a country, not a charity. The prince sighed. I did what I could for you. I won't force you to do anything, but I don't want you to be unaware either. It might take a few decades, but if you do nothing, Old Chom will be destroyed. However, if you help, I understand. With challenge offers opportunity or something like that. I am glad you understand. Then, what does the wilderness have to do with your father? A mine was recently found on the border of the wilderness in the north. Unfortunately, a nearby dungeon's corruption has spread to it, making mining impossible. Thus, for the last few months, there has been an open guild quest to have this dungeon destroyed. Supposedly, a group had broken through to the final level and intended to fight the boss. Don't tell me your father wouldn't be so reckless as to actually partake in it. AI. He used to be an S-ricated adventurer. He's a bull-headed man and likes showing off. I am afraid it's exactly as you say. Despite warnings, he headed into the battle and attacked the dungeon boss. However, after the men went in and the doors shut, the dungeon suddenly turned extremely aggressive. Everyone who has made it to the bottom floors is either dead or incapacitated. With no one to check the dungeon door, we don't know the fate of the men who entered. After this much time, if your father hasn't come out... I started. I know. The prince closed his eyes tightly. It is very probable my father is dead. If this is the case, I am not sure I'll be able to keep the kingdom together. That's why I need you. You have defeated several dungeons before and even enslaved a demon lord. Will you conquer the widow's dungeon and find out the fate of my father? Chapter 367. One reason I needed you to be a noble before I told you about this is because of the local lord near Widow's Dungeon. He locked down the dungeon forcefully, and he's been doing his best to obstruct me. He's a count, unfortunately, which means he outranks you. If I could have made you an earl, I would have. However, as a fellow lord under the direct order of royalty, he won't be able to obstruct you from entering the dungeon with your party. If I had sent you as just an adventurer, he might have. Ah! Another Lord Tybalt. Huh. Lord Tybalt was childish and had a superiority complex. But as far as nobles go, he's about as loyal as they come. This man, his name is Lord Rain, may be a traitor to the throne. I suspect his recent arrogance is a result of the mine. He sees profit in it, and fears the throne is trying to take it away from him. He may even be colluding with an outside source. What kind of mine is it? Orichalcum. I whistled. Seriously, it. To make matters worse, the Imperial Cloud Metho border isn't too far away. If they find out about it, they may attack. That is why this all needs to be handled quickly and quietly. Of course, if you succeed, I will have the king promote you to count. Since the mine falls on the edge of your new territory, you will also take a cut of the profits, and even get access to a small percentage of the orichalcum. That should be more than enough to stabilize the Deaxon territory for several decades. You mentioned some trouble with the Cloud Metho. Yeah, I am just being prepared. That slave master is likely to cause some trouble. He's alive. Well, I didn't resurrect him. The prince responded with a snort. However, a man like him assuredly had life insurance. That was right. If he had life insurance, then he might have been resurrected only a few moments after his death. If he reported his findings to the government, that would cause trouble. I was already worried about it. In truth, I am not against looking for the king, but I am honestly very short on money at the moment. I can generate my own funds, but that might take a few weeks. I see? Well, it can't be helped. The prince pulled out a bag and dropped it on the table with a clang. It's 50 gold coins. That's actually my personal allowance. Any money I took from the treasury in an official capacity would have to be reported. You see, oh, I understand. I won't waste it. I took the bag quickly. He looked a bit like he didn't want to give it up. So I made sure to pocket it out of sight. Well, since it was his own pocket money, it probably hurt a bit more giving it away. Then, I've already set it up with the Adventuring Guild. Today, a blue mage will be able to send you to the city near the Widow's Dungeon, Elareth. Today! I made a surprised noise. I would send you now, but I wanted to give you time to get your affairs in order. Make sure to stop by the Slave Guild as well. And it'd be best if you didn't speak about the mine or the king, even to Lord Rain. I can't tell you what he knows. I understand. I nodded. It looked like I was off to the dungeons again. Chapter 368. You left me. A voice suddenly came from behind me as I left the castle. I felt like my spine had been goosed. I glanced back to see Xiao standing there. A few moments later, there was a clamoring noise, and I saw the other girls through a break in the crowd coming to meet up with me. I guess they had all gotten lonely waiting in the mansion, Where has Master been? Xiao sniffed. Smells like that princess. Perda. I didn't even meet with the princess, though, Deek. I glanced to the side to see the princess there, with a blush on her face while she held her hands. The other girls stopped a way off. Seeing the princess and realizing that she seemed to want to speak to me in private. Well? Every girl except Xiao, who glanced at me with a raised eyebrow. Ah. Well, you can't hold me responsible for that. I responded back to Xiao defensively. If Master keeps cheating... She walked away to join the other girls, leaving me with Eliana. She didn't finish what she was going to say. I wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. I took a few steps away from the other women and joined Eliana. She also had a few guards around her who backed a distance away on her order. Although Eliana had taken a quick glance at Xiao, she didn't have any recognition on her face. The guards didn't even look at her that much. She was the demon lord, though. Actually, that wasn't the case anymore. For reasons I didn't understand, Demon Lord was unavailable. Name Xiao Class Shadow Magic Job Gladiate Earl VVL 45 Slave Unlocked Jobs Brawl Earl VVL 25 Shadow Knight LVVL 1 Thief LVL 10 Available Jobs Demon Lord LVL 100 Race Demon Well. Her Demon Lord job unequipped itself and is now marked as unavailable, which is different from unlocked. Actually, Shadow Knight sounded like a good job to have that matched her class well. I might work on leveling it up for her. Well, priests probably wouldn't like it, but I had Dark Priest, so it looked like we all had secrets we needed to keep from the church. Lord Deekson, I heard my brother wishes to send you into the widow's dungeon, Eliana responded uncertainly in a whisper, taking care not to be overheard. That's true. You heard already? She nodded. I was keeping watch. So as soon as you arrived, I made sure to find out what was happening. What? She looked away. It's not like I am stalking you or something, W. We're not even married yet. Are you implying you'd stalk me if we were married? Please find father. She ignored what I said and continued on. Only he can offer my hand. Ah. You are worried about your father, I sighed. Wait. What was that last part? And nothing. She immediately waved her hands. I said if you are going to find my father, you are going to need a hand. Is that what you said? Oh, of course. She shot me a look through her long eyebrows. Rather? I hired someone to meet you at the Adventurers Guild. They are a skilled dungeon diver. Have you heard of those, like that girl in Ridge? Ha! Ah, you know. Please use them to remain safe, she explained. You absolutely must return. If I lost the person most important to me, my life would end. Ah. So your father means that much to you? Father A. If you can save that old pervert, that would probably be for the best. I mean, yes, absolutely. Father is important. I scratched my head. Eliana was constantly changing what she meant, and she kept blushing and mumbling to herself. I decided that talking to Eliana was exhausting. Therefore, I promised her I'd return, causing her to blush even more. Looking a bit flustered, she retreated back into the palace with her soldiers beside her. When I returned to my group, I found myself receiving icy looks from Xiao and encouraging looks from the other girls. Let's get out of here before more trouble arrive. The sound of thudding armor filled the courtyard in front of the palace. Before we could move, a group of 20 men in shiny armor surrounded us. A man in robes stepped forward. "Deek Deekson," he asked in a haughty tone. "Ah. Yes, we're the church. You will come with us." Chapter 369. Ah? I see. I gather all the girls around me. No Hablo Spencel is. What? Return. I suddenly appeared in front of a large mansion. Actually, it was still being constructed. There were large scaffoldings in front of it as construction was still ongoing. It was actually the first time I had returned to Chom in a while. A few people who were working on the mansion came to notice me and the group behind me. Someone ran off, likely to go tell the relevant people. "Ah, we're back in Chom," Lydia said. "This is Master's home," Tara asked, looking around with interest. Foo-foo. As expected of my master, the way you coldly spurned the church. It brings me great happiness." Xiao chuckled. "Your skills are suiting for the man who defeated me." "I didn't really defeat you, though. You defeated my heart." "Can you really just do that, though?" Carmen asked nervously. "If the church wanted to speak to you, doing this may anger them?" "It's probably fine." I shrugged. "It'd be inconvenient to meet with them now anyway." "We need to prepare for the dungeon, not talk to some priest. Besides, Xiao is a demon lord and Carmen was kicked out of the church. Do I really want to be answering a string of uncomfortable questions? What about Faina and Celicia? They should be fine for a few hours. All they can say is that I am not home." Faina worked for a noble. I am sure she'll figure something out. Either way, I will return there later today, and you can join your sister while the rest of us set off straight to Alareth. "I won't be joining you on the dungeon subjugation," Carmen asked in surprise. "Well, it's best if you to guard the mansion." "Ah, you can deal with the church if they come, since you are used to it." Her face stiffened for a moment, but then she nodded. It was probably fine to leave it to the two sisters. At worst, Faina would keep them in line. "Deek, you've returned?" "Oh, thank the gods. The girls are all right." A balding man came running up to us. The mayor had certainly lost weight these last few months. I guess reconstructing Old Chom took a lot of work. Yeah. We all managed to make it through somehow. I pulled out a packet and handed it to him. I managed to get everything settled, it seems. The mayor took the form and read through it. And then his eyes widened and he suddenly bowed. My apologies, my lord." "Ha ha!" please. Just Deke is fine. I haven't changed much. How is that possible? The mayor twitched. We may not have gotten much information, but we've been hearing about your exploits. You wiped out an evil dungeon watched by a malicious guardian? Ah. About that. Tara frowned, looking away. You defeated a crazed lunatic who was possessed by a monstrous mechanical dragon? Carmen looked awkward. And that's not even to mention how you defeated a demon lord, a monster so foul and... Okay. Let's not get into it. I shouted louder than I intended, and then gave an awkward cough. The mayor didn't get what he said wrong. But he was good at reading the mood. He could see a melancholy feeling forming across the women in my group, especially the ones he didn't recognize. He quickly invited us to sit down in a nearby tavern. I accepted graciously. Chapter 370. So, as you can see, we really just stopped by for supplies and to check on progress, I explained as we ate some tavern food. The mayor had wanted to throw a giant party to celebrate me becoming a lord. I had to explain to him that we weren't going to be in town very long. He had me write down the stuff we needed. And then he sent someone out to go get the supplies for us. It was nice to be a lord. When I mentioned money, the mayor said that the city's money was my money and that at the moment our coffers were actually pretty good. Most of the rebuilding was done by volunteers. Since so much of the city was unsettled, if someone worked hard enough, they could be given a property practically free of charge. That meant most people would bring in coin to spend as they planned to live here permanently. It was currently that kind of monetary system. It also turned out that a lot of people that fled when Cilicia invaded the village ended up coming down to Cham. It was a safer journey than trying to make it north through the bandit-infested forest. Well, it turned out that the problem was one the prince was going to handle personally, but with the king missing, he's been stuck in the city. Subsequently, he had no one that he could trust to send in his place. So that was why they've become an increasing problem. It was pure chance that Cilicia was caught by the church. And that didn't seem to make things any better. After speaking a bit, Celeste asked to leave to go play with her mother. Lydia and Mickey also left with the rest of the girls to go back to our Cham property, where they had a few outfits still left that hadn't been in their storage rings. My request list had also included armor and clothing for all of the girls. That included Xiao. I actually didn't want to bring her, but I was more scared of leaving her to her own devices, so that was why she was with us. I let the other girls know they needed to watch over her, and they all agreed to treat her as a sister. Well, they didn't need to go that far, but if it made things easier, that was fine. After that, we got down to business and went through the paperwork I had handed him. When he saw how much territory we were handed, he looked a bit dizzy. Since Cham was the first city in the wilderness, if the area did become developed, wouldn't this make Cham the hub of Western Auberies? His thoughts were something like that. My salary of 100 gold should arrive in a few weeks as well. If I am not here, well, invest it into Chom's defense. That should be fine. To be honest, the bandit situation sounded pretty bad. I wished I had brought Celicia with me so I could have spoken to her about it. She should have been able to provide me some insight. Did you decide who your knights will be in general, once a lord leaves? It's the responsibility of a knight to handle the affairs of his territory. Is that so? I thought knights were like bodyguards or something, I said. The mayor shook his head wryly. Not at all. They're your right-hand men. They have a noble status. They train and lead troops, act as treasurers, handle spy networks, and many more administrative tasks. It looked like in Aboris, knights were like department heads or supervisors. As my territory grew, I'd need more knights to take on more and more of the activities as I become unable to handle them myself. I now felt glad I didn't act on impulse and just make people in my party knights. Still, I wondered what kind of skills the job had to be so multifaceted. The boy who the mayor had sent for supplies came back. He had a helpless look on his face. Behind him, 3 familiar faces stormed in. It was the blacksmith, the seamstress, and the enchanter. They all looked somewhat lost. What now? Chapter 371. It turned out that they simply wanted clarification on the orders. Yeah? It'd be nice if you could make the most protective parts out of mithril. Well, I might be able to get some more orichalcum for you. I actually don't know what is stronger. What do you think? I looked over to see the 3 shaking. Even the mayor was giving me a dubious look. Thursday, this might be stuff that can be done in the capital. No. I'd say even that was impossible. The blacksmith cried out. These enchantments you want. They are completely outside my capabilities. Even with the enchanter's help, your clothing desires are too complex. The seamstress declared, Ah! Really? I thought the problem was money or supplies, though. I can probably get you the mithril. It's not! All 3 yelled at the same time. The blacksmith took a breath. I am sorry, my lord, but other than accidentally in dungeons, most of the things you want can only be forged by magic blacksmiths. These are genius masters. As far as how many exist in Auberies, I've only heard the name of 2. Even the royal family has to beg them to make something. As for enchanting stuff, I can only manage basic enchantments. Charms, really. You'd need a top-tier enchanter for the stuff you want to make. Even with a top-tier enchanter, unless they are also a seamstress, the clothing you imagine is impossible. I can't simply make it and then have it be enchanted. The person who makes it must also be a skilled seamstress in their own right to be able to properly embed the enchantment into the fibers. I thought after you made that shadow cloak. Hey. Well, that's a bit different since the material itself already contained the essence of the enchantment. Still, that was my pride and joy. It was an article of clothing I only expect to be able to make once in my entire life. Ah, really? I scratched my head awkwardly. So, please continue to look after it. Okay, that shadow cloak was one I gave to Lydia. It was obliterated by Xiao during their fight. Should I tell her that? No, I probably shouldn't tell her that. I won't let Lydia use it anymore, I assured her, wiping the sweat from my brow. Well, since you understand, I can only provide simple clothing. I have Lydia, Miki, and Celeste's measurements. In fact, I have more things made for them. I will need to get the other girls if you wish for them to also have proper garbs. Thankfully, she moved on. Same. I can make armor, but anything beyond steel is impossible for me. If you do find an expert, well, I am too old to learn from them. But perhaps you can put in a good word for my apprentice. They may still be able to become one in the future. As for me, Chom has had me making arms for the militia. I've already had my plate full with swords, arrowheads, and armor to last a lifetime, so don't feel like they'd be redundant. If I just worked on horseshoes the rest of my life, it'd be an honor to work in the same town as a master. Why are they talking like I've already found a magic blacksmith and an enchanter? Well, I'll keep those things in mind. We spoke a little more, and then they all rushed back to their shops to get as much of what I requested as possible. As for me, I needed a magic blacksmith, an enchanter, and 2 knights to help take care of Chom. Should I give Figaro another call? Well, maybe later. We really didn't have a lot of time. The sun was only halfway to the horizon when we collected everything we could. Everyone had backpacks again. Although I still had my storage ring, for a group of 6, it lacked a little. We didn't want to be deficient for anything. Fortunately, the backpacks were all enchanted with weight-decreasing spells. I created a portal and we returned to the mansion in the capital. It was time to head to the widow's dungeon to find a king. Chapter 372. So, remember, if the church arrives, just tell them I am on a mission for the prince or something like that, I explained to the girls remaining behind. Don't worry. If they cause trouble, I'll cut them down where they stand. Celicia chuckled. I glanced over at the other 2 women. Don't worry, I'll keep sister in check. Carmen sighed. Master? It is my responsibility to take care of the home when you are gone. Rest assured, I will do my job adequately. Faina curtsied. In that case, I suppose we should be off. I made sure to enslave Faina using my slave-taker ability. Faina is now your slave. Something about seeing those words reassured me and made me feel a bit better. It was like there was a knot in my shoulders. And only now I was able to relax. I now had 8 slaves under me. I wondered how many would become too many. Was there a limit I didn't have to wait long to get those answers? I gave them a few more instructions and then the group left. Heading towards the Slavers' Guild. We kept a low profile just in case the church was searching for us. And I simply asked immediately for Figaro. She's the demon Q. I covered his mouth. Shit! Didn't the prince tell you I was coming? That. He said I needed to provide a stronger slave mark as to on who. That wasn't the case. What is the difference anyway? I asked. It seems like any slave mark would do. Well, the typical slave mark binds someone's body, Figaro explained. The stronger form, well, it's one we very rarely use except in special circumstances. It binds a person's soul. A person's soul, Figaro nodded with a serious expression on his face. A girl bound by this slave mark, even in death. Your soul would be bound to your masters. It's a particularly cruel and absolute form of control. Girl, are you? I'll do it. Xiao's eyes shone with excitement. I might need to slave marks. Maybe Titu, my soul, must be bound to master extra tight. Ha ha! I tried to laugh it off. But why did she seem so serious? I felt my spine tingle as she glanced at me with a crooked smile. Master. I, too, must have a stronger slave mark, Lydia suddenly declared. And me too, Celeste cried out. My soul must be bound to master. Even in death as well. Master must control me completely, Tara agreed. I must get a mark for each one of my tails. Then Master will have my spirit. Miki seemed to already be preparing. What was the part about it being cruel? I asked Figaro, who had his eyebrows raised. Since her soul is bound to yours, she will die when you die? Seriously? Yes, that's how it has to be. Figaro shrugged helplessly. Sorry, girls. I don't want you all to check out if I died. The girls were very depressed and shot Xiao a few jealous looks. However, they came to agree. Someone needed to pull my body away and make sure I was properly resurrected. If we lived and died as a group based on the weakest member, it would be truly pitiful. I agreed to buy them something sweet from a stall on the way to our next stop to get them to cheer up. Xiao's mark was upgraded with a slight sizzling sound. Does that hurt? No more than the agony of every second master isn't by my side? I had no response to that. Also, it turned out that normal people could only handle about 10 slaves. If you acquired the slaver job, you could handle more. For someone with the slave master job, they could support up to 1,000 slaves, so it was fine. Chapter 373. After getting the girls' treats from a vendor, we headed the rest of the way to the Adventurers Guild. I had a slight worry that the church would be there waiting for me. But when I entered the building, I was relieved to see that they weren't locking down the city to find me yet. Perhaps it wasn't a big deal and I was making it more problematic than it truly was. I didn't really know why they wanted me. They could be wanting to pat me on the back for all I knew. However, considering what happened with Carmen, I had a bit of distrust when it came to them. You took enough time, the blue mage grumbled when we approached him. The transport usually occurred in the traveling guild, but since this was a special request, It was occurring in the Adventuring Guild. The Blue Mage was being paid handsomely to see us on a special trip outside of the typical requirements. Being a Blue Mage was truly a revered position in a city. He had already set up the circle and appeared irritated. Well, we were never given a particular time to arrive. Getting ready took time. The sun was just above the horizon now, so maybe we took a bit too long. Hello, I am Raisa. I am your. Ah, it's you! A girl turned around and started to politely introduce herself, but she suddenly shouted and pointed at me. She looked familiar to me, but it took a moment before I recognized her. Ninja girl! I am not a ninja. I am a dungeon diver. She stomped her foot angrily. I coughed. Yes. That's right. Apologies. She suddenly blushed and looked away. When I woke up, you were gone suddenly. I didn't know where you went. Ah, sorry. We were in a hurry. I noticed now that she still had the necklace on her neck that I had given her. Even so, she said, looking uncertain. Why, you didn't take responsibility. That whole unfortunate event was starting to come back to me. My eyebrow twitched. I paid you? Didn't I glared back? I am confused. Is this a whoremaster hired? Xiao asked, and then sighed. I should have expected it. As soon as they find out women accept coin in this world, what man wouldn't pay for a little side action? Please, Xiao. We don't call them whores, we call them fiancées. Lydia admonished Xiao. Teachy. To their faces, Miki snorted. The princess, I could accept. With royalty comes money and power, but now even this commoner. What does she offer, Master? Xiao demanded. Eh? Your slaves are very vocal. Race's face had turned completely red. Ha ha. I was starting to get used to laughing off things that were probably serious if I spent too much time dwelling on them. Are you done? I don't have all day, the Blue Mage interrupted. Thank you, Blue Mage. You saved me from an awkward conversation. Let's go, everyone, I announced, ushering everyone onto the teleportation platform. Wait, Raisa tried to protest. There are lives to save. We can't afford to waste time, I responded. All right. Raisa finally gave a defeated look and moved to the platform. The Blue Mage started a chant, and a few moments later, we appeared in a new city. Between having awkward conversations or venturing into the unknown, any anti-social guy like me picked the unknown every time. Chapter 374. We ended up in a smaller adventuring guild. There was a secretary behind the counter, but there was no one else in the guild at the moment to greet us. Raisa, have you ever been to the Widow's Dungeon before, WH? Why do you ask? She responded with a squeak. Aren't you our guide? Ah, why, yes, of course. She blushed. Why, yes. This is the dungeon I spent most of my youth. Then, it was just a young dungeon. Only 20 floors. Alarith is actually better known for its gladiator ring. Do you know how many floors it has now? I asked. Widow's Dungeon should have 30 floors. A newborn dungeon is created at 10 floors. However, it takes about 10 years to stabilize. After that, dungeons grow at around 1 a year. This dungeon has existed for 30 years, so it should have about 30 levels. Is that how it works? I pondered. I had actually predicted something like this. But I didn't know about the stabilization period. Still, a 30 floor was going to be difficult. Mina's dungeon was likely only 10 floors large. It was a new dungeon that had just formed. Meanwhile, Car's dungeon had been 30 levels deep. Terra's dungeon was deeper, but it had been strangled for many years with mana depletion magic and couldn't compare. Thus, I had to imagine that Widow's dungeon resembled Car's dungeon in length and difficulty. That actually shouldn't be too difficult for us. That left me wondering if we could handle it. How could an S-Class king and a large raid not be able to take care of the boss, even with just the 6 of us working together? I was confident we could have taken the Dark Fairy Queen now, and we weren't even the strongest out there. I asked the prince at one point what he thought our fighting ability was at. And he said that it seemed to be around a barricade party. Despite that, we're technically only any rank party. I hadn't completed very many quests for the Adventuring Guild, so our party rank was severely lacking. By the way, we should have been F-ranked. The only reason we weren't an F rank is because of the size of the party. If you had 5 people, even if they lacked skill, it became any rank. Because even F-ranked adventurers, if you gathered enough of them, should be able to perform any rank job. I finished going over the map of Valorith I had copied into my map ability. Before we attempt to enter the Widow's dungeon, we'll need to visit the local lord. Prince Aberi said that if we didn't greet Count Rain, that it would cause more problems down the line. Count Rain, Race's face started to turn white. What is it? I asked curiously. Ah, and nothing. She looked resistant to talk. If it's important to the quest at hand, I'll need to know. I decided to coerce her just a little. It's just... Count Rain. You see, he was my master when I was still a slave. Chapter 375. Suffice it to say, I didn't want to bring Raisa any unnecessary trauma. I sent her to the widow's dungeon on her own, and then went the rest of the way to the Lord's manor. Incidentally, in this city, the Count conducted all of his business within his own manor. There was nothing like a palace, a keep, or a governor's building. I couldn't complain. That's probably how I'd Drunchom too. The thought of having to go to another office building every day sounded tedious. Halt! What are you doing here? A guard demanded. I am Viscount Deekson. Lord Rain should have gotten some notification I was coming. I wasn't sure how long-distance communication worked in this world. But there was probably magic involved. Either way, Lord Rain should have known I was coming. That was one more reason I had to greet him. It was important for juniors to pay their respects to seniors. even if that senior was a suspected traitor. Well, he was innocent until proven guilty. I was hoping that he didn't cause too many troubles. I just wanted to enter the dungeon and complete my mission. I was brought to the waiting room along with my 5 girls. I instructed them to stay back and remain silent. I typically wouldn't say things like that, but this Lord Rain seemed like the type to look down on slaves. Raisa showed some fear in her eyes when she heard the name Lord Rain. So it was better if the girls didn't catch his attention or act too showy. After all the difficulty Lord Tybalt gave me, I was a little cautious around nobles and my slaves. I probably wouldn't have brought them into the mansion at all. Except that it was a show of my strength. Well, none of the women behind me looked particularly strong. But since they were slaves, it at least showed I was wealthy, and that's a type of strength too. The point was, if I showed up without a retinue, it would give the impression I was weak and powerless. And the Count would look down on me as a result. Being a noble was a complicated business. Lord Deekson, I only just received word you were coming today. How prompt. A voice came from the doorway, causing me to look up. The man standing there was tall with a wiry mustache and gaunt cheeks. He had black hair slicked back and wore gold and black clothing. He actually looked like a villain. I really couldn't conceive a character that looked more guilty than this guy. Lord Rain, I presume I guessed instantly. Instead of answering, he let out a soft chuckle. You know, I was planning on sending an expedition into Widow's Dungeon just when the prince sent his message here. You are really not necessary. Well, all the same, I must follow the orders of the nation. I shot back, feeling like his slimy way of talking was already distasteful. I've looked into you. The rumors have it that you have personally defeated 2 dungeons, and also felled a demon lord. Is that true, 3 dungeons? Actually, I'm sure he knew, but deliberately omitted one on purpose. Technically, it would be 4 dungeons. But the demon lord's appearance, although technically a temporary dungeon, was typically counted as a different thing entirely. From what I understood, had the capital fallen, a demon lord castle would have formed around the demon lord. And that would have been a permanent dungeon. Demon lord dungeons were destroyed on sight and only existed in the northern demonic lands, like the unstable Mina's dungeon. Demon lord dungeons would spawn enemies and then send them out to attack the neighboring land. Where most dungeon curses were passive and grew slowly, eventually bottoming out, demon lord dungeons were malignant and truly a dangerous curse on the land. 3. Huh, Lord Rain sneered. Well, if you want to use those experiences to handle Widow's Dungeon, you'll fail. I must tell you, Widow's Dungeon is unlike any other dungeon. If a young man like you enters, he will surely die. Chapter 376. Even if you say that. I responded after a moment of silence, scratching my cheek awkwardly. Lord Rain let out a dark chuckle. I mean no offense. It isn't about your ability as a fighter. Rather, it's more about your age and disposition. I had given King Aberys a similar warning, but he ignored me. What do you mean? I asked cautiously, but there was a flash in my eyes. It appeared like Lord Rain did know about the king's disappearance. That also meant he knew exactly why I was here. I was slightly surprised he decided to give that information away. Originally, the prince only presented me as a noble set to check on the results of the raid on Widow's dungeon, and, if necessary, to defeat the dungeon so that the mine can resume. The prince wasn't sure if Lord Rain knew that the king was part of that party. Given the distance, it was understandable that some facts were hard to ascertain. The king could have very well slipped into the dungeon raid unnoticed by the local lord. Considering Lord Rain knew, but hadn't mounted an immediate rescue, it already made the likelihood he was a traitor even greater. Of course, I wasn't in a position to denounce him as such. Instead, I could only hide my expressions and continue to listen to him talk. Since you've been in a couple of dungeons, you probably are aware that most dungeons follow a theme. Depending on who the master of the dungeon is and how the curse came to be, dungeons can spiral off in all kinds of new directions. Yeah. I've seen a ghost and an undead-themed one so far, I responded simply. Of course. Lord Rain smiled. But it held a slightly condescending feel to it. Well, this dungeon's theme is temptation. Temptation? Yes, temptation. It is a dungeon full of traps, mimics, succubi, and desire demons. It traps a man's mind and heart, not allowing him to leave. That is why it is so dangerous. We have a guide who is familiar with the dungeon, so... A guide. Is it? He raised an eyebrow, looking slightly amused. A guide can help, but for a man to not succumb, he must have a body and mind that can resist. Temptation. Are you saying that the king fell to temptation? I asked. I believe that would be likely. Then there is a chance he's alive. My eyes brightened. Lord Rain blinked, taken aback by my comment. He probably intended to intimidate me, but I actually couldn't have heard better news. Knowing that this dungeon wasn't simply mobs, but temptations, there was a chance the king was still down there. TGT. He made a displeased noise. Even if the king is still alive, he's likely no longer fit to rule the country. Even so. I shook my head. The prince has entrusted me to try. Thank you, my lord. You've given me a bit of hope in this endeavor. I said that last part mostly to catch him up. If he was smart, he'd know that I was suspicious of him. Perhaps it wasn't wise to tease him like this, but I wasn't skilled enough fat diplomacy to do much more than that. I could see his mind working through, trying to understand what my ploy was. The one thing I understood about Lord Rain the most was that he was a schemer. He took every action to mean something and constantly obsessed about words to the point of paranoia. In that case, the person he couldn't handle the most was someone like me. I met him with genuine words and a slight smile. I wasn't hiding anything. Ah, my lord, before I forget, a gift. I pulled out a magic artifact from my storage ring and handed it to him. It was actually something none of the girls wanted, and I wasn't interested in it. It didn't sell well in the stores either. So I figured I'd give it away. I heard it was custom to give a gift when visiting another noble's land. This was just a small necklace that resisted illusions. Actually, given the widow's dungeon, it was probably a really important magic piece. But with Miki in our party as a spiritualist, illusions weren't that big of a problem for us. When Lord Rain looked at the object, his body shuddered for a second. I had turned to leave, but suddenly his hand jutted out, and he grabbed my arm, stopping me. "Why, you," he said, his eyes suddenly changing, and the previous condescension leaving his expression. "You are playing a dangerous game." "I always do." I shrugged off his arm and left with my girls, leaving the man with a stunned expression on his face. Yeah. I had no clue what that was about. He definitely thought I knew something I didn't. Actually, it was kind of scary. However, the girls were all looking at me like I was cool, so it's probably fine. If I needed answers, I had a feeling I'd obtain them in the dungeon. Chapter 377. Leaving the Mansion. I was glad to find Lord Rain didn't impede my movements. Part of the reason I had acted so bold was to put him off balance. He didn't know what I knew, so now he was being cautious. Actually, if he knew the truth about what I knew, it'd be troublesome. Because I really didn't know anything. As I said, politics was confusing. I preferred the dungeon, where I could trust in myself and my girls. I long since accepted that perhaps I was a bit of an adrenaline junkie. If not for the danger of the dungeon, then definitely for the rewards. Wait, wouldn't that mean I was exactly the type this dungeon was best at defeating? Let's not think about it too much. "Master was so cool," Sho said happily, grabbing my arm. Master is always cool." Lydia grabbed the other. Somehow. Lydia was starting to become a big sister to Xiao. I had thought Xiao would act antagonistically to the rest of the girls. But it turned out I was worrying over nothing. Once they had accepted her as a slave by my side, she slipped into the role without question. I wish I could be as easy as the rest of them. When I got one of the girls, Tara, aside and asked her about Xiao. "If she becomes a problem, Master will handle her." I was given that answer. It made me want to cry just a little bit. Sometimes I wondered if the girl's faith in me was perhaps just a bit too much. Well, as long as Xiao was happy, we wouldn't have to face any more Demon Lord shenanigans. Doesn't that mean I am responsible for always making her happy? Whatever. Thinking about this was headache-inducing as well. Rather, I decided to think about Widow's Dungeon instead. As we left the town, it was about a 2-hour walk to the dungeon. 2/3 of the way there, we came into a small village centered around a giant cave. That must be the mine. Is the mine part of the temptation? I suddenly found myself asking. I would think so because orichalcum doesn't otherwise exist. The voice didn't come from any of my girls, but a small girl sitting on a barrel on the side of the road. She was small, with freckles, and fiery red hair that spiraled out of her head in a haphazard way. She was young, likely only 13, with a thin, dirty pair of overalls. It didn't appear like she had a bra or a shirt under it, making it appear somewhat erotic. If she had more of a chest, it'd definitely be criminal. She was chewing on a piece of straw, and when we glanced at her, she gave a toothy smile. Surprisingly, she was very cute and gave a mischievous appearance to herself. A orichalcum is fake. Isn't this an orichalcum mine? I asked. She gave a shrug. Orichalcum doesn't exist in nature. Neither do orichalcum mines. They're actually created. Bidengins. My eyes widened. Seriously? She nodded. Mhm. The cave links to the main dungeon. The orichalcum was created by the dungeon to lure people to their doom. That's why orichalcum is so rare. In other words, orichalcum is a treasure drop that a dungeon can possibly make. This one made a vein of it. Then, wouldn't destroying the dungeon cause the orichalcum mine to dry up? I asked. Well, as is, the metal is kept in an area too difficult to reach for most miners. The girl shrugged. Naturally, the dungeon doesn't want to part with the mana without inflicting a proper cost. That's the nature of curses. Right. The quickest way to harvest is to kill the dungeon. Then, all the auric alchemy it has produced can be harvested without the fear of monsters or miasma. So, I pondered while the girl grinned. Ah. Thank you. That was useful, little girl. Little. She gave a devilish look. Useful info costs a gold coin. Here. Without hesitating, I flicked one in the air. She caught it. And when she saw the genuine gold, her eyes widened in surprise. She took a bite of it, then nodded to herself. You are not bad. Mister? She said, giving me another grin. I'll tell you what, if you're tackling the dungeon, come spend your nights at the inn in town. It's half the price of the one in the city, and the alcohol is good. Ah. Thanks, I didn't expect a 13-year-old girl to comment on the alcohol. But I already felt like something was off about this girl. She stood up off of her barrel and grabbed a nearby hammer. It was as tall as she was and looked twice as heavy, but she hefted it over her shoulder with ease. As she walked away, I realized that she was also completely barefoot. Is that girl a minor? I asked. So, Master is interested in minors after all. Lydia spoke sadly. When I glanced back, the girls were all giving me strange looks. I meant, was she one of the diggers? What I don't like lowly girls. Okay, I'd prefer my women of the appropriate age. I explained it to the girls, but I wasn't sure they were convinced. Chapter 378. It's closed for the night, I said, noting the lock on the gate. We were in front of the entrance to the widow's dungeon, which was walled off much like the one I had visited in Derridge. The gate was closed and locked, and there were no guards. Raisa, who was waiting nearby, nodded. They closed the dungeon entrance on the Count's orders. Remember, you'll need to get the key from the head miner. Ah, that was true. They did say they had the place closed. Lord Rain had failed to mention it, though. He really was going to be a pain in my butt, it seemed. I supposed I could just break in. As a noble, the Count wouldn't be able to keep my party from entering. However, I didn't like the idea of damaging property. Master, it's been a long day. Shouldn't we wait until tomorrow morning to enter the dungeon? Miki asked. 7 rooms will be pretty expensive. Raisa said, I will just sleep out here. Nonsense. We can share rooms. It'll be fine. I dismissed the idea, causing Raisa to blush slightly, preferring the comfort of Van into the outside. The king had already been waiting a month or so. He could wait a little longer. The town wasn't that far away. Plus, it would make portaling back easier if I had already rented a room to portal to. With Lord Rain, I had felt a little rushed. But slow and steady was the safest bet, or something like that. We ended up returning to the small miners' town and heading to the inn the small girl had indicated earlier. We'll take 2 rooms, I told the innkeeper, a fat man in an apron. And a meal to 2 rooms, Race's voice rose. Ah, well, 1 boy and 6 girls. It will be a bit crowded, though. I am sleeping with Master, Shao responded defiantly. Master. Master! I let out a sigh. It will be crowded tonight. I am the one who's alone, Raisa cried out in surprise. Hey! Let's just get something to eat and worry about that later. I hadn't eaten anything since this morning, so I was a bit hungry. It looked like the innkeeper was a cook, and since he was fat, he probably could cook well. At least, that was my reasoning. But after finding a seat, he slapped a bowl of mush in front of each of us about 10 minutes later. I didn't even have to taste it to realize it wasn't for me. A single bite and I hid the face I had made. The girls all ate the food without questioning, but they didn't have pleased expressions on their faces. Is this seriously okay? I asked the girls. Huh? Isn't this a lot better than I usually eat? Shao offered. Master? This is actually considered quite a decent quality. It contains vegetables and even some meat, Miki explained. Does it? My eyes widened. That's what that mystery taste is. I've been meaning to ask this, as I've never been a slave. Why? But doesn't Master usually feed us exceptionally well? Tara asked. Lydia nodded. Usually, unless you are very rich. This kind of stew is a commoner's meal. The meat skewers and stall food Master base are rare treats. As for slaves, a bit of gruel is all we're offered. Seriously, it turned out the cuisine in this world wasn't that amazing. I had been spoiling everyone by buying high-class food and cooking with my cook skill. The princess's reaction to Fena's cooking skill made a bit more sense now. Well, only a little bit. Eliana was still kind of weird. In that case, let's have a cookout, I declared. Even though the girls were half done and it'd be a little rude to the cook, I decided I couldn't stand for a bad meal. As a former fatty myself, I couldn't tolerate a world that doesn't have a healthy respect for food. I heard a couple of chuckles from nearby tables that overheard my declaration. "What is it?" I asked. An old bearded man answered. "Good luck finding proper ingredients, lad. Lord Rain buys up all the food stocks and only sells them to the rich. As for hunting, we live only a few miles from the start of the Wilderness Divide. That area is full of high-level monsters. Only a party of sea-racated adventurers could survive." The other men broke into laughter too. "Hey, aren't we a party of adventurers? Being a normal commoner must be tough. We leave to go hunt for some food." Chapter 379. "Here is a bunny," Miki declared, sniffing around. "Here is a deer," Lydia added, chasing after several animals like a predator. I found vegetables. Tara pulled out a bunch of roots from the ground while using her earth magic to track more. "I found spices," Celeste adds while using the wind magic to search for exotic scents. We had ended up about a 15-minute walk out of town into a small forested area. "I found water," Xiao announces excitedly, holding a water stone to me. "Isn't that the water stone from my backpack?" "Mm-hmm. And I found it," she responded. Her eyes focused on me. "Ah. Good job." I patted her head, and Xiao smiled happily. "Well, it's not like every girl had skills uniquely set for gathering food. Still, in the end, my ring was full of fresh foods. None of this was really necessary. My original plan was to go straight into the dungeon. So we naturally had nearly a month of provisions. However, it wasn't quite dark out, and I thought it'd be nice to have a cookout. We returned to the mining town an hour later, just as the sun was finally setting. The innkeeper let us use the back of the inn. So we began cooking various things. As I worked, I considered that I should start working on my cookability a bit more. I prided myself on my ability to make a good-tasting meal. After getting Faina, she prepared our provisions for us. It was remarkably easy since my cook's skills kept our food from rotting for months. However, I didn't want to depend too much on her cooking for everything. Soon, pleasant scents began to fill the small town. This began to draw in all the people to the inn, since I didn't spend any of my gold on supplies. I still had 50 gold from Prince Berries. I decided to buy a few kegs of alcohol to greet everyone in town. The innkeeper was quite happy to make the coin, and after trying some of my roasted deer and chili, he tried to hire me to work as a cook in his inn. Ha ha. Well, I'd consider it. But aren't I already your boss, although Alarith was in Abaris? This small mining town was in the wilderness. That meant, technically, these people were my subjects. In that case, welcoming everyone seemed like a good idea. Hearing that I was Viscount Deekson, everyone's attitude changed quickly. The drunk guys who had previously been laughing even gave me bows. Enough of that! I cried out, raising a mug. I'd rather merriment than bootlicking. Let's get drunk! Everyone let out cheers, and a party seemed to spread out, quickly taking everyone in town. You are a sylph. Right. Doesn't that mean you can sing? A drunk woman who had been complimenting the girls suddenly asked. Maybe, Celeste said uncertainly. Leave it to Celeste to not even know if she could sing. She ended up standing up, but then realized she didn't know any songs. So, women and men began to sing out a tune and then she'd repeat it. Remarkably, Celeste only had to hear a tune once before she could replicate it perfectly. I was honestly really impressed. Even more impressive, each time she sang it, it came out more beautifully. By the third time, a drunk bar song came out with such deep emotion that it caused several of the bar fleas to cry. Throughout the night, Celeste learned more and more songs. She had a beaming smile on her face, so she seemed to really like singing. As a wind fairy, the concept of manipulating vibrations was a part of her. She even started replicating the sound of instruments with just her voice. She could create 3 to 4 separate pitches. It was really top class. I checked, and she had gained the singer job. I'll show my dancing. Lydia, who was slightly tipsy after downing a few drinks with the ladies, tried to stand on a table. No! I put my foot down on that. Even with her job as a dancer, let's leave those kinds of dances just for the two of us. With Celeste singing, the alcohol flowing, and the food cooking, the mining town partied all night long. They could even be heard by the distant residents of Alerith, who could only wonder why the poor, out of work town from a derelict mine, was suddenly so rowdy and joyful to the people of Alerith. Those from the mining town were outcasts and unsavory sorts, and with the mine closed, they had nothing of value and were practically homeless. Yet, a clear celebration was going on until the morning. The party did get a little out of hand. I was already drunk, as several people wanted to challenge the new lord to a drinking game. I think one of the people who ended up challenging me was that girl with the red hair from earlier. I didn't use poison immunity, as I didn't want to risk what happened last time. I mostly kept it to a few cure poisons and healing. Despite that, she still drank me under the table and I blacked out. Chapter 380. Darkness kind of fumbled around me. I felt myself entering a dark room. There was kissing. My lips explored a girl's soft lips. I fell to the bed. Somehow, my clothing managed to make it off. Which slave girl was I enjoying this time? Her skin was soft, and her body was small. Couldn't be Lydia. She was too short. Her breasts were flat. That ruled out Xiao and Celeste. No tail, didn't that mean it couldn't be Miki? Tara, you little minx. I could even smell a hint of dirt. I ran my hands through her long curly hair. L.A. Tara doesn't have long curly hair. W? Wait. Who am I in bed with? My thing was between her legs. A small adjustment and I'd be inside her. Wait. I broke my kiss away and started casting refresh, cure poison, and healing spells, just as my brain started to focus. The door slammed open. Cheater! Xiao screamed loudly enough that the entire inn could hear. I leaped up. But I was in bed and wrapped around a girl. As my eyes went down, I saw the young girl I had seen on the outside of town. My body turned numb, and my mind began to flee. Why, you! I barely managed to get out as a gasp. Ha! She looked up. Her eyes still filled with drunkenness and arousal. I didn't agree to a threesome. More of the girls came running into the room, and there I was lying naked and entangled with a lowly girl. This was a nightmare. Xiao's expression was really scary, but even the other girls covered their mouths in surprise. So, Master does like this type. Tara touched her chest and nodded with a pleased expression. Tara won't lose. This? Ah. This isn't what it looks like. I tried to defend, even as the young girl sloppily kissed my neck. You fiend? Xiao cried out. Cheater! Rapist! Jeh! I felt her accusations like blows to the heart. I really was the scum of the earth. I got a young girl drunk and then had her in bed. My life was truly over. You are a monster. Ow! Lydia knuckled Xiao on the head suddenly. Will you stop? Isn't Master the lord of this city and your master Xiao rubbed her head? Yeah. Why did you hit me? Master can sleep with whoever he wants, Lydia sniffs. If Master wants to taste the local market, we girls should encourage it. Emma? Tara nodded. That's why I convinced her to challenge Master to a drink. So they would have sex. Tara! You did this, Xiao gasped. Master must learn to love flatness. Too many big fatty things on his diet aren't healthy. She glared at Xiao's chest. Xiao wasn't very big, only about a size C. But she still covered her chest at Tara's glare. Exactly. I also made sure Master made it to bed all right. Lydia nodded and crossed her arms. Master's sex life is naturally something a good slave should encourage. Even so. Xiao stomped her foot stubbornly. You all don't understand. In our world, a girl this young, it's a crime. Exactly. I added, I am a bad person? Definitely. Don't go easy on me. I felt bad about it. So how could I let my girls wave it off like they always do? Young? How is she young? Miki asked. Look at her. She's a young girl. Sho pointed accusingly. Even if I must accept my love, Deke will fornicate with women. How can I let him become a child lover? A pedo? Don't say it. I looked away. I know. I messed up. Please. Punish me. Why, yes, Master. I'll get the whip to properly punish Master immediately. I'll work Master over. Even if it takes all night. You'll definitely bow down before my adult body and no longer covet youth. Ah. What kind of punishment are you planning? I shook. No, I'll definitely reprogram Master so he only loves me. Xiao continued. Wait! What happened to punishment suddenly? Her attempts to help me turned into something selfish. Xiao tried to run off, but Lydia and Tara grabbed her and stopped her from leaving. I think you have the wrong idea. Mickey shook her head. That girl isn't young at all. I don't know what y'all on about. The girl got up and stretched. Sorry if I played with your man. Well, it's not like we could have sex, even if we tried. I blinked. Why's that I am a dwarf, silly? I ain't just small everywhere. How do I say this? It won't fit. Wait! How old are you? 22. Oh. Thank the gods. Even though it was rowdy with Xiao trying to get her brainwashing tools and all the other women talking and joking, I felt relieved. I'll take my victories where I could get them. I didn't have sex with a minor. All was right with the world. Chapter 381. The Lowly. Ahem. I mean, the dwarf girl bid me farewell and left my room in a drunken stupor. Actually, I had ended up in the room we had technically given to Raisa. Raisa had returned to her room, only to find it occupied. She then ran to the other girls in tears, leading to the embarrassing scene. The girls slept with me and Raisa got the room with the bigger bed, making a tight situation even tighter. For a bit, I thought I was going to die buried in warm flesh, but with my healing abilities, I managed to make it through the night. As far as the dwarf girl, I never did get her name. It was probably not important. Just a drunken mistake between two consenting adults. That's all it was. Yup, despite the late night, I managed to get up early the next morning. It took a cocktail of refresh, cure poison, and healing. It was nice being a white mage when it came to these kinds of things. I began to dress, preparing for our trip to the dungeon. Since I had my portal abilities, I could always return here. That meant we didn't need to carry nearly as much stuff. In the end, we packed today's supply into a single backpack. That backpack ended up going on my back. I was the guy, as well as the support. So I guess that was the cost. Finally, I headed out just as the sun was rising. The girls, particularly Xiao, didn't seem to trust me on my own anymore, so they made sure to follow me. I wasn't doing anything improper. I was just going to the head miner's house. He answered the door naked with two women on his arms. He seemed like a popular guy, even though he looked like he was dressed, until I realized it was actually just body hair. He handed me the keys, and we set off for the widow's dungeon. The walk was a short one, and soon we could see the dungeon entrance. As we approached, a frown started to form on my face. Where the previous day there weren't any guards on the dungeon, now there was a small retinue of knights. As soon as we approached, they raised their hands. Halt! In the name of Lord Rain, entry to this mine is prohibited. I am Viscount Deekson, I explained, showing my proof, a small medallion with the symbol of the throne and my rank on it. Supposedly, it was tuned to me, and if I put some mana in it, the medallion would glow. making it something that could not be faked easily. I am sorry, sir. Lord Rain has just launched a rescue operation into the dungeon. No one is permitted to enter. I am a noble under the direct order of the prince. Holding me up is in direct violation of the will of the throne. The men looked unimpressed. One even had a nasty smirk on his face. Sorry, your lordship. There must have been a mess-up. Perhaps you should return to Alerith and get a letter from Lord Rain. I bit my lip irritably. I knew that they were just trying to cause me trouble. I should have opened a portal and entered the dungeon the previous night. Then I could have portaled inside with no one to stop me. Instead, I had to deal with this. I was certain that if I went to Alerith, the Lord would find some way to delay me. It would be a 2-hour walk each way. Already wasting 4 hours of my time. Then, the guards would probably say I had the wrong papers and I'd need to do it again. Well, it felt like they would use something like that. If I just attacked them outright, then Lord Rain could turn the entire city on me, claiming that I was a traitor trying to impede his investigation. Since I didn't want an army on my ass, I had no other choice but to bear it. I grabbed Xiao to keep her from sending killing intent at the guards, and then turned back to the town. We'd need to come up with another option. Chapter 382, After the Last Dungeon. I now had 27 dungeon points. There were 6 tiers within the dungeon skill store. Tier 1 was worth 1 point. Tier 2 was worth 5. Tier 3 was worth 10. Tier 4 was worth 25. Tier 5 was worth 50. Tier 6 was worth 100. Some abilities could be purchased directly from a tier. For example, most spells and items could be flat-out purchased. In that case, I could afford 1 tier for ability. Like the resurrection I used to bring back my girls. However, there were also tiered abilities. These started at Tier 1. And then you had to unlock each tier in turn. In other words, to have a Tier 4, I'd need a whopping 41 points. 40 so that I could use the reset. Simply put, it wasn't practical to use a for-dire skill. Therefore, I equipped 3 jobs which cost me 6 points. Reset cost me 1 point. 10x experience cost 16 points. Map cost me 1 point, and I kept 3 points in portal. That's how I set myself up at the moment to maximize my gains. I could have equipped 4 jobs and 5x, but 3 times 10 is 30, and 4 times 5 is 20. It was simple math. I earned my experience this way. If I did run into trouble where I worried that 3 jobs weren't enough, I'd naturally switch to the 4 jobs so I could gain the extra experience. In the meantime, I had a desire to level quickly as we worked our way down this dungeon. As for my girls, their strength is my strength. I plan to concentrate on Slave Master, White Mage and Cook. That was the layout I was going with, at least for the top 10 floors. As we got deeper and the difficulty grew, I would change my actions accordingly. By then, hopefully I had unlocked some good stuff. That was my plan. Well, That would be my plan as long as I was able to get into the dungeon. The reason I was going over my dungeon points again was that I was looking for some way to get past those nights without starting an incident. There was an invisibility skill, but it would only work on me. The problem was there was a fence over the entrance, and there was no way I could open it without being seen. Using darkness spells or other kinds of spells to confuse or distract them could similarly be accused of attacking. Them guards didn't let you past. Huh? A voice from the side of the trail said. An enemy! Xiao called out, pulling out her twin daggers. Relax. It's just the dwarf girl from earlier. Quick! Let's kill her before she seduces Master again, Xiao declares before being hit on the head by Lydia. What did we say about this? Xiao Lydia has a friendly smile, but she comes off slightly dangerous with her tiger-like stare. Say it. No killing Master's women, she murmured, but then looks up tearfully. But what if she betrays or hurts Master? A gleam flashed in Lydia's eyes. He. Then let Big Sister have the first strike. I had thought Lydia was having a good influence on Xiao, but now I wasn't so sure. I felt like I'd need to have another talk with the girls soon. Babe, it was better to have these conversations before I found a dead body somewhere. Chapter 3, 83. The dwarf girl grinned like she didn't have a care in the world. She was leaning on her long axe and looking at us with a crooked smile on her face. We need to get in that dungeon, I said directly. Unfortunately, Lord Rain has decided to make this difficult for us. Really? The dwarf girl shrugged. Well, if you are having difficulty, why don't you enter through the mine? What? Weren't you told the mine connects with the dungeon? That's why we had to abandon it. It started getting too dangerous. However, there was a hole punched through. It should go out onto the 5th floor. It won't be easy, though. I don't care if it's easy. We plan to defeat this dungeon anyway, so if I can get through it, I am happy to. I immediately started heading for the mine without another word. Once we were in the dungeon, teleporting would be fine. However, if Lord Rain thought to close the mine down too, it'd be really inconvenient. I didn't want to rush her, but I didn't want to find myself trapped either. You might need a guide, the lowly girl called out. Thanks, we got one. I patted Raisa on the back. I didn't really want to deal with more girls at the moment. I already felt like the party was too large, and I didn't want to have to look after a young girl. Well, she's a dwarf. But there was no reason to believe she was some kind of expert dungeon diver or something. Hey! Ah? Yes. Me. She seemed flustered at suddenly being touched. Although the mine didn't exist the last time I was here. Well, it's probably fine. With my mapping ability, it wouldn't be too difficult to find our way. Overall, I wasn't worried. We entered the cave, following the minecart all the way down. This eventually led to some stairs. With that, we began our long descent down into the darkness. Using my light spell as a source, we worked our way deeper and deeper. This really did feel like a dungeon. Strangely enough, I almost felt like I was missing this. If my information is correct, then monsters breached from the 5th floor into the mine. This is what caused the miners to flee and stop their efforts. So, the entrance should be on the bottom floor, but it may also be filled with monsters, Raisa explained. As we continued down, we started to hear some roaring sounds. Finally, a large rock creature came thumping down the hallway. Tara? Tara immediately called on her earth manipulator skills, managing to stop its momentum in its tracks. The girls began to open an offensive on the monster. However, it seemed surprisingly tough. I had expected to defeat it in a few moments, but it was made of rock. It even managed to wrestle free from Tara's control and swing a few times. It clipped Xiao, whom I healed and patted her head. It wouldn't be a problem, though. If they were hurt from negligence rather than an accident, they wouldn't get a head pat. That was one of the rules I had to set up with the girls to keep things civil. After about 5 minutes of fighting, the creature finally crumbled to the ground, leaving a small pile of dirt and rock. Strange. Raisa shook her head. What is that? I asked, recovering my breath. We haven't even reached the dungeon yet. But this is undoubtedly the level 5 mini-boss. It's the boss, I asked, feeling a sudden pang of worry. Right. But bosses shouldn't leave their dungeons, she said, her brows furrowed. At that moment, I started hearing a thumping sound. Actually, it was numerous thumping sounds. More and more seemed to come until the entire cavern was shaking. The first one came into view in the light, followed by another behind it. With a bad feeling growing inside me, I tossed a fireball down the side of the corridor, intentionally over the golems' heads. There was a long line of golems, each just as strong as the last one, all heading our direction. The line went back as far as I could see. Chapter 3, 84. Golems don't feel very in line with desire, I said breathily as another rock golem fell to pieces at my feet. Tara seemed to have taken this as a personal challenge, as she was fighting the golem's head compared to her. These things were basically just mindless drones, but she had a look on her face like she wouldn't lose to them. As a result, she smashed into them aggressively, even if it caused damage to herself. Of course, I made sure to keep healing her. Raisa shook her head. Dungeons that have golems get stronger. Golems the farther down they go. These may only be rock golems. But if you make it to level 9, there are iron golems. With them is a chance of finding copper golems. The farther down you go, the harder the metals. So, people mine in this way as well. Without large storage rings, it's rarely profitable. Raisa sighed, but I imagine that's why they tried to use a mine and come in the side. So, the orichalcum was found in the dungeon, and so they created the mine to steal it from the side, miscalculated, and caused this issue. What is this issue, anyway? I've never seen an issue like this, Raisa responded helplessly. My only guess is that the hole in the 5th floor allows the boss to leave the dungeon, but not re-enter. Every time a boss leaves the floor it's supposed to be on, the dungeon counts it as destroyed. Thus, there could be hundreds of mini-bosses between here and the 5th level. Although a 5th level mini-boss wasn't something we couldn't handle, these bosses have an extremely high defense, and there are just too many of them. They kept marching forward in a long line. And even though we had already taken down 5 of them, they were still pushing us back more and more. We were only about 100 meters from the ladder leading back up. At that point, we'd really have our backs in a corner. Any chance we can see the end of the line of them? I asked. I am not sure, Master, Lydia said as she slashed one on the knees, but failed to cause it to crash down. I rearranged my jobs temporarily and then used Sense Life on the map. I let out a breath, but it was short-lived. The good news was that the line ended. The bad news was that the line ended after nearly 100 of these guys. It would take us the entire day to beat them. And there was no way to fight safely once we hit that wall. Simply put, they'd crush us. We could stand on the top of the hole and fire down, hoping we're hitting them. But that would just as likely cause the cave to collapse. At that moment, an idea got into my head. Let's run back to the ladder, I ordered, bringing the girls with me and buying us just a bit of space. Now, Tara, can you collapse the cave of Master the next few 100 meters? Knock them out. I can weaken the structure. Master! But I can't collapse it on my own. I need a strong blow, Tara declared. Celesti turned to her. Yes, Master. The 2 girls immediately got to work. Tara weakened the stone structure above the golems' heads. Meanwhile, Celeste prepared a powerful wind spell. While they were doing that, I had the other girls climb up the ladder to safety. By the time they were ready, the golems had about 50 meters to go. Tara, come up with me. Celeste, as soon as you cast it. Shrink and fly up? I went up to the top of the ladder, feeling just slightly anxious leaving Celeste at the bottom. I don't understand, Raisa said. You'll take care of the rock golems, but the path will be sealed. We won't be able to get into the dungeon. It's fine, I reassured her and then pointed down. Fire! There was a sudden rush of air, and then a small glittery form shot up the ladder just as a massive explosion rang out. The ground rumbled and dust exploded out of the hole, causing everyone to cough. We waved our hands in front of our mouths until Celeste used a wind spell and quickly cleared the air. I used Sense Life and checked the map again. The collapse still missed a few dozen golems. It didn't matter, though. They were still trying to march forward, finding themselves blocked by the avalanche. Fortunately, my fireball from earlier had let me see far enough down that there was still a good 50 meters behind the golems. Portal. A portal opened directly behind the golems. Raisa made a noise of shock, but I ushered her and the other girls inside. A few moments later, we were back in the underground corridor, but this time we were behind the golems. Chapter 3, 85. Once the golems noticed us appear behind them, they started to try to turn around. But they were clunky and slow. Once we reached the dungeon, they would be unable to follow us. That didn't mean this wasn't still a risk. Had there been a break in golems for some reason, and a second unseen army suddenly popped up in front of us, we'd have golems on both sides. At that point, I might use a portal to send the girls back, and then use that invisibility hoping I could sneak my way through. Fortunately, that didn't seem to be a problem, as we were able to continue forward unhindered. In the meantime, I checked everyone's status to see what progress we had made. These may have only been level 5 mobs, but there were almost 50 of them. The girls took down about 6 by themselves. To me, that would have been the equivalent of 60, and to them, it'd have been about 24 with 4x slave experience. I wasn't sure how the other 50 counted. I'd like to think we'd get a little bit of experience. As it turned out, high defense seemed to coincide with a lot of experience. White mage increased to 27, slave master increased to 20. And cook was already up to 12. I am sorry, Faina. I've already outpaced you there. My level 27 white mage skill was Sanctify Water. I pulled out some water, sanctified it, and then used an item Identify on it. The result was Holy Water, which had a slight healing and mana restoring property, and likely dealt damage to undead. If compared to the Water of Life, it was basically garbage. But it was still better than nothing. As for Slave Master, I got the ability Strengthen Slave, which from what I understood was simply a spell I could cast, which would temporarily make a slave stronger. It would work well on Terra, especially when she's holding back a powerful opponent. The second item made me almost jump for joy. Slave to end job. So, my slaves could now have to jobs set. This was truly something I was hoping for. Did that mean to end job was a skill I might be able to learn eventually? It was probably in Hero or True Hero. When it came to cook, I ended up gaining several abilities I already had from alchemy, such as combination and mixing. I also got moderate cooking, increased cook speed, and food intuition, until I started cooking something. I could only guess what any of those meant. Hey, girls, I am going to do something to you in a second. Please bear with it. Master can do whatever he wants to me, Lydia declared. Of course, I equipped a second job for each of them. The sudden surge of being supported by another job could be felt by each of them. I gave Lydia the scout job. She was now level 40 swordsman, with a level 15 scout equipped. For Miki, I equipped basic magician. She was now a spiritualist level 36 and a level 15 basic magician. Celeste's wind magic had risen drastically to level 15. I also decided to equip Enchanter, because I had hopes that she could help with that. Terra was the most surprising, as she had gained numerous new jobs. Earth Manipulator was level 51, but she also had Mineral Appraiser, Naturalist, and Earth Summoner. I ended up equipping Earth Summoner for her. She must have gotten mineral appraisal when she weakened the Earth. Naturalist, when she used it to search for herbs, and Earth Summoner might be the next evolution of Earth Manipulator. That was all conjecture. I had no clue. Shao had Gladiator and Shadow Knight equipped. Gladiator was level 48. So if Gladiator ended up unlocking something at level 50, I had yet to see it. By the time I was done fumbling through our jobs and checking out the stuff I had gained, we appeared at the end of the tunnel. We'd finally reached the Widow's Dungeon. Chapter 386. What is with this entrance? I said. Looking up at the crack in the wall, the tunnel stopped at a massive void. It was a space of about 10 feet wide that stretched down and up as far as the eye could see. It clearly separated the mine from the dungeon. A massive wall sat before us, which had to be the barrier that led to the dungeon space. The dungeon really was its own little world. I could see orichalcum across from us, embedded into the wall of the dungeon. But it gave me a feeling like no matter how much I dug, I wouldn't be able to reach it. The crack was actually above us, about 15 feet up. The hole was just enough for a golem to fit through. If it fell out, it would just make it onto this ledge to enter this hole. Whatever other creatures existed other than the mini-boss didn't appear to be able to make it across the expanse and fell to its death. Seeing it now, I understood why the mini-bosses could get in, but not leave. There was no way they could climb back up there and re-enter their starting spot. There were signs of the miners having to abandon their attempts to get the orichalcum. A small bridge was being erected. But a golem had smashed it, and only the wood anchors still existed. It truly was a dungeon of temptation for anyone who knew the true value of orichalcum. "We're going to have to climb the wall," Reza said. "I have rope for this." I glanced down at the drop that went on into darkness. My guess was that it was about a 25-story drop. After all, the dungeon should be about 30 stories in all. Well, although the dungeon took up space, it was also its own world. Nothing inside the dungeon could affect the outside and vice versa. That's what the lore says, yet looking at that hole, something had to punch it through. Perhaps the miners had tried to use a powerful spell to crack open the orichalcum. However, that didn't seem right to me. Either way, I could see miasma leaking out of the hole and leaking down the wall. I now knew that this is what created monsters. In the past, I had just thought of it as a creepy curse that wore on your mental state and spirit. However, it was much more than that. It was how the curses chose to manifest themselves. It created the monsters, the treasures, and the dungeon. In a way, it was like mana, a sort of magical power that could be wielded. However, this one was filled with darkness and corruption. The miasma was leaking down into the crevice down below, so none of it had gotten to the mine yet. With enough time, the miasma would fill that crack, and then the mine would start to directly create monsters, endangering the town. Since we collapsed it, that should no longer be a problem. Still, a pocket of miasma like this can't be good for the mine. Terra, I said, tapping the wall. Yes, master. She waved her hand and steps formed up all the way to the hole.
Raisa was already trying to put a hook on her rope so she could swing it up there when she saw perfectly normal steps leading all the way up.
Sorry. It wasn't about being lazy, but that drop looked seriously scary. The group headed up until we were right in front of the crack. Unlike the official entrance, which was black and looked indistinguishable from a doorway, this entrance had noticeable ripples across it, giving it the impression like it was vertical water. Tara, close this area up tight. I don't want any more miasma leaking out. I ordered, causing Raisa to glance over at me with odd eyes and perked ears. Ignoring the look, I took a breath and stepped into the dungeon. You have entered the Widow's Dungeon. Destroy or complete the lore to earn more dungeon points and blessings. Chapter 387. Widow's Dungeon was a surprisingly different sight to see. The dungeon was covered in greenery, making it feel like an arboretum. Of course, it still had corridors, but they were lined with impassable bushes, roots, and vines. Although the place was green, it wasn't very bright, so it still had the imposing nature of most dungeons that attacked your psyche. We're going to progress slowly and safely. Just a level or two a day, I explained. In the past, there was always a bit of pressure. We were either being chased by a bandit king, or running out of supplies, or trying to save someone. This is the first dungeon I entered where I could enter and leave it freely. In fact, it was advantageous for me to leave it because no one would suspect I had the portal spell. As long as I was seen in the small miner's town, then Lord Rain would think he was successfully stopping me. In other words, he wouldn't be trying to cause me any more trouble. Therefore, it was my plan to teleport back after a bit. First things first. We explored the 5th floor where we entered. The monsters on this floor were called a glimmer, which looked a bit like pixies, and a type of rabbit. The rabbit's fur was apparently quite comfortable and thus valuable. I guess that was what made this level tempting. You'd come to hunt rabbits for their pelts, only to get trapped by the floor boss. I wondered if every level had such temptations, or if it was reserved for the boss levels. I actually didn't have True Dungeon Diver equipped right now. I was still leveling Cook when I noticed that the rabbits also dropped rabbit meat. Raisa was really excited about it and said it was a rare drop. But the 5th time a rabbit dropped it, she started to doubt her memory. I am sorry, Raisa. It's just my cook job that increased food drops. I wasn't quite ready to explain all of my secrets to her. Either way, Raisa was pretty useful. I was depending on her to detect traps and sense enemies. Her instincts were good enough that I wasn't worried about the higher floors. As we went deeper, I might need to switch back to True Dungeon Diver. It'd be nice if I could get one of the girls to learn that skill. In fact, Lydia already had basic monster identify and sense life. If Scout got her detect trap, maybe I should depend on her more. It should, I'd think, but I didn't know what level. Well, even if she had the skill, if she didn't know how to use the skills. They'd be useless. Thus, I encouraged Raisa to show Lydia the ropes of dungeon diving. As for me, I was happy continuing to cheat by combining detect traps and sense life with maps. Beyond level 10. This dungeon also has treasure chests, Raisa explained, mostly to Lydia. However, you must be careful. Some of them are mimics, and others are trapped. Many of my party. They lost their lives because they were eaten. Does sense life work on a mimic? I asked curiously. Only once they've begun attacking, Raisa explained. Ah. Then how do you detect them? Basic monster identify. You are familiar with the dungeon diver job as well. Raisa's eyes brightened. I made an awkward laugh and scratched my chin, something like that. There is a high-level ability called Sense Danger. That can also be used, but you'd need moderate monster identify if you wanted to detect a mimic before it attacked. If you can detect a trap in a chest, you know it's not a mimic. Well, then you'd need someone with a disarm trap skill. That's another high level for dungeon diver. Otherwise, avoid treasure chests. I always told people this, but there are one or two always tempted by the promise of loot. Ah, we've found a safe zone. She stopped, gesturing to a door. Let's take a small break. It appeared to be one of the kiosk rooms. It looked like dungeon divers called them safe zones. Chapter 3, 88. The safe room resembled all the previous safe rooms I had seen. That was to say, it was a big open space with a kiosk platform for registering and transportation. Had a means of closing itself to protect from enemies outside. In this one, the ground was brick, and there was a fountain in the middle. Although it was covered in moss, it still ran quite beautifully. There was a light scent of dirt and flowers. Along one wall was a small flower patch. The girls all headed over to it, excitedly picking flowers and putting them in their hair. Raisa assured me the flowers were safe for that kind of thing. Don't drink the water from the fountain, though, she explained. It is quite deadly. If I drank any of it, I would have cured poison and removed curse anyway. But it was nice to know that the fountain was another one of those temptations. Someone who didn't bring enough water might stumble in this room, dying of thirst. They'd immediately drink a few mouthfuls, only to keel over dead. There could also be the desire to bathe in the fountain. I really want to go up to the first floor, I said. That way, we can activate the whole teleportation system as we go down. If you want to go, it wouldn't take more than half a day. I am already familiar with the top 10 floors, Raisa explained. Seriously, you are a thought suddenly humped in my mind. Couldn't we save time then? What's the lowest floor you are registered with? 15, she said, looking uncertain. That floor is too difficult for me, though. I only made it there once when most of my party was wiped out. I was fleeing the floor boss. I have a skill that allows me to swap myself with one of my party members. If you transfer to the other floors, I can swap us, and that way I can register in the other kiosks. I mean safe rooms. Her eyes widened. I heard heroes could swap with a party member to save lives. I didn't realize it could be used in this way. Wait, that's what you did in the Ridge when you kissed. I waved my hands. That was a misunderstanding. Xiao was giving me killing intent now. I didn't expect that trying to take advantage of such a skill was going to come back and bite me in such a way. Now, Raisa was looking at me tearfully. It really was a mistake. I am sorry. I don't even know her very well. So how could I have any kind of an attraction to her? Can you do it? Why, yes. I'll go, Raisa said sadly. Ah. When I leave, can you give me a few minutes before you come? What? I said, frowning. Her face turned red. Do I have to say it? It's safer. In a safe room? Huh? I didn't get what she meant. But she was moving her legs awkwardly like she needed to pee. Oh, you need to pee. Why? You? Stupid. She stormed to the kiosk. 5 minutes. With that, she disappeared. When it came to the other girls, they had no problem finding a corner and relieving themselves. Well, Lydia and Miki were lifetime slaves. I wasn't sure if Celeste even went to the bathroom, but if she did, it was quite small. As for Tara, she didn't go. She actually could crush waste into a pellet and then expel it from any part of her body. Not that I had asked. Raisa wasn't a slave, so naturally, she'd be uncomfortable peeing in front of a guy. Although she used to be a slave, and so maybe it was just me, or some kind of wolf girl thing. I had never asked Xiao before, but considering she came from Earth. She may also have issues peeing around me. Xiao, did you want to pee? I asked. Xiao suddenly blushed. I didn't know Master also had these desires. Then, if you please, lie down. It turned out she didn't. Now, let's never speak of it again. Chapter 3, 89. Master, does the mural have a story? Lydia asked. Thankfully cutting into the awkward atmosphere. Ah, that's right. I'd like to learn a bit about this place. I decided to give Race ample time to finish her business and instead went to check out the mural on the wall. Like the rest of the room, it was covered in leafy vines, and I had to push them away in order to see the pictures themselves. A man and a woman fell in love and got married, I said simply. And Miki looked on eagerly. No, that's all it is. I shook my head, pointing at the image. This image is them meeting. This is him proposing. And this is them marrying. Well, that's sweet. The girls seemed unsatisfied. Well, this was just one part of the story. Since this was a 34 full dungeon, there would be 7 of these in all, and each one would tell more of the story. After I swapped with Raisa, I'd be able to check out the kiosks on floors 1, 10, and 15 as well. With that, I could start forming a more satisfying narrative. However, that also left me a little worried. Should I remind the girls that this dungeon was called the Widow's Dungeon? It may start with a marriage, but it definitely wouldn't be a happy ending. At some point, her husband definitely dies. If that was it, it probably wouldn't be tragic enough to cause a curse. For a curse to occur, the story had to be a lot more complicated. I also imagined it to tie into the central theme, temptation. So, the Lord cheated on his wife, or maybe his wife cheated on him. Then, he died somehow. Well, that was all I could figure out. If I was going to solve the lore, would that mean marrying the widow? Enough of that. I wasn't interested, not just in getting married. But I also had no interest in solving another lore. My body was already covered in tattoos and painful blessings. I didn't need to add another one. I decided not to reveal my thoughts to the girls just yet. Let them dwell on the story themselves a bit. I didn't want to spoil the mood tonight. Perhaps I'd let them know more about the story tomorrow. After unlocking the floors, I decided we were going to portal back. I didn't want to stay too long in the dungeon, especially since the mine collapsed. If we were declared dead, I might end up losing all of my stuff. With that, I stood up. I'll be swapping with Raisa now. If she's... Well, it'll still be all girls, so it's fine. I just didn't want to end up standing in her pitos on a tee. That would be the worst. When I swapped, I didn't change positions into the position they were in. In fact, I was in the position I was in. There might be ways to take advantage of that. Like, if I held out a sword and swapped with someone close enough the sword would impale, could instantly defeat an enemy. That might be future considerations. I was stalling because I didn't want to embarrass Raisa. Switch! I swapped with Raisa. My body immediately appeared in another spot. Before I could even look around, a hard thing poked my ankle. AI turned around, and I saw some guys who looked like the knights we had run into outside. There were 5 of them in all. 3 of them had their things out. One was on his knees, and his thing had just poked me in the ankle. They looked just as shocked to see me as I was to see them. Where'd she go? The man on his knees shouted. Were you guys trying to replace my brain slowly started to connect the pieces? Lord Rain had sent men into the dungeon after all. Raisa had transferred to a kiosk full of knights, probably the first floor. They might have been waiting to ambush us, a disreputable bunch run by a corrupt count, a lone female in a dungeon with no escape. It didn't take a genius to realize what was happening. Kill him! The lead knight pointed and shouted. Chapter 390. Ah! Return! I cried out just as a sword pierced where I had been. The knights were too fast, and I was just too startled. Thankfully, return was included in those that worked in the dungeon. A moment later, I appeared back in Chom. I let out a breath of relief. So, Raisa had appeared in a room full of knights. The knights must have mistaken her for some explorer and decided to take advantage of her. She was pushed down and I didn't know. I didn't know how far they had gotten, but I naturally disrupted the flow. I was also exposed now to the knights. They knew I was in the dungeon now. I also didn't know what floor they were on. It was probably the once floor. That was because they had just entered only a few hours before us, and didn't have the advantage of taking the shortcut. It was impossible to make it down to the 10th floor that quickly. Even a high-level person that has a map and can shot every monster would take at least a half a day to cover that much distance in a dungeon this size. It couldn't be underestimated how large each floor of a dungeon was. They also weren't linear, but a labyrinth of corridors that could lead you in circles if you didn't have the map ability. There was a reason it took Lydia and myself days per level when we were in our first dungeon. And that wasn't even large compared to these guys. I waited as long as I was comfortable waiting, and then returned using portal to the 5th floor of the dungeon. "Master!" Lydia tossed her arms around me. I am back," I said, still feeling slightly awkward. Raisa stood up. She was in fresh clothing loaned to her by one of the girls. She immediately gave me a bow, even though her body was shaking. "I am sorry," she said, her eyes welling with tears. "They jumped me when I got out. I didn't tell them about you." But I couldn't get a warning either. I even tried to get them to heavily injure me, but instead they... Had she become injured as a party member, we might have received a warning. However, these men weren't interested in hurting her, but doing other things. Did they? I didn't want to ask, but the words ended up coming out anyway. She looked away. "Only his fingers." He was considerate. "Wanted me ready," he said. Not every man waits. What does that mean? My expression darkened, noticing the look on my face. She immediately started trying to soothe me with her arms waving. It's fine, my lord. This kind of thing happens a lot in dungeons. Ever since I've been a slave, there have been a few who have. Bam! A loud sound caused her to jump. It took me a few moments to realize that the sound had been made by me. My hand had slammed into the wall. I didn't even realize I had done it. When I pulled my hand away, there were a few cracks in the stone. A moment later, blood started flowing from my hand. Strangely enough, I didn't feel any pain. Even though my hand was shaking, Raisa was staring at my hand with her mouth open, not knowing what to say. "Master!" Lydia grabbed my arm, hugging it between her soft breasts. Celeste took my hand, running a potion over it. It felt cold. Mickey grabbed my shirt and looked up at me with a smile, even though she was crying. Why were the girls comforting me? Raisa was the one that was raped. Even she looked like she wanted comfort. Master? Let's go back to the inn for tonight. Oh, okay. Chapter 391. I opened my last portal for the day and we returned to the inn. I had portaled back to the cave, as I wanted people to see us walking out of the mine we had previously entered. The walk back was exceptionally quiet. Now, I could have portaled back to Cham or even the capital city and slept in our beds. Actually, until the mansion was finished. The building we owned in Cham was a tad small to accommodate all of us now. Not that the inn was much better. The reason I really wanted to stay in the small miners' town was twofold. First, this town sprung up in my territory, which means it might be the second city I was a lord over. It was probably too hard for a normal lord to manage two cities separated like this. But with Portal, it shouldn't be a problem for me to manage both cities. In that case, I wanted to be familiar with the people here and figure out a way to expand this place and protect my border from Lord Rain. This would be the best city to protect against the Imperial Cloud Meadow too. Once we returned to the inn, I explained to the girls my version of the events. There actually wasn't much to explain. I fled as soon as I realized my life was in danger. How was I a hero in the slightest? I was just a complete coward. I kept replaying the scene over and over in my head. I felt a ton of guilt, but nothing else. In fact, my mind felt strangely numb. I knew these kinds of things happened. They definitely happened to slaves. Single female adventurers were probably all at risk. I had even heard a few of the girls mention it. Even the big-breasted sister from Cham spoke of sexual harassment and assault with just a hint of experience. However, this was the first time I came face to face with it in this world or my previous one. Humph. If you didn't want to be raped, you should have just killed them, Xiao responded, crossing her arms. I wanted to snap at her. But then her own dark memories, which I had seen once before, came flooding in. That was right. She too was assaulted by men. This was done for the amusement of the crowds. In fact, Alarith had a coliseum too. I wondered if they had such distasteful kinds of things. Well, Xiao's had been in the Imperial Cloud Meadow, so it wasn't the same place, at least. A flash of guilt appeared on Race's face, but that irritated me even more. She had no reason to be guilty. Raisa, you did nothing wrong. I tried to reassure her. The only person who failed is me. They don't know who you are. On the other hand, I showed my face. They've probably already sent someone to report, and now they will likely report to Lord Rain and cause us more trouble. Not necessarily, Raisa spoke up, and then blushed again when everyone turned to her. I mean that your time is strangely reckless when with how you go through dungeons. Most people aren't so casual. It's not only a dangerous place, but a place where you can experience permadeath. It's typical for inexperienced dungeon divers like the knights to progress very slowly. They will likely not attempt to go back to the gate. If they did, they would absolutely wait until the morning after being fully rested. Other than dungeon divers, normal classes are mentally injured by miasma. Only in safe rooms does the miasma give them a break. If they push themselves too hard, they could have mental breakdowns, flee in terror, or make mistakes and die. Actually, I don't understand why your party is unaffected by this. Miki should be quite resistant because of her spiritual connection. Has she been protecting you all from the miasma? Yep, something like that. Miki even nodded, so perhaps it was actually true. Although she never said as much. For me, my white mage job protected me from the miasma, and I used copious amounts of refresh and holy spells that likely did it. Every night, the barriers I erected to protect us also kept the miasma out, so the girls were allowed to rest every night. Now, I wouldn't be affected by miasma regardless. I felt a little bad. I should have been more mindful of such a thing. I also hadn't considered how shocking permadeath was to people in this world. I had grown my entire life with death being just normal death everywhere. For people in this world who valued their lives, that sort of reality was likely a horrific nightmare. Dying. By accident, by illness, that was unthinkable. Now that I thought about it, with the church appearing, I had forgotten to get health insurance in the capital. Such a thing did not exist in Chum, it appeared. It was too expensive of a convenience for such a luxury service to exist there. The Adventuring Guild offered some protection, but that was only when you were on a guild-related mission. Actually, I was just thinking about these things so I didn't have to face reality. Even so, they still might report in the morning. Xiao said, and then sighed. The solution is simple. I will kill them. Chapter 392. Key Kill. Raisa let out a noise like a strangled cat, her eyes wide with shock. No, I immediately said, my voice ringing. The girls all looked over at me. Xiao seemed the most surprised. Master? They should die. All rapists should die. I said no. I stood up, causing Xiao's defiant expression to drop as she took a step back. Suddenly, her eyes grew teary. Master Bater. I am sorry. I didn't mean. It was probably the first time I had shown open anger on my face. I didn't realize it was even there until it exploded out. I immediately shook my head. Number. I should be. I am sorry. I turned away from them and headed to the door. Master, where are you going? Lydia asked, standing up. I just need a bit, I said, and then left without another word. I headed straight out of the inn, and then immediately left in the direction of the blacksmith. I had an idea where I wanted to go and what I wanted to ask. The sun was just starting to set. We had only been in the dungeon for half a day, with the other half working through the mine bosses. Hopefully, the blacksmith was still there. When I arrived, I saw a familiar but unwelcome face. The red-headed girl from earlier, the same one I had ended up in bed with the night before. The so-called dwarf was sitting there. Ah, don't tell me you are the blacksmith. I didn't mean to sound exasperated, but there were still things on my mind. I am the apprentice, she said, grinning. Humph. You say that. But your technique is better than mine.
An old man who looked more like a blacksmith came out from the back. "I said I wanted to learn your techniques," the girl said back. "And you learned them within a day? So, what are you still doing here?" "Ha! Isn't this my best chance to work with orichalcum?" she said as if this was obvious. "You." "Well, I suppose that's true, but your likelihood of touching the stuff is almost none. Even if the dungeon is defeated and the stone is excavated, that damn Lord Rain will take every ounce." He shook his head as she grinned and shrugged in return until he looked at me. "What can I do for you, actually?" "I was just looking if you or anyone you knew was a magic blacksmith," I had asked around, and basically there was apprentice blacksmith, and then master blacksmith. However, master blacksmith required the person to learn basic magician and intermediate magician. If you had intermediate magician and apprentice blacksmith, you could unlock magic blacksmith. Once you had magic blacksmith and normal blacksmith, only then could you become a master magician. There was a reason they were so rare. Rather than find a master blacksmith, I decided it was better to find a magic blacksmith and then train them to become a master using my skills and spells. "None in these parts," the man said, but then his eyes darted to the young girl. "What about you?" she shrugged. "My old master was a basic magician once. However, I was no good at magic. That's why I parted from him, because there was nothing more he could teach me. If you want to find him, though, don't bother. He left for Shigiskar a few years ago. Haven't seen him since." "If you can't use magic, why do you want orichalcum?" I asked. She grinned. "To give it a good wallop?" The other blacksmith rolled his eyes. "Only a crazy dwarf would want to waste orichalcum just for fun." I shook my head. "Thanks, that's all I wanted." I sighed, turned, and then left. As I walked away from the blacksmith, I looked around me. Seeing no one, I quickly ducked into an alleyway. Since I wasn't followed, I re-equipped my jobs, sacrificed some extra experience to free up more dungeon points. With that, I added several to Portal. "Don't worry, Raisa, I'll do what I have to," I whispered to myself. "Do you think you really have what it takes to kill them?" The voice spoke so casually, I answered without thinking. "I don't know, but I have Titter." Ah! I spun around, only to see Xiao standing there, a crooked smirk on her face. "Master." "Xiao, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious I am going to help Master make his first kill?" Chapter 393. What is it like? I asked as we sat down in a small tavern apart from the inn. After seeing Xiao, I stopped what I was going to do, and then waited for a bit. It wasn't like I was extremely confident in leaving and taking on 5 nights. It was just that I felt like I had no other option. Since she was there during my moment of weakness, I'd at least talk to her before going. "To kill?" she asked, and then leaned back. "Scary, painful, unnerving. It makes you feel horrible, like you want to die yourself." Really? She chuckled. You are surprised. Did you think I would say it was pleasurable? That it turns me on number? It's just, I came from a world just like Master. I held those same values that determined public order. I fought because I needed to. I killed to survive. There was no other reason. In the beginning, I was told that anyone I killed would be brought back to life. It was only after I had noticed some of the ones I killed not being returned to their cells that I realized that depended entirely on how popular the person was. Those bastards. She shrugged. In some ways, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. I am not sure I would have killed the first if I had known. By the time I learned the truth, I was already familiar with death, and my soul had already been tainted with countless murders. It was only after all of that when murder became my close friend. Killing is easy, but you should know that. What do you mean, you destroy curses, right? You fight monsters. It's scary. It's painful. However, in many ways, it's easy. You send your girls forward, they kill all the monsters. You heal them up, and then you collect money, honor, and glory. I frowned. When you say it that way, it makes me sound like a bastard. She grimaced. I only meant that killing has the same appeal. If you have a problem with someone else, you kill them. It's quick. It's simple. It resolves everything clean. When she said it that way, it actually did feel correct. If you had the strength, a socially awkward person like me could more easily get out of a situation by killing rather than by talking. Maybe that was why serial killers were often the socially awkward types. If you can't express yourself properly, whether it be from anger or lust, then killing was a possible result. Isn't war just a failure of communication at a countrywide level in this world, where killing isn't just encouraged but expected? That became even truer. Fighting monsters was an everyday occurrence in some places. You had to kill to eat, to protect the ones you love, and so on. The fact that monsters could pop out of thin air and people could be resurrected only reinforced the idea that killing was the natural order of things. Then, when it came to killing for real, for killing someone you knew wouldn't be resurrected, it became easier. I could understand the power, hungry, slippery slope that those knights had likely experienced. I was starting to understand why they thought they could get away with raping a woman and murdering her. Why they could so callously send a sword into my back. When I encountered the bandits who only operated on the surface, I told myself that they always knew the people they killed would be resurrected. In that way, I didn't find them as dangerous or threatening. However, how could they know losing everything might as well have been as bad as death to some of their victims? I had died once in this world, and I have lost everyone once in this world. From the view of someone who sees life as precious, I felt like I had a good understanding of that loss. We had sat quietly in the room for a few minutes. I had been dwelling on her words for some time. At first, I had been the type to want to avoid killing at all costs. I was hardly a pacifist. I didn't mind hunting, and I'd kill monsters, even those that appeared human if they threatened me. Now, real living people had threatened the ones I cared about. I needed to make a decision. So, what have you decided? Xiao asked. I raised my eyes to meet hers. Let's go. You are taking the easy path, then, she asked. Number. I shook my head. This is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. That's why I know I have to do it. Xiao's eyes flashed in confusion. What does that mean, when killing becomes easy? That's when I know it's the wrong choice. Xiao blinked, but then a small smile started to form on her face. Have my babies. I decline. Chapter 394. The portal opened, and I jumped through. Intruders? There was a bang as a single man sitting around a small smokeless fire fell back. The other 4 men had been sleeping. And he must have been the guard. Naturally, after fleeing like that. He never would have imagined me returning only a few hours later with a sword in my hand. I slammed my foot down on the head of the first man under my feet. He hadn't even had a chance to get up before he passed out. At that point, Sho slid through the portal behind me like the shadow knight she is, moving towards her enemies and attacking. A man's throat was cut just as he began to sit up. She didn't hesitate to toss her other knife at a third man, hitting him directly in the eye. Like that, 3 men were incapacitated, and the fight was even. The man who had been on watch had managed to stand at this point and pull out his sword. I recognized that he was the one whose penis had touched me. He was the one who had assaulted Raisa directly. The other, who appeared to be the leader who had initially called for my death, had also managed to roll out of his bedding before either Xiao or I could reach him. I cast a fire spell, intending to just blind them for a second as I raced towards them. Regrettably, the men were well trained and quickly covered their eyes while keeping their defensive posture. They also seemed to work together to protect themselves, keeping their back facing each other and the wall limiting the space they needed to defend. I swung my sword several times, attempting to defeat the leader while Xiao attacked the other man. Now that they were fully awake, I realized that they were not particularly weak at all. In fact, these were knights, a job considered to be a second-tier fighting position. Their battle prowess was likely comparable to Lydia's. Even if they lacked her species, specific speed advantages. A moment later, a third man, the one who she had stabbed in the eye, had managed to get the knife out and do a quick heal on his face. Although it looked awful, he was able to join the fray too. Only temporarily stunned. With the one-eyed man defending against Xiao, the third man was able to use magic, sending a dozen wind blades our direction. Compared to Celeste, these were child's play. But it was only an aside to the knight's already existing combat skill. You must be the lord we're here to assassinate, the leader said, a mocking expression on his face. What of it? I growled back, attacking him several more times with my moderate swordsmanship. Was that woman one of yours? She won't admit it. But I fucked her good before you got there. She made such cute noises. Don't listen to him. He's just trying to cause you to slip, Shao shot back. Once I kill you, I am going to fuck this pretty little thing too. I heard you have other girls too. I saw them when you entered the town. Pretty little things way better than you deserve. Where are they back in that little crap heap miners' town, hee? Once you die, even if you free them, Lord Rain will just enslave them. He promised them to the entire Knight's corpse. Don't worry. We'll treat them all well and good. They'll forget all about your tiny dick. With 2-on-1, Shao was at a disadvantage. With me fighting the leader, I had underestimated my own capacity as I was a 1-on-1 fighter. Had we not had the surprise on them, I realized that it was likely that Shao and I would have already been defeated. Suddenly, I was no longer worrying about whether I had it in me to kill them, and I was starting to fear that they might kill me. Chapter 395. Hee. I bet that one with the tiger tail is a real animal in bed. I think I'll fuck her first. Shut the fuck up! As much as I was trying to ignore him, the knight was far more foul-mouthed than I had expected. And his constant yapping mouth was getting to me more and more. Furthermore, the two knights working against Shao were quickly starting to overtake her too. Shao was a gladiator, but knights were armored men who had true skill. They weren't like the wild animal movements she was used to. Furthermore, her strongest ability, the latent demon lord job, was blocked out, which also took away all of her strongest buffs and skills. At this point, she was distracted, and she couldn't offer me any support as I fell back more and more. Somehow, the tides had turned, and the two of us were pushed into a corner. Actually, the leader grinned. A flourish taking my sword from my hand and sending it flying across the room. I think I'm going to enjoy that short-haired one the first. I think they said she had an earth affinity. I might even let her ride on top. Really. Just as he raised his blade to bring it down, a spike shot through his back, bursting out the front like a chest burster. He managed to just turn around as the sword fell to the floor. Standing behind him was Tara. I am a lot to handle. Are you sure you wouldn't break? As she said that, she slammed her foot into his balls. It was strong enough that there was a crunching sound as his pelvis shattered and his entire body flew up and hit the ceiling of the room. The last thing he felt as he died was his balls exploding. By the time he hit the floor, the mercy of death had already reached him. Masters only! Nearly 100 wind blades came spiraling at the backs of the knights as Celeste flew into the room. As skilled as they were, they couldn't fight on two fronts. As soon as one turned to defend the blades, Shao gained the upper hand. She cut down the one-eyed man, sending him knocking into the back of the other guy. This allowed several blades to chop at him. As he was still stumbling, Lydia jumped past and took his head. In seconds, the knights who had almost defeated us were dead. However, I wasn't rejoicing at all. I had failed to kill even a single one. In the end, it had been the girls who had bailed me out. You came, I said weakly. When Master didn't return, we guessed where he was going, so we followed. Rather than go through a portal, they must have entered from the front. Fought through the first level and made it here just in time. I just wanted to protect you, I said, feeling a bit awkward now. From this, as a master, I had failed completely. Not only did they have to bloody their hands, but I came off as probably the most pathetic person possible. We wanted to protect Master too, Lydia responded, a stubborn look on her face. Master is always cool. So that's why he must lean on us more. You don't need to worry, Miki added. I made the guards go to sleep. They don't know we entered. I didn't know what to say. At the end of it all, was I even needed, you bastards? While we were starting to calm down, the man I had kicked in the beginning had woken up. He had a broken nose, but otherwise he was fine. Biding his time playing dead, he had chosen the moment we relaxed to grab Xiao, holding his dagger up to Shou's neck. He had already backed into a corner. No one move. I'll cut her throat, he cursed while spitting out blood. Xiao. A sudden rising anger shot in me. Had I been as decisive as she was, and killed this man upon entering the room, this wouldn't have happened. It was my own failure that had put her in danger. Xiao looked at me with a knowing look. It was a look that said she knew exactly what I was thinking. Put your sword up, the knight bellowed. In fact, why don't you just kill yourself with it? I trust you. Master. Xiao smiled and then closed her eyes. Very well. I lifted my sword up with both hands, the tip facing me. It was a position that looked like I was about seppuku. The knight's eyes widened, and then he let out a laugh of disbelief. Ha ha! Do it, or I'll kill her. As you wish. Switch position. Xiao's eyes opened, and a smile formed on her lips. My eyes never left Xiao. Yet, suddenly we were on opposite sides of the room. I slammed my sword, missing my gut and thrusting it behind me. With all of my force, the knight let out a strangled sound, but I had aimed up, hitting his lung and heart along with Wei. He only now realized the person in his arms was me, not Xiao. He died not knowing at all what just happened. I let go of the sword, allowing the knight to fall back with it. Xiao suddenly ran forward and hugged me. See? No matter how hard it is, I knew Master would always do it for me. You allowed yourself to be caught. Right, you forced me to kill? She looked away, a frown on her face. I reached out and grabbed her chin at one point. My feelings about her had been a bit mixed. They weren't anymore. Thank you, I said as I pulled her lips to mine. My hero. She breathed as she kissed me enthusiastically, melting in my arms and becoming as demure as a purring kitten. Ah, I want to be saved by Master, Celeste complained loudly. We killed them all. Quick! Someone find a monster so Master can save us? I am going to wake the knights outside.
They'll definitely threaten me so Master can save me. Wait! I broke off the kiss and ran to stop Miki from racing out the door. It took a bit to settle the girls. In the end, I had to play rescue the damsel all night, with girls alternating between the damsel and the knight. The game made no sense because for some reason I had to kiss the knight and the maiden. I am just glad they didn't require that I penetrate the knight with my sword. Or I'd have been so exhausted. Come morning, we'd be able to make no progress in the dungeon.